Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this start of the Saturday night slugfest ahead. This is RSC, and today it is the Masters playoffs. This is basically it, do or die for each team that competes in it, and we're going to get things kicked off very shortly. But of course, I cannot do this alone, and we brought in the big guns to kick things off. And I'm joined by Mal. How are you doing tonight, sir?
I mean, I'm doing great. It has been ages since I've last had a cast with you. I want to say it might have actually been something like RSC13's playoffs where I had a cast with you. And I mean, what a match we have. We have Montezuma versus Haven. Now, I know you've had a bit of experience with Haven this week, so I'll let you do a bit of talking about them.
Yeah, indeed I have. It was back on Wednesday night. Haven starting off in the upper round one. They were going up against Infinity, and I'm trying to think whether they came from behind, but effectively it took it all the way to game 5, and they came out victorious in the end. So of course they get the joy, some might say, of going up against the number 1 team in Montezuma tonight. I mean, some might say that's not exactly a benefit of winning that previous game, but the benefit is they've still got 2 lives intact. Same with Montezuma as well. So we're going to see exactly how they are performing tonight, whether they can carry on that momentum from Wednesday night or not. But I mean, you know, these 2 teams on paper, quite a close affair. I mean, me and you, Mal, were talking about this beforehand, but you know, these 2 teams in league play, there was nothing between them. It was 2-2 in their previous 2 encounters.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you ask for a starting match to a stream as a game which I think both of us are probably expecting to head towards that game 7 or game 5, sorry, Mark. I'm still thinking like we're in the grand finals. It'll feel like the grand finals with how close these teams are, but obviously we aren't there yet. We've still got a lot of the night to go, a lot of teams to knock out and knock down into this lower bracket. But I mean, the stats, they show it quite well there. You've seen it, the team stats just there, the player stats coming up. They're so similar for both teams that I don't think just by looking at raw stats, aside from maybe the fact that Montezuma performed better on average, there's not much you can put in either way of either of these teams.
No, we see it so often as well. When you've got these 2 teams, it can either be a case of it's an absolute slugfest or they'll cancel each other out. I'm hoping that this kind of goes the same way it did yesterday when the 2 teams sort of quite evenly matched. It was just a brilliant series to watch. And I mean, yeah, we saw the player stats there. We can talk about the stats, but I mean, we all know when it comes to sort of playoffs, it's about turning up on the day. What's kind of happened in the past kind of doesn't really mean much. And, you know, this is very much a mental game. You know, you got to get off to a good start. You've got to be in the zone early doors. Otherwise, you know, we can sort of see one of these teams maybe walking away with it if the other team hasn't quite turned up, because these are 2 very good sides. So with that in mind though, Mal, I'm going to ask you the question first, because I don't want to be put on the spot. Where is your money going on this one? Best of 5, remember, not best of 7. So what are you going for on this one?
See, my problem is I usually copy whoever goes first and just say the opposite of theirs. But I mean, we've looked at the stats. I don't know what Haven have on their side, but I have heard Montezuma have the coach of Subzan, I believe, or at least the moral support of Subzan with them in the voice chat watching through, I'm assuming, a screen share or live on the stream. So I think that benefit maybe of just Subzan, who I know is very good at both casting, coaching, just helping out their team. I think they're going to edge it with a 3-2 win for Montezuma here.
Oh, okay, interesting. Now, I'm not just saying this to do what you said that you normally do, because genuinely I have, you know, an affinity with, of course, with Sanctuary. But my gut feeling is it's going to go to game 5 as well, but this is going to be going to Sanctuary in the form of Haven. So this is going to be tight, no matter which way you look at it. I think we're both agreed on that part. You know, this is going to be sort of the throw of a dice, really, and who's actually going to absolutely pop off tonight and who's going to make the mistakes. But, you know, Mal, there is only one way to find out, and we've got all players waiting in the lobby. So let's head over to the beautiful Manfield night, and we'll tell these players that they can both get underway, and we will see which one of us, Mal, is going to get their prediction correct tonight.
Definitely, and as I've already made the mistake of saying it was going to be a best of 7 when it is in fact a best of 5, the important thing to note here is no matter what happens, every game counts here. Best of 7, you can throw one away. These best of 5s, it could just be that first game. Whoever loses it could just lose all mental and drop out here.
We will see. We will see. NZ trying to get a quick shot off a slightly awkward touch there in midfield, and at the moment both these two teams just sort of feeling each other out. No clear-cut chances, but we only play 30 seconds. But Jax though slamming the ball on the underside of the bar, and first opportunity going to Haven.
Definitely, and it is very strong offense coming out from both sides. No major dangers aside from that one shot, although this breakaway coming out from Haven, they aren't putting it on target. What are they doing? All they've got to do in those situations is get it on target, but I do know myself that is a very hard thing to do, and I'm sure you can agree right there.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mal. Every clear-cut opportunity, every open goal, I always hit the back of the net. But unfortunately for Haven, they didn't quite do it on that occasion, as Rennie tried to get another opportunity, but this time it's just caught there by... how do you say that name there, Mal? I'm going to get slated if I say it wrong. JRKU.
I'm going to say it's Jerku. It seems like Jerku. I'm going to go with that, but whoever or however you say their name, they've been getting... unlucky in their defense. The pressure has just been there so far entirely for Haven. It's been 3 shots already, 1 goal gone in. The defense is just struggling at the moment.
And it's Rene, who had a bit of a good performance on Wednesday night as well. Seems like he's here to play and getting the first goal of the game, going towards my boys over at Sanctuary there. But Jerku trying to get the immediate response. Not quite on this occasion. The ball set into the corner. Still good offensive pressure off the kickoff coming in from Montezuma, but we've seen so many times so far in his first game, balls getting punted straight back, and Montezuma just doesn't seem like they've quite found their footing, but we've still got plenty left to play for.
Definitely, it is just a game of adaptation at this point. Both teams are incredibly good. They've proved it in league play. Now they just need to prove it now. They've got to adapt to each other, not make mistakes. There's a very dangerous ball is just rolling there. All they have to do is figure out what the other team's defense is like, what the other team's attacks are like, and if they can figure that out, then it's just figure out the goals. But right now, the Montezuma attack is attempting to build, but just nothing.
Indeed, they're finding a few sniffs on target, but ball just not settling for them. But I've got to say as well, I'm seeing a lot of explosions going off, and as a man that's absolutely loving the demo plays, I'm great to sort of see that these two teams are putting in a good bit of aggression as well. It might just sort of be the little bit of opening that either team needs, but so far just 1 goal between them as we've gone past the halfway point.
Definitely, the demos and the interception plays, and just any kind of play that takes a player either out of the field or just out of the play is so strong, because although the demo itself takes you off the field for 3 seconds, you've got to take into account they're going to be starting slow, maybe less boost than they had before. They've got to figure out what's going on around them, and that can add extra seconds, and especially at levels like this, every second matters, both in the game and just where the players are positioned.
Indeed, and with every second counting down, Montezuma just struggling to sort of find a clear-cut opportunity, but so far Haven looking very good, but NZ slamming off the backboard and not quite able to get the touch on target. The ball's gone straight back up into the path from Jax, who manages to squeeze it in. Slightly unfortunate, some might say, for Jerku on the line there. He tried his best to keep it out, but the power from Jax just too much to handle.
I mean, the most crazy part about all of that, there was a double demo, but it was for the side of Montezuma. They, or at least, I guess luckily, managed to hit 2 players at the same time. I can't remember who it was, but they took 2/3 of the team out. Jax was the only remaining player, had the ball and took the shot. And now, I mean, it's 2-0 down, like you said. They are losing grip of this game very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this was going to be close, and maybe some might say that Haven have got the edge at the moment and definitely sort of turned up to play here. But saw it yesterday, first game was a bit of a close affair, and then it just kind of went completely in an opposite direction once the I can't remember who the 2 teams were now. I'm trying to sort of tell a story, just failing miserably. But either way, what I'm trying to say is this is just the first game. We've still got at least 2 more to go, so hopefully Montezuma can find their rhythm soon. But at the moment, Haven are all over them.
Definitely. I mean, I think the last time me and you casted, the game went like 6-0 one way, 6-0 the other. Luckily, the scoreline here isn't as high, but it could still next game have everything flip. But with 30 seconds left and still only really, it felt like one major attack so far from Montezuma, it is starting to seem more and more likely that game number 1 is going to go in the way of Haven, but that is beautifully placed there to at least bring it within 1 now.
You know what that is? That is Demis just saying, hold on lads, this game isn't over just yet. We've still got 20 seconds left on the clock. Don't count us out just yet. But that's the 4th shot they've had on target, and it's only their first goal. And they've maybe given themselves a chance here as ball falls into the left-hand side. Jerk, who's going up to this one, but he's going to get met in the air by Jax. Good speed from him. And that might just be the touch that sends Montezuma into early deficit here in the series. But good signs though towards the end. They got that 1 goal, but maybe it might just give them a little bit of a confidence boost going into the second game.
I mean, I think you've put it perfectly there. It felt like for the first half of that match where I think both of, or basically up until about where that second unlucky Haven goal went in for the side of Montezuma, I feel like up until that point, Montezuma wasn't really there on the field. I think that goal was what woke them up because they had the advantage. All they had to do was maybe, you could say, like you said, it was a bit of an unlucky goal, but it still was definitely something that could have been avoided. And once that went in, they kind of woke up a bit and realised, we're losing, we need to start going. And as soon as that happened, I mean, we saw Demise come out with a beautiful shot from an amazing pass from Jerku. And if they can keep up passing like that, I don't see why they can't come back into this game quite easily.
Totally agree. But I think the interesting stat I'm looking at here is that Rene on the Haven side spent nearly half the game as the first man for Haven. So he is definitely, he is the one that is leading from the front for sure for Haven. So maybe Montezuma have just got to be a little bit more aggressive on him and just throw him out of their stride. But as we head over to the beautiful Forbidden Temple, we will see whether Montezuma have just found their rhythm towards the end of the game or whether Haven can push on and put themselves into a very good position here for this first series of the night.
Definitely, but as this second game starting countdown begins, we need to see something changing from the side of Montezuma because, like we've been saying, they haven't really felt like they were fully in the game for game number 1, but at least here they stand a chance, although that's not great for them. An early goal is showing, I mean, Haven, they don't care if they're in the game or not, they just want goals.
What a goal that was. Lovely play from Pesky to send it into the path of Jax, who says, thank you very much. I'm going to eat that one up every single time. Sends it in the bottom corner. An early advantage going to Haven. Beautiful goal to kick things off here. And Montezuma on the back foot straight away. But Enzi trying to find some sort of an opening. And he does indeed. The immediate response from Montezuma, just what they needed. And Enzi, beautiful play off the backboard. Slight double commit maybe from Haven. And Demise, I'm struggling to say his name, but he's making sure that I've got plenty of practice.
I mean, Montezuma, I feel like they've just chosen names that are going to confuse you here, because that's the second player whose name you don't really understand. But I will say, this is definitely a different team to what we saw game number 1. Whether or not it's going to continue is the question that remains to be seen, and how much it's going to continue for both halves is an alarming thing to think about, because we're only 30 seconds in and there's already been 2 goals scored.
Alarming, but I love it nonetheless. A bit of a slugfest, maybe lining up as Pesky trying to do a cheeky little musty, and probably wrong place to try that, but you know, 10 for effort, 0 for execution. Didn't quite pan out for him as Demise finally getting his name right, pulling out now on the right hand side, but Pesky easy enough. It's awkwardly into the middle though. That is not what you want to be doing, but Rene, my word, what a save on the line. I'm not quite sure what happened there, Mal, but it just, that shouldn't have been an opportunity.
I mean, it's just, you know, sometimes the defender, he forgets what he's doing. He just tries to jump for it and has no idea what's going on. It happens to the best of us, but at least as a team, they were able to recover from it. And the way I see it, he can make mistakes so long as it doesn't result in a goal.
And Rene making sure that it didn't. I mean, that is just, what a save that was. And I've got to get over it because we've still got 3.5 minutes left on the clock here, and Montezuma trying to push and trying to make sure that they don't have to start chasing this game again. But Rene looking for a peach of a pass into the path of Jax. My word, Rene is on a mission today to drive his team from the front. And I ain't going to complain, because that means that my prediction is looking quite good at the moment.
I was about to say, I'm not going to say that the Montezuma people are going to get annoyed at you, but what I will say is it did feel like you kind of cursed it a bit there, saying, I'm not sure what's about to happen and whether it's going to go their way, but it looks like Renee's got confused. What are we looking at here? Hold on. Can we just, can someone make sure Renee knows what side they're shooting on? Because that was definitely not the right one.
Renee, just... Mate, I'm trying to big you up here, and then you go and do something crazy like that. I mean, it's all... I don't know, I mean, moment of madness. He's given Montezuma a glorious chance to sort of just settle himself down, and might not last for long. His immediate response coming off the kickoff from Haven, and the ball's ended up on the counter somehow with Jerku getting a goal one end of the field to the other. What are Haven doing at the moment? They had this game in the grasp of their hands now, and they're just all over the place at the moment.
I mean, it feels like what everyone says when you take one step forward, 2 steps back. They got 1 goal lead, and now they've just lost 2 goals to go 1 goal behind now. And I mean, they've lost everything. It feels like they had the passing perfectly, they had the defense. Now they're just whiffing balls and kind of passing to the wrong team. But at least one more attack is going to bring it back. And honestly, I have no idea what's going on here. I don't think you have any idea what's going on here. Do the players know what's going on?
I mean, I think Rene's sort of, he's regained his composure after a beautiful pass from Pesky. Pesky kind of teed it up for him and said, just make sure you score this in the right goal. And he takes it like... I mean, wow, seriously. We're trying to be professional here, but for some reason this game's just gone absolutely mad at the moment. And I don't know how to call this. I'll be honest, Mal. I feel like we should just, let the players talk for themselves for the moment.
I mean, I don't want to say it's our fault, but I will say it feels like this happens a lot when it's both me and you casting. The last time, like I said, it went like 6-0, 0-6, 6-0, 0-6. It's almost another one there. These teams, they're focusing on the attack, not on the defense, it feels like, and because of that, I mean, we just had all 3 Montezuma players at midfield. What is going on here?
I don't know, but I mean, it's only been a half a game at the moment. We've already got 7 goals on the board, and it's proving to be a very close affair indeed, as Haven trying to find a 5th. Not on this occasion, the ball's gone straight up the other end, and there's that man, Rene, who, despite that one moment of madness, has been absolutely solid for Haven, and he's making sure that they keep themselves firmly in this game, and Montezuma's trying to just keep themselves in touching distance here. Demise punts the ball forward, and a bit of back and forth. Rene sends it straight back on target, and Jerku just fortunately manages to get a touch on that one.
I thought for a second there that was just going to slowly roll into the net by all the defenders. Luckily, it does not, and the defense still holding out on both sides now. It feels like at least the offense has slowed down, although Demise could have got a good shot had they have got the touch there. And I mean, what are we looking at in terms of shots? There's been 6 shots from both sides, 3 and 4 goals respectively. It's been a very, very close game so far.
It has indeed. I kind of thought there would be more shots than that, but no. They've just sort of seems like every time the ball's been on target, it's gone in the back of the net. But finally, in this second half of the game, things have just kind of settled down a little bit. I mean, we've still got a minute left. It could all kick off again and some crazy, crazy plays go on. But at the moment, with a minute left on the clock, we've still got one slim goal advantage. Might be no goal. Jax! What a save on the line from Jax!
And I mean, you mentioned every shot felt like it was either it was just on target and in. I will say every shot that hasn't been saved so far has gone in, and every shot that's been taken has either been saved or scored. As another one comes up, I thought Rene was going for the own goal once again. 30 seconds left. They have to get an attack from Montezuma here, otherwise they could be looking at that scary 2-goal deficit. And I mean, they need to get going now.
Here comes Enze, punts it forward into Marva Jerk, who slams off the back ball, but a good backboard defense there from Rene. Definitely been the player of the series so far, making sure Haven has still got the advantage here, but it's a slim one, 7 seconds left on the clock. Ball caught in the corner, Jerku off the sidewall, punts it on target. Demise is just sitting a little bit too far back, trying to keep the ball alive. Jack punts it forward, and is this going to be the game advantage to Haven? Finally, we can all breathe as Haven go into a 2-game advantage. Mal, I mean, I'm just going to ask you, try and sum that game up because I don't know where to start on that one.
The one word that sums it up pretty well is just goals, really. I mean, we saw there was that bit of a frenzy in the middle where it kind of no one really felt like they knew what was going on, it seemed like. And I mean, it felt like maybe, I don't want to just single out Demise here, but you did mention the Demise slightly too far forward at one point in that last play. It felt like maybe a few times Demise, even though they managed to get one goal, could have maybe got a second or a third goal to really help Montezuma out. But we do have NC in the chat now calling for their 2-minute timeouts. That does mean we get I believe it's 2 minutes anyway. I can never remember the rules on this. One's 5 minutes, one's 2 minute, I'm pretty sure. But it is a 2-minute timeout. I have been confirmed. Good. That is nice. They get 2 minutes just to think things through. They need to say, we need to score goals. We don't want them to save it because, like I said, every single shot that wasn't saved went in, and every single shot that was taken either went in and got saved. So they just need to figure out that defense, and if they can do that, they're all good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of glad that they called a timeout because I think we need a bit of a timeout as well, just to kind of reflect on that one. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for Montezuma, sort of coming into this third game because I've said it before. I mean, it's a difficult one to approach because basically you've got one more chance just to kind of keep yourselves in it, and even if you take that opportunity, you still got to get another 2 wins back to back to be able to come away with the victory. So, but I mean, Haven on the flip side, I've seen it happen so often when you get so close to that victory. Sometimes that can just cause you just to sort of settle back a little bit, just, you know, not be as aggressive as you has been because you kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit. And this could be a chance for Montezuma to sort of push on and drive forward. So it's still finally balanced because these are 2 very good sides. I don't know about you, Mal, but I'm not quite sure if this is a done deal for Haven at the moment.
I mean, I think it was Herbie I heard it off first, the incredible Rocket Sundays man himself, who said a lot of the time when he sees the reverse sweeps, it happens in a series that has been incredibly close for a majority of it. What I will say, no matter how good or bad we think individual players or teams have done so far, the one thing we can say for sure, it has been close both historically and in this series. So if there is any opportunity for any kind of reverse sweep to happen, it is exactly this that is the prime spot for Montezuma to take it now.
Yeah, and of course, whoever takes this game will, of course, go into the upper final to face either Transcend or Hades, which is at the moment 1-1. So quite a close game on that front, it would seem. But that's still, out of those 2 teams as well, Mal, that's still quite a mountain to climb as well. But that's the next game. We've still got this game to talk about, and it's over to the beautiful Sovereign Heights, probably my favourite map of the entire circuit. And we will see whether Montezuma can come back into this series.
Yeah, I mean, it is. They were asking how long the timeout was. I said it was over now. It was perfectly timed. They asked it right as I was told. There was about 5 seconds left. So it is a great way to see it. But after that 2-minute timeout, it also works to cool down your opponents, hopefully. Although Jack's starting out a very strong offense, feels like maybe they're just still going strong. And you mentioned the overall team just being aggressive, and it's working so well for them here.
And they've got to be careful though. I mean, it's all well and good being confident and aggressive, but you don't want to push too hard too soon. But Montezuma trying their best just to maybe count them, get them on the counter attacks. A lovely shot forward there from NC, just not enough power to send past Rene, who here he is again, lets it roll into the corner. Is he going to show us another performance of absolute bliss with a moment of madness? We will see. The ball bouncing around the midfield at the moment. Seeing both these 2 teams just trying to suss each other out, but Haven maybe slightly better on the offense as Pesky shot wide of the target. Why did I say it, Mal? I think I've just got to cast him on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you're cursing both teams, so at least no one can complain about any bias here. But what I will say is it's felt like for this entire series, the Haven side have been doing such a good job at maintaining pressure. We've seen a few times there's just been an open ball that maybe a Montezuma player could have challenged it. It's been a bit risky, but keeping the pressure on is exactly what you need to beat the defense, and that's what Haven's been doing such a good job of. And I think if Montezuma want to make sure they can come back here and take game 3 and more, they need to figure out their pressure on the opponents here.
Indeed, but lovely, another save there from Rene. The ball seemed destined to the back of the net, but he was right place, right time, and a bit of pressure now in the path of Montezuma, and Jerku not able to get on the end of that one. He just slightly misread it as the ball's gone straight back up the other end, and Pesky demise with a lovely touch to send it into the corner. And Montezuma can breathe slightly, but they've still got to make sure that Pesky Jerku this time. They are riding their luck, Montezuma, but Haven are pushing hard to find their first goal.
I was about to say, I did get a bit confused when it felt like there was no one on the defense from Montezuma actually pushing for the open ball, just allowing a shot to come on. Luckily, nothing bad happened, but the pressure they are trying to get, it's just not doing anything. Every touch they've made so far has had an answer, except for that one. Doesn't matter, it does, but the shots are still piling on for both sides. I mean, neither side has broken this deadlock now. I think this is the least amount of goals we've had from this series so far. Please say I haven't just cursed it. Doesn't matter. Look at me go.
Well done, Mal. Well done. Someone had to do it, and I'm glad it was you. Pesky, just the pure power on the 50 against Enzi there. Nothing he could do about it. Unfortunately, sees the ball bounce into the back of the net, and Mal can take a bow for responsibility on that one. But as we hit the halfway point, I mean, Montezuma, they still got time. Jerku trying to get the ceiling straight, and Rene again right place, but the ball's still bouncing, and it's that man again, Rene. He is absolutely tanking it on the defense at the moment.
Oh, I mean, the bump was there. The idea was there on that attack. Sadly, not fully executed fast enough, but they have been kept on that line for a solid 15 seconds, although the back pass is a back pass to the corner rather than NC, which isn't what they want here. Jax, as last man back, he's going to be the one to defend. It's wide. There's a miss. It's only Jax, but they're taking too long to take the shot, and it's just nothing coming out here. It feels like nothing super dangerous.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm sure Haven are probably sweating a little bit. They just seem to be pegged back in this past minute. And they're doing well, though, just making sure this ball doesn't end in the back of the net, but the ball is not out of their half yet. Demise trying to get another shot on target. Rene, easy enough to send it into the corner. Enzi trying to recycle it now in the corner, but that man, Rene, I can't remember how many times I've said his name, but he has been an absolute tank for Haven so far in this series. And Jack can't keep his shot down, but it's falling into the path of Rene. Crossbar down, and Montezuma survive again.
Oh! I saw that. I saw it develop, and I was like, NC's chasing him down. I thought it just missed it, and I was about to bring up the fact it was a missed demo play. Just turned out there was a jump that I couldn't quite see, so it looked like they were past each other. But it's just exactly what we were saying. We love the demo plays. They work so well if you time them right, and that is exactly what Montezuma has done right there. And, I mean, if they can do it again, they can take game number 3. But the offense right now is slightly in favour of Haven.
Slightly in favour of Haven, but I mean, in terms of field domination, it's currently in favour of Montezuma. And I think that's just come from the chances that they're trying to create, but defensive brick wall of Haven. Only let the one goal in, it seems, and they've still got 30 seconds left to hold on. They might even get a second cheeky one here as Jack trying to play it awkwardly across the line. Not cleared yet. Lovely pass in field into Pesky, and Jack who gets the save on the line.
I mean, it was that fast of a save. I couldn't actually see the defender through the demo smoke that had just happened. A touch, keeping it dangerous. Luckily, the defense able to recover, and we see a kind of wasted touch there, it feels like, from Demise. They could have maybe attempted a pass, could have just taken their time. There was no one majorly pressuring, but what I will say is it's looking like we're heading towards our first overtime. As this ball flies away, they'll be all too happy to drop it there.
This is it, down to a 1-goal shootout. Is this going to be Haven's clean sweep, or will Montezuma give themselves a glimmer of opportunity to come back into this series? We will see as ball gets put into the midfield here. Pesky 2v1 in the back. Jerku avoids the demo, gets the save on the line, and Montezuma, I just don't know how they managed to sort of stay afloat in this game, but what an absolute mental third game.
I was about to say, usually that demo works either if you hit them or don't, because it just either phases the person out of the play or gets rid of them completely. But Jerku played it perfectly there, and because of that, we've made it almost a minute now into this overtime. It feels like Montezuma, they want to get that attack going. They aren't quite getting dangerous enough touches to get it by players, although as I say that, a powerful shot on the line. They are going to be hoping that one of these sneaks in here.
Whoa! There you go, Mal! You called it! And sorry, Serenity, I've just seen your message. You're going to have to stay a little bit longer. You're going to have to phone up work and tell them, sorry, I think we've got an epic game of Rocket League that we're watching at the moment, and we can't take our eyes off. And Montezuma, I didn't quite see where that goal came from at the end, but my word, they will be breathing a sigh of relief. And if anything, probably a deserved victory for Montezuma. I mean, yes, Haven being an absolute beast on the defense, but Montezuma, I mean, shot-wise, 14-6. That kind of sums it up for me, Mal. Montezuma, quite a few opportunities, good defense from Haven, and in the end, just too much for them to handle, it seems.
Definitely, and it seems like there's a bit of confusion going on in chat, because Jax seemed like he wanted to call a timeout, and then when I asked him, he said, actually, nah, no timeout. I don't know what the ruling on that is. I'm going to assume it looks like the other team's happy with it anyway. It looks like they're as confused as we are. I think everyone's confused by whatever call was just made there. I don't know if it was discussed with the team or what, but definitely it feels like Haven, they finally lost that impossibly strong momentum that it's felt like they've had. And I think heading into this next game, I mean, they don't want a timeout. They're still fresh. They're still happy. Both teams going well. Renee, I mean, 6 saves. That's over half of the saves for Haven there. I mean, that's just impressive gameplay all round from both sides. The pressure and just the holding up against pressure that we've seen from both sides here.
It is indeed. I mean, we're only at game 4. We've still got potentially a game 5 ahead of us. And Montezuma, you've got to feel if they can get a victory on this one, then sort of the momentum is going to be with them, because they will be feeling confident and Haven will be asking questions as to what went wrong. But we've still got 5 minutes left to play here, and off the kickoff it seems Haven are trying to put on some early pressure, but the Montezuma defense holds firm on this one. Demise, slight double commit with Enzi, sends it into the corner, and that's awkwardly across the line, but Jax is going to clear that one into the corner.
Yeah, and there was a team bump there that could have maybe caused issues in the offense of Montezuma. They could have got some stronger pressure. Luckily, it hasn't fully gone against them yet, as a very, very lucky miss there. Another one, really. It is just going all Montezuma's way right now. I don't think they should be currently drawing game number 4, but at least for them and their supporters, they are. And I mean, a minute in, still 0-0. It's feeling like last game all over again.
It is, and I've got to admit, I'm trying so hard to stay neutral in this one. Yes, I do have slight allegiances with Sanctuary, but the point is, this is just an absolutely crazy game, and Haven, I've got to say, should be 1-0 up, and indeed they are, from that man Rene, from his own half. What happened there? Just good speed, good challenge on Enzi, and both Jerker and Demise too far forward, none of them really sort of covering their net, and it's ended up in the back. And Haven, I mean, they're a bit quicker than the previous game, but they've found themselves again 1-0 ahead in this game.
Definitely, and you talk about trying to remain as neutral as possible. Luckily, whatever small biases we may have should be cancelled out, because you're associated pretty well with Sanctuary. I played for Azteca last season in ERS, so I'm kind of in favour of them. It feels like at least we balance each other out in this, but right now, I don't think either team really has any major headway over the other. It's 1-goal lead for Haven, but it feels just so easily that Montezuma can come back, although a very strong attack starting there. All 3 Haven players on, and still no opportunity to actually get that ball into the net found.
Jack trying to get the challenge in on Jax there, but it falls into bottomise. Rene, good rotation as third man there, cleans this one up, takes it to the sky. Now, what can he do with it? Not much, because Enzi says, no, don't you even dare think about that one. Send it back into Sanctuary's half. And Jerku, though, trying to put on some pressure here in the corner, just a little bit hung up. Neither team able to get command of this ball in this corner, but it might work its way in, not quite on this occasion. And it's just just a little back and forth between the two teams. Jerky finally gets a shot. He had two sides of the goal to choose from. Chose the left where Rene was sitting. He should have gone for the open side. I'm just saying it, Mal. He should have hit the open net.
I don't know, man. I'm very well known for using the old strategy of shoot directly at the opponent, so I'd have probably done the same. Usually it works in my favour, though. I guess at master level you can't get away with just shooting the ball directly at the defender, but at least for Haven, they had a nice, simple shot to save, because if it had been hard and maybe there'd have been a mistake, they could have been annoyed, although that shot was more dangerous, or at least felt more dangerous than maybe it should have been. Luckily, allowing the start of maybe a counter-attack. I don't know, because these Haven players are so good at intercepting that ball right at midfield.
Indeed, and I think whoever wins this game, let's just all, put the fact down that it's us that are the winners. We're seeing an amazing series here at the moment. Jerku's good, simple enough save on the line there, sends in the corner, good possession play, trying to just make sure that Haven don't pounce on this one, but almost immediately they're just put under pressure. The ball bouncing around awkwardly. They've got to make sure that they keep themselves in this game as a 2-goal deficit. Might be a bit too much to come back from, but at 1 goal with 1 minute left on the clock, they've got themselves every opportunity to do so.
Definitely. I mean, the important thing, as you've said, they don't want to panic yet. If they start panicking now, like it looks like may have just happened there, mistakes like that sneak through, and the already dwindling clock basically becomes a countdown to doomsday more than a warning about everything. Because, I mean, like you said, 1 goal seems hard enough against this Haven side. 2 goals, especially with only a minute left on the clock. They did it in game 2 when there was goal after goal after goal being scored. I don't know if they'll be able to do it here, though.
We will see. The point is they've just got to find 1 quick goal here just to try and settle themselves down a little bit and not leave it too late. Demise shot on target, but that's going to be easy enough for Pesky and Rene to clear, but they've double committed, leaving Hensi a chance, but fortunately Rene just lands in the right place. It's kind of summed up his game. He's right place, right time again. And it's, I'm sure Haven won't be complaining about that, as Enzi trying to keep it alive. 30 seconds left to do so, and no clear signs yet that Montezuma are going to come back into this.
Definitely, and I mean, I don't want to say it's over now. I might be happy to call it here, because 3 goals in 23 seconds, like we keep saying, 2 goals was hard enough with a minute. 3 goals with 23 seconds. That is borderline impossible against this Haven team, it feels. I'm just saying, I don't want to call it's over, but I mean, it feels like Montezuma, they're heading down into the lower bracket.
Yep, and you know who's responsible for that? It's that man, Rene. I mean, that's such the assist on that last goal, and the save on the line. He has been an absolute beast. I'll be surprised if anybody else gets the series MVP, but my word, he is a player that Transcend or Hades are going to have to look out for in that upper final, because what a performance from Rene throughout those 3 games there. I've got to say, just give him, credit where credit's due. I mean, as well, Haven, good, solid team performance. Yes, they had their moments of madness like we all do when we play Rocket League, but I've got to be surprised. I've got to say, Mal, this did not feel like an easy victory for Haven. Montezuma did push them at certain points, despite, Haven looking like the slightly stronger side, I would say.
Definitely. I mean, like you said, I don't think we really need that MVP graphic that we always show. I think everyone knows Rene was putting in work as much as both Rene's teammates of Jackson, Pesky, both of them incredible players, both doing an insane job. It felt like at just being there wherever they needed to be in the play. It felt like Rene was just that star player with the star power to just defend. I mean, we saw the 6 saves in one game. Another game, it was like felt like 5 goals to Rene. It was just that balance of switching between offense and defense and doing both so incredibly well that I think just really earned Haven and especially Rene that win in that game.
Yeah, and big news coming in is the fact that Hades have gone 3-1 to Transcend. So they march on to face the winners here, Haven, in the upper final. I mean, that is essentially both number 1 seeds. I think, who said it in the chat? Somebody said it in the chat, going down into the lower bracket. I mean, slightly shock result on paper, both number 1 seeds from both tiers going down. But it is the thing is, I would say that this is a very close sort of Masters, playoffs. It could go either way on either day, and I think I said that at the start as well. It's about who turns up on the day. It's kind of irrelevant to a certain degree about sort of league performance, and it's all about how you perform right here today. And on this occasion, Haven have given themselves a fighting chance to go into the grand final, and they'll be absolutely loving that. And it's not over though. It's not over for Montezuma. Like I said, they go down to the low bracket. So, question to you, Mal, then. Do you think Montezuma can dust themselves off and come back from that defeat?
I definitely think it's possible. I mean, we saw how close of a series it was. I think aside from losing that life, the other thing that winning this series here, or that we've just watched, does for a team, and obviously the other side of the bracket that was on the B stream just now, both of the teams that won that get an hour break, which you can either see as a blessing or a curse. It might help you cool down, but it also means, unlike Montezuma, who from here on out has to play one game every hour up until that, I mean, it'd be 11 CET, because they have to get a bracket reset. In a worst case scenario, if they were to go and get that win, they would have to play one, two, three, four, basically 5 series, with 2 of them being best of 7. It's definitely a mountain to climb, and I think even if they can come back here, by the time they make it towards that grand final, they are going to be exhausted here.
They are indeed, and you know what? I mean, what I'm taking from that, Mal, is there's still lots left to watch here on the stream. And coming up next for you, we are sticking with Transcend versus Infinity. So we will get to see whether Transcend can bounce back from their defeat to Hades and march on. And we got Montezuma versus Vulcan over on the B stream. And I believe you're staying right here, Mal, if
Yes.
I'm correct. You are indeed. Fantastic. So I'm going to leave you for tonight. And any final words of wisdom, or any thoughts we should know before going into the slight break?
I mean, aside from it being an incredible time having you here, definitely stay tuned for all of the matches to come up tonight and tomorrow night, because we do have Premier, I believe, being played tomorrow night. So, I mean, the gameplay is only going to improve from here, is the important thing to note. And the final thing, not so much related to any of these matches, you still owe me a chocolate bar from last time we casted together, Morris.
And on that note, I think we're going to have to go to the break. So yeah, stick with us here on the stream. 15 minutes, we'll be right back for Transcend vs Infinity, and I'll go and see whether I can find a chocolate bar from somewhere. But yeah, we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Bye. Welcome back, everyone. And I mean, we're going slowly further through today. We ran out of budget with Hosky, so instead we've got Biggles, who we couldn't pay enough to actually turn on his camera. So instead, he's just a floating head. How are you today, Biggles?
I'm fantastic, thank you. I am a floating head, yes, exactly. So you couldn't afford. Well, I'm a little bit cheaper, aren't I, than the other fantastic caster that you had earlier. Welcome everybody. Now this is going to be interesting, actually, how this one is going to pan out, because we are now going into the lower quarter-finals between Infinity and Transcend, or Transcend.
I mean, it's definitely a close matchup that we're going to have here. We've seen both first seeds be knocked out, or down to the lower brackets in those upper semi-finals. Transcend being one of them, Montezuma's the other. Montezuma versus Vulcan on the B stream at the moment. We've got them arguably more interesting match, in my opinion, as we've already seen Montezuma, of Infinity versus Transcend. Now, Infinity hasn't played on stream today. They only had their lower round 1 match that just ended in a game 5 in their favor. Transcend, as we already know, knocked down from the lower bracket. Match number M9 was an hour ago. They lost that 3-1 against Hades, so 2 upsets leading into this, which makes this definitely one of the more interesting master playoffs that we've had. But I mean, what are your opinions on these matches here, Biggles?
Well, I'm going to go with the audience on that one. So it seems to me you're putting the channel points in currently at the moment, which you could do, of course, but those channel points, they're free. A lot of people are going towards Transcend.
Sorry, I got distracted then because someone joined the lobby when they shouldn't have, joined the game when they shouldn't have. But at least, like you're saying, Transcend. I mean, I don't want to turn on Infinity because Stingray would never forgive me. But I think you know what? No, I'm gonna go with it. Transcend are gonna win this in a game 5. They're gonna go 3-2. They're gonna win this series. I believe in Infinity.
You're going to Infinity to take it on a 3 and 2 to Transcend. I'll go the flip on that one, so 3 to Transcend 2 and 2 to Infinity.
Definitely.
Yes,
but I mean,
it is myself out there, everybody. Hello. Been a little while since I've casted in Rocket League.
Hold on, we just gotta wait. What's the wait about, Kendo? No, I was 3-2 Infinity. Biggles was 3-2 Transcend. So we're just sorting some things out in the background, don't worry. Because we went too fast to predictions. That's my fault. I kind of took us in there a bit early, but at least we've got the predictions out of the way. And once again, I feel like I've not done my job of going purposefully for the opposite of the other caster, because I went first once again. It's the effect Morrisky is having. But I mean, like we keep saying, these two teams, they're both very good teams because they've both made it this far into the lower quarterfinals. I do know for sure as well, this is a best of 5, not a best of 7, like I kept calling the upper semi-finals. So it is still that first to 3 wins, which means every game is incredibly important for all these players here.
Oh, absolutely. If you're getting this far into the playoffs, you want to continue this far. But otherwise, it's elimination time. So 5, and we're going to be ready to go down there. So Transcend's the pick from most people, including myself. Can in Infinity throw this one around and win this? We'll find out.
And yeah, I mean, I'm getting very confused by people just joining the lobby when I'm asking if they're ready. But it looks like everyone is ready. They're figuring out who's joining where. I think my game's completely frozen up, so you're going to take the start. Good luck.
Oh dear. Yeah. So just have to. Yeah, we're going to have to restart that one at the moment because...
Oh, wait, hold on. Is it the edge? Mike? His game's gone, mine's back.
Yep.
Oh.
Alright, I shall tell him to stop somehow.
They aren't listening to me, they're just playing.
Oh, are we live? Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on here, but they aren't listening, telling them to stop. So I've tried to tell them to stop. They aren't listening. So you know, we're just going with it. We don't have a screen. Yeah, I know. This is the problem. They aren't listening. But okay, well, you know what? They ignored my stop, so they might as well just keep going. No one knows what's going on, but you know, it's too late to stop anything now. They haven't left. It's a minute in. There's a bit of confusion going on, and they're ignoring us because they're that focused. But at least as we go in here, we see the side of Infinity getting a very, very strong start, but still no goals a minute in.
No, not yet. That's good, thankfully, that they did do that without us missing some of that at the very start. But you can see a little bit of pressure putting in there on the jury. Let's line it up for a teammate. All three players are back in defense, which is very dangerous. Hits the top crossbar. They escape that one. Don't all bunch up and have a town meeting, gentlemen, because that is exactly what happens as Mimical scores first.
Sorry, now they're confused because like I'm having to deal with these people in chat. Hold on, sorry, you just keep talking while I sort this out.
Yes, sir. They're kicking off again. Cal is going to line it up to his teammate. Oh, they're putting the pressure on, and they've come back immediately, and it equalizes. Charm has charmed the rest of the team by scoring very quickly off the bat, off the kickoff goal there. Passes one defender, ticks it off with a fantastic assist. So we're going to get all this sorted out. Just don't you worry about that.
It's fine. We're just going to keep going. They were confused. Luckily, they were all ignoring it, so it's fine, I think. None of them had actually noticed that I said stop because they were that focused. It just goes to show how focused these players are. But at least we've got that sorted out. There's a bit of confusion. It's 1-1. I don't know. Might have been due to the stop call, but I called stop. They didn't stop, so there's not much more we can do. But a good shot there gets them at least back into the lead here.
Yeah, Jury does. We're going to look at that one. That's Mimical bouncing it straight off the wall there. Bulls the two defenders out there. Cross angle shot. Very hard to defend against. Brilliant play. Yes, it was great. Well, it was at least at the very start, even when you were screaming stop it, none of it scored anyway, so I think it's fair to go play on. I hope you got your pitches back as well. That's a downtown shot. Sorry.
At least if they aren't watching, they get to listen to us two talking if they can't see anything. But definitely both of these teams incredibly good, and I think as much as we've had that confusion at the start of the game, I don't think, like you said, I don't think it's affected either team too much, as both teams have been doing a great job defending and attacking with, I think, multiple shots in favour of both teams so far.
Yeah, well, I think we knew it was going to be a close series between these two teams, and it certainly is, as you got 2-1. Jury is a good player here. They've come out and charged Jury before the offensive attack, and I think that's a very good play. Now it's just going to be in the mid. They can't get the clear out. That's a shot from Mimical all the way down to his own team, actually. Charm, once again, anybody to back it up, might not near, cross the net at the front. Going back to play the other end. Here comes Arin. Gets past one defender, gets past two defender. Gets picked up there. Go back to Mimical. That gate's all open. Bing, bing. What happens? Well, if your door's left open, you get over.
Definitely, and I mean, we saw it from the last series. I'm assuming you probably weren't watching the stream at the time, but it felt like Montezuma in the last series was doing a similar thing of having their players slightly too far forward, and I think that same mistake coming out to haunt this team now. Although the transcend half, they're trying to get their shots on, they just can't manage to find that hole in the wall that is the net right now.
Yeah, they're gonna. Oof. They're going to work. It's very interesting. This game one's very, very important to see how the teams are going to balance up into each other, how they're going to kind of calculate their strategy together, because at the moment they're on the back foot. The offense is just a little bit stronger, and just like that, another good offensive opportunity. And now, if anything, you've got a rebound. Transcend's got to come back down the other end, but look at that. Two players. Mimical gets over, get another tap, straight back. Teammate comes in to line it up for another shot. Amber's got to get a clear out, run it all the way down the other end, but Mimical was back luckily in time. The only defender there. It's going to become very close at the moment. These are going to be runaway goals, I would say, more than organised.
Definitely, but the important thing for both of these teams, I think, is to not let the game one result go to their head, because we saw it in other series before. We saw it in the last series maybe, where a team, even with shots like that coming out from Mimical, got the lead, but it felt like they maybe let off the gas a tiny bit. They didn't quite take the aggression seriously when they had a 1 or 2 goal lead, and because of that, it's kind of it's kind of a worry, I feel, for a lot of these teams. When they get too far ahead, they're just going to kind of become complacent and let these shots that really shouldn't be just like missing go wide of the net or just let their defense down.
It happens in a lot of sports. You see that if you come out too strong out of the gates, you start to feel a little bit more invincible, and at that point, it's easy for another team to like turn around and all of a sudden go, oops, they're back into it. All of a sudden, whoops, they're winning. It gets a little bit scary. So just got to learn how to pace yourselves. And you remember too in the first game that as they're starting to get a little feel for how all the players work, and that's a bounce over everybody as Jury's on fire as well as this team is Infinity. Going to take this first game in style.
I mean, I said at the end of the last game, we were only going to get better gameplay from here on out, even down in the lower bracket where maybe you'd expect some of the worst teams to be, just purely because of how a double elimination works. It still feels like the level of play is as good, if not better, than that previous match we saw on stream, as game number 1 going squarely in favour of Infinity, which is a great start for them.
And for your predictions as well out there, my friend, but it is only one, and as well for everybody who did bet on them, the channel points. A good team play from everybody, you have to say, across that, because it's all about the assists. The shots, of course, were shared between Mimical there and Jury F. Saves as well. But you see, that's the thing, Aaron, and in the team, if it is Aaron, not might be the one that gets the goals in there, all the saves, but the assists are the key, the playmaker in the team, and you win and lose as a team together.
Definitely. I mean, some of the best teams that we've seen, I think, especially from the elite playoffs, they were teams where you would see one player maybe getting 3 or 4 goals, but at the same time, you see one or both of the other players adding up to 3 or 4 assists themselves, if not more, depending on how many other goals were scored by that team. But it is just that idea of maybe having that one star player who just makes the plays like we've seen from Mimical, and then the other 2 players either support or just follow-ups for when those shots don't quite make it in. And I mean, that play style always works, it seems like, just because of how well these players can perform it.
This bagel sounds handsome. Oh, thank you very much. I usually talk like this, but I don't think I'll go too posh on here at the moment. We're going to get our way into it. By the way, I was going to say that teddy bear, not looking that excited in the background that you have there, but we'll see if you get hyped up. It should be you were picking Infinity to win. Well, game 2, the important one right now, because this is where Transcend have to start to gel together there and work back. I think this is going to be a very close game.
Definitely. I mean, we've already said that the skill difference between a lot of these players it's marginal at best. Like, a lot of the time, as Morrisky said earlier for game number 1, it just comes down to how the players are feeling on the day. We know that the Transcend side maybe isn't feeling their best after being knocked down from the upper bracket. The Green Phoenix side of Infinity, on the other hand, they've performed incredible winning a game 5 to get here. So they know that they can win series. They know they are playing well today. And because of that, I definitely expect them to be the ones that are kind of pushing the Transcend half to do stuff here.
They're in trouble here. They're in big trouble. There it is right now. I was going to say, they've got to get these clears out of their area. Otherwise, they're playing defense. And Mimical picks up in his team where they left off by taking an early goal there. And, yes, no desperation just yet from Transcend. They know what to do. It's only 1 goal in game 2 so far.
Definitely, but what that does mean is that no matter what from here on out, any issues on either team side, like we were talking about for that last game where we tried to stop it, after a minute or 1 goal scored from either team, it can no longer be restarted, meaning any issues that come after here just have to be played, unless of course the entire lobby crashes. The only kind of excuse that can get you a match restart, because it has to be restarted at that point. But both of these teams, I don't think either team really wants any kind of issues here anyway.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. It's all going good at the moment. The more you talk about it, it's gotta keep the offense there. So at the moment, Transcend's now applying that they exactly needed. There's Jury running down the other end. Can't get the bump on the angle of it. It's being cleared away. Callis to get to this ball, so it's midfield. It's been broken up on the other play down there. Once again, they're applying this offense there. Look at this. Continuous. That's a fantastic angle to switch that one back. Jury out there, as somebody was saying, is your dad. So good on him. Should be proud.
It's a hell of a way for him to find out if he didn't think he had any children, because I mean, it's definitely a revelation. But what I will say is the pressure coming out from the side of Infinity right now, it's immense. They haven't been putting it on target, but for pressure, it doesn't necessarily have to be on target. It just has to be dangerous, and every touch so far has been pulling 1 or 2 players out, and we see it's just working wonders as Mimical slams one in there.
Actually, he doesn't know yet. But yeah, it's that playmaking's perfect. They're consistently applying the pressure on that. It's very difficult to be back in your goal area to defend like that. You're too far in, just a little slight angle, just like regular football, as you know. Slight angle that close, and it's very, very difficult. They've got to, I think, get out here, and this is where they've got to attack at the moment for Trescent. Otherwise, if it's slipped past, they're on back into their goal area. And that's difficult for any of these best teams in the world to try to react to.
Definitely, but at least for the side of Infinity now, they have a 2-goal lead, meaning they have room to make a few mistakes that definitely the Transcend side do not have. And I mean, the touch is middle like that. It wasn't on target, but it was still dangerous. And just, they are constantly putting the ball not necessarily on target, but at least towards the target of that goal. And because of that, every play that starts being made, every touch that they are taking causes a player to have to jump from the Transcend side, weakening the defense just that tiny bit more.
Yeah, there is. It's inevitably going to be another goal there, I was going to say, because every single time Transcend are doing their saves, they see that they're immediately just clearing it only enough into the corners there, and then there's immediately there, it already is an Infinity player ready to pick up on the ball there and reapply that pressure back again. Transcend has to clear these, has to clear them, the offense, otherwise they're in trouble.
Yeah, and it's that kind of lose-lose situation, because if they don't clear them hard, like you said, there's that player there waiting and just going to take the ball and keep the pressure up. If they do clear it hard, they might be losing possession to the same players they didn't want to pass it to in the corner, and because of that, they have to make the right choice at the right time. But what I will say is the dismantlement of the defense that is being attempted by both sides, albeit more successfully for Infinity, is incredible to see, as like we keep saying, the dangerous balls, they don't need to be on target, they just need to waste positioning and boost from the other side, and it is working wonders as pressure keeps building on this Infinity half.
It's like flipped, isn't it? It's like an opposite direction, but just a day late, $1 short from both teams there. Sorry, from Transcend. Infinity doing an amazing job there defending, because remember that some of the best offense is defense, so you've got to be able to make sure you're not going to concede too many goals. There's Amber chasing it down, which is perfect, is what they need to do. They need to get that clear down there, push it down the opposite end, and it takes that little bit of stress off having to defend all the time. Once again, see, they're winning these 50s in the middle there now. So what they're doing is get more ball possession, and generally rule of thumb is more ball possession equals more goals. Bingo, just like that. Charm proves the point.
I mean, I was about to say, you couldn't have timed that more perfectly had you have tried, and I mean, it was an unlucky touch from Jury that just passed it where a defender was not ready. And I think the important thing to note, whether or not this game goes in favour of Infinity, both of these teams right now are fighting for their tournament lives. They lose this series, I mean, in the case of Transcend, they lose this and the next game, it goes to them being knocked out of Master Playoffs, which they don't want. I'm assuming their GM of Potter probably doesn't want. And I mean, what more can a team hope for right now than a goal right there with 35 seconds left? I was going to say the game win, but the goal itself is almost solidifying the game win for them.
Yeah, that's difficult in that position as well too for Cal. Mimical's just got to put that angle at 100 miles an hour in the back of the net. Cal had to clear that across the net, which is the most dangerous part, of course, to get the clear done. But you've got to take I always say to teams, you've got to take every single game one at a time. It doesn't matter if you are down or not. You've got to play. I always say play it like it's a game 5, or play it like it's a game 7, or play it like it's a game 3 in the series. Play it like it's the last one, and that's it. To win or go home. So
I was about to say, I would argue, I would personally argue you could go even further than that and say play every goal like it's an overtime goal, and if you let it in, you're gonna lose. Because I feel like as much, I mean, if you're only like a game behind, I can definitely play it just as it's a game 5. But if you're in this position, we're gonna see Transcended where they lose the game, they lose the series, and get knocked out. I think every goal is gonna count for them here.
Yeah, Transcend have to just switch it up a little bit. The signs of that you saw at the end were quite good. When they start connecting together, they start charging it down the other end and putting Infinity on the back foot. They've got something here. But at the moment, at the start of that game, Infinity were putting them completely back into their net area. They couldn't get the clears out. and the statistics show why Infinity are dominating currently at the moment this series.
Definitely. And one thing that I am most surprised about, there hasn't been a timeout call from Transcend. They have that 2-minute timeout that they could use. They're opting not to use it currently. I don't know if it's just being discussed while we wait for this minute to go by. But, I mean, you've lost 2 games and it didn't feel like they were great games from your side. Maybe they just want to keep going and just warm up more and more, because that 2-minute can cool down the opponents, but it can also cool you down, which for a team like Transcend, which hasn't fully been warmed up yet, it does mean that maybe the cooldown will be too much. But as we head into game number 3, it is a very, very vital game number 3 here.
I don't think that you need a timeout at this point. I think the team are quite aware of what they do. Only if it's a little bit of a break or something like that, you'd have. It happens in sports. Sometimes a coach will just call timeouts. I mean, just because they're like, hey, I got nothing to say to you guys. You know exactly what to do. You train for this. You've been getting your way all the way through the season. You're in the playoffs and all that sort of jazz. You've just got to play, as you said. Just play what you've done. Both teams got this far. They know exactly what to do here. Sometimes some teams are a little bit more tricky to play against other teams, and you've got to figure out how to bypass that.
Definitely, but it has seemed like at least one car switch has happened here, as we see a Batmobile, which isn't common, it feels like, in these high-level lobbies. I always see the media team complaining that it's just Phoenix, and I keep saying we need to see someone in like a Scarab or something just show up and absolutely dominate a tier, especially a higher tier. But right now, heading into this game, it is just incredible that, I mean, it's only been car changes, it feels like, that's been happening on the side of Transcend, not gameplay changes.
Well, I mean, even that, it gives you a little bit of a motivation boost. Like, if it was me, I'd get a Hosky out there and bury your opponents. That would be...
You could get Ecto 1, the new Ghostbusters one, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly, there you go. So that they're not afraid of you. We'll see. Better play between both teams. A bit more of a ping pong. They're on the back foot here. Can they get it? It's going to be a little bit of yo-yoing at the net. Goes back to Mimical. Got to clear Mimical. Got to send this one Ember down there. Where's your teammate? That's it. There they are. Got broken up a little bit. Can Cal get it off the ceiling? Drop it down like a rainfall? Yes, he can. Back into the corner. But much better playing here from Transcend. I think they're well aware that they've got to get this one.
Definitely. I mean, we keep saying that this is their tournament live. They need to perform here. They need to get goals when it matters most. Right now, neither team been able to break the deadlock, but as I say that, a very, very dangerous ball bouncing in front of the net. It feels like the defense isn't quite sure what to do with it, and because of that, they're definitely struggling to clear it out here.
It's very difficult when the ball's dropping down like that, isn't it? Because it's slow play and you've got to time it perfectly, which they did. Thankfully, I lived to see another day. They don't want to go. They want to get a goal here. They've got to get a nice goal first to Transcend. That'll give them a huge confidence boost going into this one. Keep their dreams alive. There's lots of money up in this tournament, of course. £400, sorry. And so every little bit counts if you can get your way through. But yeah, sliding down the other end. Back to Jury, wondering at the moment if Infinity start to connect again like they did in the first 2 games.
I love these more demo style plays that have started appearing. We see it happen quite often when there is a deadlock within the field. The players start aiming for each other, because if you take out a player, it's the easiest way to break a deadlock. Still, halfway through this game, not a single goal to be seen for either side, which isn't very common from what I've seen from Infinity here. They've been doing such a good job at scoring as Ember sends one wide, but still, how has this not ended up in the net here? It's shot after shot onto the post, which you don't want from Transcend.
That was dangerous from Transcend. They charged in there to try to demo the goalie from Infinity, and that just lost one of those players there to perhaps do a charge. So big gamble, didn't pay off, but at least the ball's pointing in the right direction for them, and that's an open area net. And yes, well, you got to expect to see a little bit of this now, I would say, because Transcend need to start pushing up the end there, and that means you're going to leave your goal a little bit open and exposed like that, which is what's starting to happen. Now they've just got to go for it. You're less than a minute, 2 minutes and change here. You've got to get a goal, and forget about even doing that much defense. Just to play 100% offense, almost. Maybe,
yeah, I mean,
not just yet.
we've seen. I will say they need a major change in strategy because it feels like they've been using the same strategy for all of the games. It's almost doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, which is the definition of an insanity. And it feels like it's just insanity on the defense. They are trying their hardest to get it cleared, but Infinity, just their pressure is immense and so precise. It feels like that they are just kind of, their shots aren't on target, but it's throwing it just out of reach of the defenders, so they jump for it and can't do anything. And because of that, they've been getting so many of these dangerous plays going, but finally we see a bit more pressure coming out here on the side.
Yeah, you're right, isn't it? And it's like Infinity, there it is, Charm. That's going to give a little bit of boost. They need it with 1 minute. That's only one goal at a time is all you need. That was the equalizer. Now do that again. Good passing play between them. You can see the defense was also very much there from Infinity, so Infinity aren't making it easy for them. You called that one about Infinity, just kind of like somehow reading the prediction of the ball so much better than Transcender.
I mean, it just feels like when you can predict it so well, that is an issue that we see from a lot of teams. I don't want to say they're playing too slow, because they're playing too slow is just far too general of a term, and it definitely isn't accurate because you can get very, very slow plays, but if they control the speed in their favor, a slow team can quite easily dominate a fast team. But it feels like they just aren't getting the challenges that they want on the ball, would be the more accurate term, because of how well Infinity's doing at just playing the ball out of their reach and playing it just far enough and fast enough that the defense can't react. Luckily able to react there to block the shot that could have quite easily been the series winner, but still the offense is on. Another save coming out from Ember, and the defense feels like it's spread quite thin. Not enough for an opening to appear though.
I wouldn't, yeah, if he can get a last minute goal here. No, it'll go to an OT. Well, he said about playing every game like you play it's an OT game. They're going to have to play this series like it's you got to win for Transcend. So all you have to do is just get a goal. That's it. So just get one goal and you're back into this series.
The issue is it's just that easy for the other team as well, it feels like, and they did have a bit of a chance going there. Sadly, no one was able to capitalize, and because of that, the counter-attack has begun, which from Infinity could cause the end of this game, although an uncharacteristic misread from one of the Infinity players has given a bit of a lucky break for the Transcend half, and because of that, they are still alive in this overtime, but the pressure still has not been released. It's an attack, it's slightly high, and that is going to be almost a miracle for the defense of Transcend here.
And Jury was playing it back because they were least allowing a couple of players back there, because they could have actually charged that 1 million miles an hour and had that one in the bag, had the series in the bag. But there it is, there's 2-on-1, there's a bounce off, they get an angle on it. Where's the third to come charging in as a team? They are. Now immediately Transcend has to come back there, but they didn't clear it enough. They've got to come back down the other end while all players are back up on your net and maximize it, because if suppressions are mounted again, good defense. Transcend's defending like this is the last game of their career. Well, it's the last game of this series. If they continue to do that.
I feel like it feels to me like Infinity right now, they've started shooting like it's their first game together. They've had so many opportunities that could have been goals, but a player has misread it or misshot it. It's hit the post, and because of that, they've been about, how many shots have they got? They've had, what, 17 shots compared to 6. It's felt like at least 5 of those shots could have been an easy goal for Infinity, and instead Transcend, they are still just about hanging on. You would hate for a return for them to be like that, as another shot had to be taken awkwardly, otherwise the defense would have had it easily. And I mean, it's been on the line for so long in this Transcend half. You almost feel like Infinity, they feel like maybe they deserve a goal at this point.
Oh, no. Well, you know, they're playing, but all it is really is Transcend has stepped it up big time. Like they are just, this is why they should have, they could have come out of the gate and played this from the very start, and it would have been much of a closer series. But as I said, one game at a time, they just have to get this OT, get back in it, and sweep the series in a reverse sweep. It's possible. But Infinity is slowing the ball down now, which is another key strategy I like to see teams do that. It's also bringing out your defender. It's in a panic situation, perhaps. That's good passing play. Almost into the corner. Charm still got it, which means he gives another attempt here. It's going to be slow in front of the net. Can anybody get an angle on it? No, it's cleared completely down the other end. Once again, Infinity's clears have been brilliant because it's been forcing Transcend into the back burner, and there it is. But we do have a series. Transcend are back.
And I mean, I think they finally figured out what they need to do on the defense of Infinity. At least I noticed it in that, not the shot that went in, the one just before where it was super dangerous, where it felt like both Infinity defenders, they panicked and both went for it because they weren't sure if the other one had it. And because of that miscommunication, it really weakened their attack. And because of that, it kind of weakened just overall the entire Infinity half. But finally, the Transcend, I think we all expected to see heading into both tonight and this series, have actually shown up.
Yeah, and this is the only thing now. Infinity, we're probably sitting there going, damn, it was so close to sealing the deal in this one, getting that sweep. So close. And that's the one that hurts. Oh, see, your teddy bear's now climbed on. The teddy bear is excited at the moment. I don't know what your teddy bear's name is, but
he's called Chocolate.
Chocolate is hyped up, I guess. It seems to me like he was the one that's probably going for Transcend, even though you did pick the Infinity. But it's, go back to that. It's just brilliant. Like, Infinity now, I'd say for Infinity, you don't have to change anything. Continue to play what they are. There's probably a good chance I'll take the next one. But Transcend has transcended themselves into a different team.
Definitely, and I think it is exactly that is the issue. Because Infinity, they've been doing such a good job. Game number 1, game number 2, they dominated. But I keep saying, Master, it feels almost less like a game of Rocket League and more like a game of adaptation from these players, although there has been a 1-sec call. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let me just question what is going on. I'm not sure. Oh, a player is not in the lobby.
All right. Well, we need a player. We need players. Apparently you have a parrot on your shoulder. Chocolate on your shoulder. Tell me you were saying in the chat.
Yeah, I've got a parrot. Okay. It was just a player not in the lobby. It's all good. They're all back in. We have everyone in the lobby. Everyone is happy. It's been a confusing series the entire time. But at least now we can get game number 4 underway on Beckwith Park, the best map in all of Rocket League.
Really? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, physics are all the same, of course. I bet it's visual. It can throw you off, of course. Well, you got green cars here, so it depends if they're going to blend into the background there for Infinity. Camouflage themselves. Look at that, coming out of the gate, playing well again. Infinity are not going to let that one slip. They know it slip through their feet. Well, slip through their tires, let's say. They're going to continue to play what they are. Transcend is more importantly, I want to see how they're going to continue that momentum that they have, because they are playing like they have played all season. And there you go, Charm coming out of the gate there. It did what Charm did early in game 1.
Definitely. I mean, I will say, you mentioned the camouflage. I would imagine most of these teams are playing with forced default colors on, because that is usually what gets said to them if they don't like the team colours, because some teams do complain because they can be annoying to see as a player. So we do tend to say, if you don't like them, stick on default team colours, so it would be orange and blue for them. But still, I feel like it is that Transcend side that we've got the questions for, and they're starting to answer them now with, like you said, that early goal. But it is all down to whether they can maintain it for what would be a reverse sweep in this series.
And it is possible. Once again, you play one game at a time, one win at a time is all you need. You see the clears are much better now, I'd have to say, from Transcend. Instead of just the short clear, they're clearing over the offensive attack there from Infinity, and that is what's buying them the time to recalculate and reposition themselves and re-strategize themselves. And there you go, just a little bit of a breakdown from Infinity missing it. All 3 players are together in the corner, which I never like in Rocket League. You can't huddle up. You've got to spread your players around there. It gives you more open opportunities to passing plays rather than town meetings. It's easier said than done. I'm hopeless at this game. But I'm just calling it for how I see it all the time, that's all.
I was going to say, yeah, it feels like maybe not complacency sneaking in on the side of Infinity, because they have definitely been playing the hardest, but maybe it is just fatigue. I don't know how long. They've probably had, an hour scrim beforehand. That game 5 that they had before they made it to this series. Then what must have been, a 3 and a bit minute overtime from them in that last game. Any team after that is going to feel fatigued, especially if you're the team that lost the overtime. And it is these shots that have been just off target. Luckily, being finalized by Mimical that I think have been costing Infinity a lot of chances here.
I think that was a demo there, wasn't it? I think that just bring one defender down there and left the net open. Yeah, fatigue is a big thing. That's why good teams as well tell you final sit there and play hours again on practice matches until your thumbs are going to fall off kind of thing. You're just so sore. Your controller's sweaty. It's all the rubber's worn out off your controller and all that sort of stuff, or whatever, depending on what you have. Because but there's also good training for your team there to be able to handle that stress. Because obviously it's not that physical stress, but it's hugely mentally exhausting.
I was going to say, I was talking to one of the massive players. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Spood's playing on Visionary, who I believe did get knocked out by this Infinity half, so slightly happy maybe for him, depending on how you feel about what we talked about. But he did mention it would be, I think, something like a 6-hour run for a team coming in the lower bracket as a mistake. There could have been a goal, but I mean, it's 6 hours, and it's not even like they get long breaks. It is 6 series, one starting at the end of each hour, maybe even closer. Less break than that with longer series, even more if it overruns a tiny bit. And because of that, these teams, any team in the lower bracket is going to feel worn out, whether or not like they started in the upper bracket, because it's still a 6-hour run if you get knocked out in that upper round 2 right there. So it almost feels like they're just at their wits' end by the end of tonight.
That's why. Oh, brilliant there from Cal D. Straight into that. Also difficult. We all know those angled shots are one of the hardest. But it was a little bounce, wasn't it? And I couldn't believe that the bounce actually still somehow. We need VAR, isn't it? VAR technology to see if that was in and out on the goal line. But hey, whatever works. Charm gets the kick off and goes to the middle. Going back to that one, as I said, well, good teams. If I was a manager of a team, you know, I'd have them slogging out for 11 hours in practice for a day or two before you come up to your playoffs and tournaments and stuff, so that they're well aware and they're not absolutely, you know, worn out by the end of it, because they're like, oh, we can do 11 hours, no problems, even though you'll have to do 6, as you said, give or take, for a tournament.
I was going to say, there is the flip side of the coin, though. You want to give them that practice so they aren't worn out for it, but you don't want to do it too close to the actual thing, because you don't want them worn out heading into the tournament, which can definitely happen with, I mean, some teams can do like 3 hours of scrims a day leading up to it, which, in my opinion, depending on how many days you do it for, if it's like a day or two beforehand, definitely gets you used to those long sessions. But on the other hand, if it's like the entire week leading up to it, I could see that burning out a team way before playoffs. But another mistake from Infinity has almost given away this game number 4, as Transcend has now got a three goals to 1 here. It's not bad from them.
And what that play, the replay, that was 3 of the defenders, 3 of Infinity charged at that ball, which is not a bad idea, of course, but all 3, I don't think that was a good idea. 2 of them should have stayed back, as I told you about the goalie around. There's Mebical coming back immediately. Not too happy about them getting a little bit of a 2-goal advantage from Transcend, and there it is. So best way to respond by unhappy with your defense is to put one on the back of the net and show them how good you are as an offender.
Definitely the fake starting out the play and just completely dismantling the defense. That is the Infinity that we saw in games number 2 and 1. I don't know why I did it in such a weird order there. Could have gone 1, said, went 2 and 1, but it is just that kind of play working together to get the defense out of position. But even then, they needed 2 goals, not 1, and right now they do not have a second goal, or third goal at least in this game. Second goal since the last goal from Transcend, and that is going to cost them game number 4. And we have either a denied reverse sweep coming up or a reverse sweep coming up.
Well, Transcend was my pick. That one around, they shared the goals between the 3 players, they shared the assists, the saves all together. It's all pretty much even. And when Transcend obviously started to gel better as a team like that, they are fantastic. Charm was doing a lot of that work earlier. Well, that's, of course, when we're looking about the goals, per se, in the previous ones. But now that the other team is starting to connect, they're starting to read, like he's saying, foreseeing the future of where this is. But I think the biggest key with that, how they've transcended their offense and stuff, is that they're now clearing it out over the attacking Infinity team. So it's buying them time to spread out, charge down the other end, and then puts Infinity back into their defensive position. which Infinity have been doing fantastically, but we all know you keep those shots up. And what's happened to Chocolate at the moment? He's just camped out the bed. Was he too excited about that game? He's not happy at the moment. Is he Infinity? I thought he was a Transcendent supporter. We'll get ready, of course, for a third game. Now, so we're in the third match, of course, but we gotta. I mean, I'm getting all confused. If we think about
we're
it,
in game
focus
5.
on Chocolate there for a second.
We're in game 5.
Game
Don't
5,
worry.
yes.
We're yeah, no, he's about as worn out as you are with supporting like the teams here. It is just such an energy intensive thing, both watching and playing these series. That I mean, I don't know if anyone's really prepared for a reverse sweep here.
Well, I like it because it's entertaining and it's good to see both teams. You know, as I said, maybe fatigue's going to start kicking in and stuff like that as well. But you want to see it because these teams have done so well throughout this season. You don't want to lose in a complete sweep. That's as simple as that. So it's either way, whichever of these two teams win, at least they know they're going to both have put up their best fighting abilities to get where they are. Bingo. Charm proving once again, Charm can score early for the team, which is crucial, I think, for Transcend, because that now puts Infinity a little bit on the back boot, say, on the back tire. But it's just so balanced now. It's just good to see Transcend playing like Transcend probably want to have been playing and are playing right now. And don't count out Infinity. They can easily score at will when they're working together. We have lost a player, unfortunately, who's left the match, so hopefully they'll be able to come back in. Yes, they will. It's good if teams actually slow the ball down there and not actually try to score a goal if somebody jumps out for a second. It's just a nice thing to do.
Definitely, but what I will say is, you said it would feel bad to get swept. I would almost argue it feels worse to be reverse swept because you were that close to glory and then lost it all. And right now, being 1 goal down, it's not a confirmation, but it is definitely 5 minutes to midnight almost on the doomsday clock for the side of Infinity. Or if you really want to say, it's about 3 minutes and 45 seconds towards midnight for Infinity here, as a shot almost put on target.
Well, you know, I don't know. You might feel that it was that close and you almost had it in a reverse sweep, but still, you can't say, as I would say to the team, if I was the, whoa, that was a good shot from downtown. When somebody else is going to back it up at the moment, there's Caldi trying to pick up in the midfield. Everybody's scrambling for it in the midfield because it's crucial right now, because nobody's really back. Charm's going to hit it high and clear it off there, put defense, and Memical's going to have to jump up with 0 boost, really sitting there at the moment. Caldi, now they're having that little ping pong match. Now maybe not desperation will creep in just too much between both the teams. You only got a 1 goal advantage there from Transcendent. What they really need is a second.
Oh.
This is it. Waiting patiently for it is dangerous, because look at this happen at the moment. Ember's cleared it. And that could have been a missed opportunity. Infinity might come back at home later, hopefully not. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Get your popcorn ready, because this ain't over yet.
All I'm going to say is you prefaced all that casting with what I'll tell the team, and I will say it's very interesting to tell the team. I'm not sure how it would help them feel better about a loss, especially not a loss after what frankly was quite a unlucky or maybe bad misplay, depending on how you want to look at it, because they definitely could have got a goal there and really should have, in my opinion, although finally they have got that equaliser. Could have been 2-1 maybe if you look at it from the bad side. If you look at it from the good side, this opportunity may never have presented itself if they scored that first one.
And Ian, I think it's Ian? Aaron? Ian?
I don't know.
Either way, just came out there clear that's what happened, a little bit of a breakdown of defense too. That's one that's actually going to hurt Transcend more than anything, because they're like, what just happened? That was just an easy goal that they gave away. Well, because of the fact that the play was breaking up before they couldn't get it down the other end. Got to take that out of your mind once again. Play like you're in timeout. Play like I'm in overtime. Every game's in overtime at this point between these two players. They are drivers, but they're playing pretend rocket cars, which is fun. You'll love it.
Are they pretend? You never know. There might actually be Rocket League somewhere in the universe. There might be people who play actual Rocket League. But what I will say is, you mentioned timeouts instead of overtime, and I am actually surprised neither team has called a timeout at any point in this series.
Because I mean, as I said, I think Transcend were well aware of how they weren't playing to their level at the start. So I think just talking about it might just, bring up a little bit more, we know. Just adding salt into the wounds, you just forget about it and you just play on. Really, the other day, I find, like in sports and stuff like that, you're well aware if you make a mistake and you let your team down, something like that. Like, all right, just get me back out there, I'm going to endeavor to do better next time. And you do. Anyway, this is going to be close again, crossing the front.
Oh, no!
Yeah, and Mimical has got the job done there and proving Infinity are back, because now all they're going to do is put 1 minute on the clock for Transpen to respond in this very tight series.
I'm just going to say, if I could take a timeout mid-game, that would be the situation you would do it. That is a colossal mistake coming out from the side of Transcend. They are going to be kicking themselves if that goal is what decides, or at least starts, their downfall in this series, as game number 5 means there is no more for major mistakes. They have to make sure they make up for that goal. If they do not, it will be them who is being knocked out, rather than Infinity, which at the start of this game, it looked like it was heading closer towards them.
Ember's going to make sure he clears that one off there, and he's going to clear this defender of Aaron now. Charm's going to have to play this one, but beat one defender, but he's broken up at the moment. Now, you're getting on 30 seconds. Now you're going to have to start to creep in a little bit of desperation from Transcend. They've got to get it down the other end. They've got to apply the offense. They can't afford to be wasting it in this end. There's the demo. Emma's going to bang it off the wall there, but he goes straight back and defender. Time is not on their side right now. You've got to go for everything. Forget it. You have no goalie. Keep that ball off there. Last minute ditch effort. Put one in the back of the net and do it. No, it won't. And Infinity, well, they started out strong. They fell a little bit towards the end, but they ended up picking up the important game 5.
Definitely, but what I will say is I felt like Infinity, they played those last like 20 seconds, 30 seconds perfectly. They weren't after that goal completely. Like, you could tell they still wanted, obviously, if they could, to get a goal, but it felt more like they were just sending awkward, lofty balls that the attack or the defense on Transcend just couldn't clear very well. And I think because of that, it just kind of wastes those extra seconds that are also important for both teams. One team doesn't want it to go, the other, in the case of Infinity, does want it to go, and they did it so perfectly, and it's just gone so well in their favor at the end of there.
And ball possession, 50%. Look at the stats at the moment there, 50% for the series, right between them. But look at the key. The key was the field domination. The field domination was 60-something%, I think, on that one in favor of Infinity. Series MVP would be a Mimical there with the demos, the goals, the shots. I always say at the end of the day, all players are really your most valued player when it comes to a team, because, Mimical could not get it all done by themselves. But once again, that was a fantastic match. You wouldn't have picked it, if you just joined us after the first couple of matches, you're like, wow, Infinity's all over this, aren't they? They're all over it. And then, of course, Transcend, as I said, played one game at a time, had to win that important OT to get themselves back into it, and then won a couple of games, and then, of course, had to bring it down to this final game 5. So what's coming up next, my dear friend? And as I said, your teddy bear's chocolates all passed out from that excitement. I hope everybody has enjoyed themselves out there in the chat, watching your favorite teams, and obviously the managers of the teams and so forth. We're also hyped about that.
Definitely, but I believe up next on the stream is the upper finals, which will be the previous winners Haven that we watched on stream versus Hades. It is the battle of the team starting with HA. I mean, it is a matchup that I'm definitely looking forward to watch. I mean, I need to go and get some food soon because I have not eaten my dinner yet, because, I mean, who would choose dinner over some incredible gameplay like what we had here? But I mean, it's been such close gameplay, and I will say, just to slightly rub it in here a bit here, Biggles, I did kind of say that it was going to be Infinity who won it in game 5. So
you got it. Yeah, you got a prediction. Good job.
It was a close match, and it was well played by both sides. It felt like when one team got the advantage, the other adapted, and then just vice versa. They just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it is exactly that we kind of expect from this high-level play here.
Yeah, and I was glad for, I mean, I predicted Transcend, but I was very surprised that Infinity came out there and played magically at their And it would be very sad if they were to lose that, of course, to Transcend in the reverse sweep. But then more importantly, I just love the fact that Transcend did turn around and do something. Because I don't want to see a team sweep. You don't want to see a team sweep that put so much effort to get this far into the lower quarterfinals. You know, I mean, that's a difficult task to get there with all the teams you have to play. So hats off. Tipping my hat, of course, to both the teams and the players, and of course Infinity, the ones that came out on top. And
so
waving.
I don't have a hat to tip,
And
but
waving.
you know, I can't. You can't see you tipping your hat. I don't have a hat to tip, but what we can say is that there is more great gameplay coming up soon, and to give Kendo a bit of a rest and give the chat a bit of a rest. I think it's about 10-15 minutes till the next match, but at least from me, that is it tonight from me. But more matches definitely to come. I think we go all the way to the grand finals tonight, so enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC Master Playoffs Upper Finals. I am Maisie, and joined with me is the one, the only, Biggles. How are you today?
I'm excited, Maisie, because I'm coming off a fantastic match before, and this is going to be very interesting because we're talking about two teams here. Well, for one, Hades were the ones that beat Transcend 3-1 in the upper semi-final. I didn't see the other game, I didn't see that game, but I don't know about the other two teams here of Montezuma and Haven, of course, and Haven beat them. So we're going to have Hades and Haven, and I think I was telling you before, and hello everybody in the chat, that I guarantee you that the team that will win this will be a team that starts with H and A.
I mean, that's certainly correct. And I mean, we've got a very interesting look at the playoffs bracket. Obviously, Hades taking down Montezuma, who are arguably probably one of the favourites to win this. They've got a very strong team. And as you said, Hades taking down Transcend. And now, I mean, I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Looking at the lower bracket, Montezuma and Infinity are playing each other right now in the lower semis. But stay here, because we've got the upper finals and it's going to be good. But Biggles, let me know. Who do you think is going to take this series and why?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, I can answer the why, because they are going to be a little bit better of a team at the end of the day, or the better team. So there's an answer to that question. I think I went with Hades because both the teams, of course, will essentially beat their opponents by 2. So 3-1, 3-1 both. But I'm just going with Hades because I like Hades. I like the logo. Just sounds good. Rolls off the tongue better. Who knows? And yourself?
Well, for me, I'm going for a 3-1 on Haven. Now, I watched that game against Montezuma, and I know that Rene is probably one of the best players in the Master tier, coming in at 1995 CMV, the #1 player on that team currently. And I mean, they definitely have what it takes. But I'm not counting Hades out either, because Wix and Bossy Lassa, I know they're trouble, and I know this series is going to be one intense series, and we're just waiting on players to get in. So yeah, I'm going to really quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly take a second, and I'm going to go over some statistics, I think, while I pull them up real quick.
I was wondering if Taylor Swift was going to call you because you're saying they were trouble.
No, I'm not that popular just yet. But having a look at Hades and Haven, looking at the player cards, we know they're in their last meeting. They had a 2-2 draw, and it's the same conference battle, second versus third. They tied on the game record, but it was their head-to-head that saw them go 2-2 and saw Hades take it in the second place of the conference. And I mean, what can you say? if it's gone to head and Hades are on top, maybe I might be wrong in my prediction.
Apologies, sir. My dingo was chewing on my internet cable there for a second. Could you repeat that?
Like I was just saying that looking at the last meeting of Haven and Hades, we saw a 2-2 from them, and that meant Hades went head-to-head higher because they're the same conference and they drew on head-to-head almost.
And so when was the last time they played each other? Because are they same lineup as you're looking at this evening? So is this going to be a rematch again?
I do believe so, actually. I think week 9, they kept their same roster, so this is a rematch, and it's in the most important part, the upper brackets of the playoffs, and I mean, I am very, very excited for it, and we're still having some technical issues on the players.
Well, Macy, I wanted to ask you that question. This is one that goes out to the chat as well, too, because remember, this is an interactive stream. I like to read everything that's going on in the chat when we have a chance to read it, of course, because there's so much action going on. But I was to ask you about that. Would you, if you were a manager of the team, so would you go back and study that tape on that one if it was recorded live or whatever, and rewatch it back and see where you made mistakes or what you could improve on?
Well, both of these teams have had 2 hours now to come up with their plan. Obviously, they'll be scrimming, but I think going over the replays on this would be quite important because, I mean, studying at the master tier, you sort of have to have a look and see what went wrong, when it went wrong, and how it went wrong to maybe see if you can get an edge on the other team. And I mean, I think maybe they might have done it, but not many people take it as seriously as that because we're a community league after all, and we're here for some fun. I know a lot of players here play for fun, so maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, you're playing for money, and you're putting a lot of the hours and effort into it. But yeah, of course, it just depends on whether or not they also have the time. Or once again, if you're lucky to have a team manager or somebody that's supporting you in your team, that's helping you out, perhaps that's the person that gets behind the scenes and does that for you, and says, okay, I was looking at this, looking at that, and let's see what we can do. But we, as community league, of course, and it's always fun at the end of the day. But you've got to have competitive spirit. That's what it's all about. You want to win. Nobody wants to, unfortunately, lose, but in order to become a better player, you have to lose to win more. It's just the way it goes. We should get those players in a minute. So we'll have the Hades and Haven showdown between the Hades and Havens. We'll, of course, get your channel points prediction out there. They are free. Never condemn gambling, but unless you're gambling with something that doesn't cost you a single dime, doesn't cost you anything, of course, just supporting the channel.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I'm just going to take this time. A big thank you to the sponsors. Obviously, you got Team Hosky in the Premier tier, who unfortunately went out. You've got Team Serene, Gamers Apparel, and Badass Studio. We appreciate and we run off of your support. So, thank you very much. And I know it's probably not said as much on the stream, but yeah, thank you. After the master.
Sponsors go definitely a long way, of course, with anything, because it brings the community Rocket League together, and of course contributes, of course, to the prize pool. Of course, a little bit of extra, cash in your pocket there goes a long way, especially coming up to Christmas time, as you all know. You gotta be going and buying those gifts and all that sort of jazz, and you got all the Christmas shopping, and you got to buy the milk and cookies for Santa Claus. And if you don't believe in Santa Claus, well, what are you doing? So I got a gift from Santa Claus in the virtual roleplay world the other day. So yeah, he's out there.
He must be out there in some level of capacity. But I mean, now players are now joining, and I think we've got almost everyone in. I think we're waiting on one slow player now, and we will finally be able to get underway. As I mean, now you're
in the North Pole. Come on down. All right. Well, Jetta, you placed your picks out there as well too for your channel points. A lot of people picked on the opposite in the last round. We'll see how it pans out at the moment between these two teams. I'll tell you what, they're going with the Christmas spirit, the colours, aren't they?
Yeah, their home and away. Yeah, their home colours are in the Christmas spirit. But we get underway, and that could have been an early goal from Jazz, but just can't see the net. And Pesky now on that ball to Rene. That ball goes down the field now into the upper left corner. Now Rene on the ball, not getting anything. Bosu on the ball now, driving it downfield. The pressure is immense. You can tell we're in the highest tier of the draft league already as these balls come shattering through the field. And that's a sideball read. Pesky will be there to clear it away. Biggles, we're already seeing such back and forth action. Do you think No Man's Land in the term is going to be a big play for both these teams?
Well,
Playing into No Man's Land.
Matches, yes, it can be for sure. It's about just getting a feel for each of the teams. Remember, you said that it's a short while since they've played, but they're out for revenge, and then Bosa's going to walk it all the way down there. Bossy W scores the first one. What happened? That's because they just misfired down the other end, didn't they, to Haven? And of course, Bossy could just walk it. Bingo.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy goal for Bossy, and it's quite nice. It sets Hades off 1-0 up at the start of this series now, and Jazz looking to get that ball on the wall. Didn't get the boost though, so it's going to be Jax now trying to find something, but Bossy is there to save it. Pesky now, low boost in the ceiling, gets cleared away quite easily, and we're seeing a very aggressive start from Haven here. They've got all their players up nearly, and I mean, looking to pay off as that's a lovely awkward shot, but it's hit the crossbar, and Wicks with an easy stave.
Interesting strategy, of course. Why not? They may apply that offense hard and fast and thick, and if it doesn't work, then you've got time early in the series to adjust your strategy. Wicks is going to send it all the way down the other end. Renee has to pick it up on that one, clears it off to Pesky in the side there. Bossy is going to have to go. Bossy's going to have to switch this one back around, back it up. Beep, beep. No, he kind of does. Gets a tap on it. Goes back to Jax, slows the ball down, passes one of the defenders, but Jazz is there to pick it up there. Is it all about that, Jazz? Not quite yet. Jax is going to clear it down the other end. Bossy clears it to the side there. They're huddling in the corner. Got to spread out, gentlemen. As Pesky's coming. Pesky missed it.
Yeah, they definitely need to start playing a little bit separated from each other. And I mean, playing close isn't bad, but in the Master Tier, playing too close could lead to a bad mistake there. And now Pesky trying to get for something, but it's going to get cleared away. Rennie on that side. That's a long pinch away. And Rennie now going for the sideball, but Pesky bumps the player. That's quite unfortunate. There is another team bump that could have seen a 1-0. Imagine if that bump didn't happen, Biggles. I think we could have seen an equaliser here.
That's why it's dangerous when you play the teams too close together, isn't it? Because you end up becoming your own worst enemies. Goes to Jazz. Now Jazz can line it up. Anybody to help him out. Bossy's on the side there. Good clear there from Rene. Goes back to the Bossy, who clears it straight over Rene. They couldn't get the boost on it. There's shots fired. Good clear over there. Back down the other end. Now a counter offensive attack there from Haven. Cleared again. Ping pong. One way down the other. 2 minutes to change on the clock.
2 minutes 15 on the clock now, slowly ticking down, and as this time starts to tick down, you're going to see a more panicked Haven side. The first game is the most important game because it sets off the momentum and it sets off how this series is going to play out. And right now we're seeing Hades be a more cohesive, a more coherent side, as now Wicks sends that ball down. It's going to be Rene to clear it away, and that's a demo from the Jax onto Bossy, and now Jax trying to get it to the sidewall, can't quite, as that's a bump from Wicks. Now getting cleared to the back wall. Pesky going for a solo play, not able to get the reset. That's another team bump, and that leaves Jax all alone. Not much boost, but is able to get the boost, and now gets onto the back wall. Only 90 seconds on the clock now, and we're seeing Hades be a lot more of a dominant attacking force right now, and that's a shot from Wicks, and it goes in. Bingo, and it's now 2-0.
Yeah, I guess they almost bumped each other on that one as well too, and Rene got a tap on it, went straight back, and that's the thing. I guess that's the reason why Wicks was there to counteract that one, and not the seal deal yet at the moment. Haven have then got a... It's easy to get a couple of goals if you get the kickoff goal at the moment. They did get a hold of the ball, but Wicks picked it up down the other end at the moment, lining up for another shot. Rene clearing it, couldn't quite get the boost at the end there. That's in a dangerous place right now. That's the reason why they took the demo. Clever demo on that one. 1 minute almost on the clock there, slowing the game down. Rene's just going to try to bring it out to Pesky, who can get the counter angle on there. Jazz has to pick it up, clears it straight back to Rene, perhaps in the corner here. This is an opportunity here for Haven to score.
Certainly an opportunity for Haven indeed, but that's now to the middle. Bossy's going to miss, and it's now Jax on the ball. Rene there playing it very carefully, not trying to overextend themselves there, as that would lead to not a good situation as they do so, and it could see bad. 40 seconds left on the clock, 2-0. There's not much time, but that's to the middle. There's another double commit. They need to get their comms sorted. I know there might be some scared jitters because they are in the upper finals, and this does see them straight through to the grand finals, which will be on later tonight. But that's Pesky.
Pesky.
Oh my god! Pesky, the man at the time, and it's now 2-1 with 22 seconds.
And took it all by himself over one defender, two defender, three defenders equals score. You're back in it, gentlemen. And you're always back in it while you have time on the clock. All the twos on the clock, 2-1.
2-1 on the clock, and now that time is ticking away. That time is ticking fast, and it's now Jack's on the ball. We're starting to see one mechanical time. That ball's been waterfalled down. It's now Wick dives in irresponsibly. That could see the end of the game. Pesky goes for a side, but that ball gets cleared away now, and it's Jack's the one to get the touch. Now getting cleared off, and that's hit the post, but Pesky's there to save it. What a save, and Jack's has just thrown the game away. And that is Hades taking the advantage 1-0 in series.
Yeah, that was close, actually. That was very, very close. Hades, of course, came out a lot stronger out of the gate on that one. And Haven, at least. I'd have to say Haven, not bad. You can see the stats across the board there. Pretty much even Stevens with most of the teams, which goes to show that every single one of those players are doing their bit as a team. Not much, as you can see, else in the statistics with anything else to put it between there. But at least I'd say for Haven, even though you lost that first game, you still got a confidence goal. So come back in game 2 and do something about it. What about that, Macy? What did you think, sir? Macy?
I mean, I thought the game was very, very good, and I mean, Jack's definitely one of the lacking reasons they lost that game. I think, you know, that ending sequence, getting a bit of an off touch to then get a touch to send the ball to the floor with 1 second. It's a bit unfortunate, but I mean, looking at the sides, both sides I saw in the end game statistic, there was about 6,200 boost to 5,000 boost. Haven getting more boost, and I mean, they're a bit greedy with their boost. I think that might play a small part in the fact that they need to just slow themselves down. They don't need to take as much boost. We've seen them play well against Montezuma. All they need to do is reciprocate that and go further in this game.
And you saw, was it at the moment where Haven trying that hard strategy, like applying that pressure immediately at the start there?
I mean, yeah, the early game pressure from both teams is really good.
Whoa.
And I mean, we're seeing it again now. Whoa! Whoa! We're going for a psycho there, Rennie. The defender that wants to show off a bit, even though they're 1-0 down. And that ball is looking kind of dangerous, lurking in the 6-yard box, but gets cleared away. Not for long as Bossy there sends it to the middle. Jax with an awkward shot, but it's Pesky the one to save it. And we're seeing this ball. Oh, what a clear away from Rene now as Jax has a free touch to the middle. That's soaring above the bar, and that's Rene to hit it down. And it's, Jax, no! Jax, it could have been 1-0, and once again, I've said his name negatively, and it's for a good reason, as that could have been a 1-0 opener.
Yeah, well, there's a missed opportunity, of course, but still plenty of more time on the clock there. But it goes to show you, if they can start firing in all cylinders at the moment, they can be a very powerful team. Jack's now cleared 2 defenders, only 1 more to go. Can he get a tap off the crossbar? Anybody follow it through? There is, but Rene's just a day late, $1 short on that one. They still have the possession. Jack's going to try to slow it down a little bit. Can, at the moment, Hades going to clear down the other end? They can. So they breathe a little bit more sigh of relief, but Rene's going to have them dribble it down the other end, clear it over Jazz. Gets possession again there, but just a slight tap. Has to come back on defense, actually. Rene's going to have to sort of swing this one over your net too much, thankfully. Swing it out to the side. There is good communication between mate. Rene was right there to pick it up.
Oh, what a pinch off the post from Bossy there as that play now subsides. Rene on the ball. Jack's there now. Jack's to the middle a bit there. Pesky diving in riskily, but it's paid off quite nicely. And that's a shot, and it gets saved up, but Bossy's there. We've seen so many chances from Haven not being able to complete them, and it's so a shame, and that's a bump. Now Jazz and that ball forward. That's just a long shot. It's hit the bar, and now Rene has to dive in and save it, and Pesky there again. Rene and Pesky just passing it on that right side wall quite nicely now. We're seeing a little bit more cohesion and a little bit more cohesiveness from these teams. That's a shot, and Bossy with a save.
Yeah, that Pesky didn't follow it through. So that was all teammates' effort there. Every one of them got a touch. Rene got that one there. Good block there from Bossy. Jack says, okay, we didn't get it one time. Pesky realizes that Bossy's going to slow it down on the top of the crossbar. Flies in a million miles an hour. Puts him on the board there. Haven now has a 1-goal advantage.
Haven now a 1-goal advantage now, and it's all square a little bit more now. I mean, we saw goals going left, right, and now in series scoring is technically 2-2 in goals. I mean, not in games, honestly, but now Oh, we're going to see a bit of a Hades masterclass there. And we
yes.
Jazz and Wicks, the link-ups, the 1-2-1-2s, they perform nicely. Wicks, a lovely touch into the corner, really unable to read, and Jack's just left in the middle of the 6-yard box, unable to do anything.
What's a yard? I work in the metric system, but good job there. It's not all about that Jazz, it's all about that Rocket League playing for the Hades team, and they put themselves back in that one immediately. That's always a grand thing to boost your team confidence, isn't it? To rebound with a counter goal early after you just concede one. So it's on between these teams. I like it. It's going to be close.
Definitely, it's going to be close, and I mean, it's looking very intense now, and that's a shot from Bossy, just unable to complete the shot. And now Rene has a very free roam onto the side of Hades, and now that ball cleared away nicely, and it's going to be Pesky with be the one to save it now. Rene clearing that ball, getting one over Bossy, but Wicks is there, no worries, no panic. And I mean, now Pesky there, now Bossy trying to keep it forward, and that's awkward for Rene there, probably not expecting it, and that's James Bossy with a save! We are seeing a masterclass of defense from Bossy in these last 2 games.
Yeah, and Pesky had to make sure that he broke that play up, otherwise it would have been a strong counter-attack there from Hades. So that's more important about the off-ball plays that you see there from the counter-attacks or the attacks they have. And that Pesky clears the play there. Pass actually to his teammate right there, Rene. It's up to Bossy to break this play up, which he did, but Jack's going to come and follow it through. Jack's going to line up at the moment. Anybody follow it? No. Cleared away brilliantly by Wicks, but unfortunately, straight back to Rene, who's been the middle passing player, the midfielder, doing a brilliant job for the team. Making it all work, and there's Jack's on top of the field there. Brilliant play from the Haven team.
Yeah, definitely. Rene diving in, and Wicks just uncomfortable. A bit of a tricky situation, having to jump so awkwardly. And now we see a 2-1 lead, and it's just like last game, except the teams have been flipped. Haven now ahead, and I mean, what
it's all upside down for me in Australia, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, you deal with that a lot down there. And now Rene trying to keep that ball forward, trying to do so nicely, and that's a rude bump. But that ball is in the middle, but nobody's there. For the better, I think. Game management is more important than scoring more in the eyes of Haven, and I'm sure they think that as well. As I mean, that's a pinch backwards for Bossy. Now Wicks on the ball. Wicks
dangerous.
taking his time nicely. Wicks doing very well. And it's going to be Rene to keep it there. Bossy with a touch onto the corner, but it's going to be Rene to be the one to clear again. Wicks now. Wicks with a bit of a mistouch, but Jazz is there to clear it nicely. Nice bit of communication. That's a shot from Bossy. Oh, Rene, what a save. And with 10 seconds, will that be the end of the game? We hear that timer buzzing down, and that's a shot.
No, it's not.
And Pesky gets it in. And 3-1 with 6 seconds. You've got your game 2 winners.
Yes, look at that. Our 2 defenders came out to meet him, and of course, Pesky, that's the reason why Pesky's a pest. Pest, there you go, pest. A good pest, Pesky. There. Say that 3 times. You know, how much pest can the Pesky pest if the Pesky could pest? Anyway, he's pested him 3 times, put it that way, for the team, because that'll be it. They'll be taking themselves this game, and then we'll have even Stevens, 1 apiece.
1 apiece, and I mean, it's looking like a very, very interesting game now. 1-1. Both of these teams are going to have to be very, very confident here. They've both had a good bit of momentum, and I mean, it's working out well. There's a little bit of banter going out in the chat for them both. A bit of fun between Wicks and Jax.
Oh, you love a bit of beef out there in the chat, of course, but supporting your teams is important. The statistics as well too, Macy. I know you loved that one, my dear friend. Make sure you follow yourself there at Macy Casts. You do cast quite well there, my friend. Casting, perhaps your prediction might be coming true or not. Both our predictions that we had, and well, it's because it's now even. I mean, and why not? Because we are in the upper finals, of course. So you know they're playing it because guess what? You know, just around the corner, of course, is you get closer and closer to the trophy. It's just reach out and grab it.
Yeah, definitely. But in other news, Montezuma versus Infinity in the lower semi-finals. Infinity are 2-0 up. Montezuma have to reverse sweep. Otherwise, they will see themselves out of the playoffs with contention and out of the playoffs run. And they are having a very, very confident run right now. As they had to take out Vulcan. They did 3-1. But saying that, Vulcan did have 2 elite subs. So I'm not saying that Montezuma's frauded their way there, but I mean, they did drop a game to 2 elites in the Masters. I mean, they are 3 Masters.
Careful, that controversy.
Oh,
As Hades comes out immediately and says, all right, well, you know, we may have lost that last one, but we're going to come out strong force and just shy for 4 seconds to get that early goal.
yeah, very, very early goal. It was a nice double from Jazz, and that's a good way to open. Nice and confident, and that's what you want to see at the start of a game, especially one that holds a bit more weight to it as it sees who gets a match point situation there. But Rene, such confidence, such stride on the ball. And I mean, obviously, you know why. I mean, he has the skill to prove. He has the skill to back it up. And now, Rene not able to get it clear. And that ball's going to middle, but Bossy can't do anything. Bossy backwards. Bossy, not a boss there. And that's Rene with a pre-jump. Rene gets it, but Jazz is there for an easy clear away. And I mean, Biggles, this is certainly looking very, very better than what we saw in the last 2 games. We're seeing a lot more passes finally.
Yeah, Rene is the playmaker in the team brilliantly. And I'm talking about playmaker on all ends of the court here. Because you see Rene gets probably the most touches in anything. If anything, Rene is the one that lines it up. Jax, Rene's going to tap it back there because Jax tapped it to the playmaking. Good shot, good angle there, but nobody else to follow it through. I don't even think they expected that was going to bounce in a really good roll. But look at that, Rene once again. Touches on the ball, that's what you need. Possession. Possession. A couple of demos coming out, a little bit of frustration creeping in because they're taking out Jax. Perhaps that strategy has worked off. Jazz on the other end, of course, is the Rene playmaker, I'd have to say, brilliantly. And then, of course, you're scoring powerhouses, aren't they? Of Pask and Bossy and Wix for the other team.
Yeah, they're all doing very, very well right now. And I mean, right now, even they're hungry. They know they can score. They know they can take this game. I mean, we've seen them do it last game. They scored 3 of them. And I mean, Bossy maybe getting a little bit too confident because you know how Rene is. Those sidewall passes are so clear, and Wix gives one of his own, trying to get it down. But it's Jax to demo. Rene now. Rene. No, Rene just barely missing the ball. That is unusual for Rene, as they normally capitalize very well on those, and that's a powerful shot from Jazz. Unable to see through, and Pesky demoing Wix in the middle. That leaves their attack lacking a bit more, and now Rene sending that ball up, getting bumped off. Jazz now, Jazz down. That's Wix now. Wix for a double. Wix gets the double, but Rene, a nice touch to the corner, but Jazz still there. Jazz bumping one. Jax there to clear it away. Such heavy action. Jax with a heavy touch, and now Jazz clearing it away. Wix trying to give his team a breath of fresh air, and it's going well now. Rene on the ball, getting a touch over, but that's to the corner now, and it's a shot!
This is in!
What a goal, and it's now 2-0.
I saw that because it ping-ponged all the way across there. See, Jax beat that. That's your midfield players, isn't it? Jax was the key maker on that one. He beat Rene to the pinch and then slammed it down in the corner there. There was two other players having to go that one, and it went in the box. So just read the writing on the wall on that one. Brilliant play from both teams as well too. It's a daylight dollar short sometimes. Pesky clears almost all the way down, goes to Jackson in the corner. Here's Rene, lines it up, trying to get a little bit more angle on it so they can drop it right in front of the goal area. Couldn't quite get it. I tell you what, this is going to go any way at this point, really, even though the scoreline doesn't show it. But there it is. And Jax, you know, I wasn't counting you out before there because you are a team player and you are a score maker, and that's a sheer proof of what Jax can do when your team passing you the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's sheer proof indeed. I mean, Jax, what a shot. Unsavable, you could say just then. And now, Rene's overcommitted, and Jazz has made them pay for the overcommitment. And what a goal indeed. That's off the kickoff. Rene was just a little bit too cheaty with it. And now they see themselves facing an impossible mountain to climb. It's 3-1, and they need it in 2 minutes.
After that hard work as well too, you just lose it just like that off the kickoff goal. It happens. There was nothing but net. That was straight down the middle of the line. This just puts a little bit more pressure on Haven now because we're like, oh, you know, all of a sudden we're running this one and now we have to get a couple of goals to bring it back in where you have a minute and 43 and change to get it done. And at the moment, if anything you want is touches on the ball, really. You need Rene to touch that ball, light it up, get the team all organised, and then bingo, you're back in this one.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's not just up to Rene, though. Rene can get those touches, but they also need the goals. They need the saves. They need everything. And I mean, that's Bossy faking them out, and that ball is soaring to the backboard. And Pesky just diving in irresponsibly, I say. Yes, it's worked, but no, it's a risky play, and they are masters, so I won't tell them how to play. But it is a bit irresponsible going for that when you've got Rene that's ready on the backboard already to go for that save. And now we hear the minute buzzer. And Rene booming it away.
There it is.
Jax to the corner. Jax with a touch. It's a good touch, but easy cleared away by Bossy. But it's Rene on the ball. Rene slowing it down, getting it up. Rene with a double! And they have hope! They have a glimmer of light, and it's 3-2!
And that's exactly why, see, Rene is in the right place at the right time all the time, Rene. That's the key player in the midfield is Rene. And at this point, had nobody to back him up, had to follow it through. Be very careful not to concede an easy goal here like they did before after that hard work. And if anything right now, I don't know, Hades can to take a choice whether to slow it down. Jack's trying to slow it down. Look at that. It's right in front of the dangerous goal area. Anybody fall it through. Rene, of course, could get the angle on it. 10 to the team. What a defense out from the boss man.
What a defense from Bossy the boss now, where there's time is ticking down. They don't have the wits to play slow anymore. They need to score, but Jax will. Jax to Rene. Rene with a shot. It's hit the post. Jax clearing it away now, and it's going to be Pesky with the 10-second buzzer. The pressure is on now. Pesky with a double reset.
This is
and it's gone to Rene.
Are you kidding me?
Rene! Are you kidding me? They have equalised, and do we have overtime?
Yes,
What
we
a
do.
double.
You do not look away in Rocket League with seconds to go because anything is possible. Anything is possible, and even in 5 seconds right now, it is possible. Somebody gets a kickoff goal. Can they counter come back at this one from Hades? They're going to do their absolute best. It's going to go down to the wire. We could have our first overtime.
We could indeed. When the ball drops, we have overtime, and we hear the buzzer ticking down now. Everybody on high alert. Pesky and Jazz on the kickoff. Goes to Rene. Rene getting a touch to Jax. That ball goes up now. It's going to be Pesky the one to go up. Not just yet. Taking his time, and it's Jazz going for the free ball. That's Jazz to Bossy. That's to the corner, but Pesky there with a nice safety net of a touch. And Pesky taking it slow, letting Jax go instead. And it's Rene to be the one to clear it away. They know what they're doing. They know how to defend, and they are doing it. So, Bossy now on the ball. Bossy to waste. And Rene's going to be there to get the save away. Jazz to the middle. Not going to have anyone on it, and it's now Pesky. Pesky taking that ball up. Pesky on the ball once more. It's up.
Oh.
Jax is on. Jax on the double, and he doesn't quite get it.
Yep, on top of the goal area as well too. Jazz is going to flow down the other end. This is going to go anyway right now. This is going to go any single direction. It's going to come down a bit of bravery, a bit of luck. And that's right. I've just heard from the higher alert, we've gone to DEFCON 4. That's right, DEFCON 4 in this series. So it's going to be definitely dangerous for one way or another, charging down the other end. Can Jazz get a play make on this one? And Jack's going to try to break it up. Jackson Jazz, that's right. Let's start with a J, as well as his team start with a HA. Who wants it? This is very, very crucial, of course, for the game 2. Game 3.
Very, very crucial. Game 3, yes.
Yeah, 3.
Pesky now with a bump. And I mean, Jazz, they're not taking their time, and that's a bit of an overextension. That could be in, but Bossy's there to get an easy save away. And Bossy on that sidewall now, missing the ball, but getting a bump in return, and that's a demo there. Now we're going to start to see the scrappy gameplay that we know works here. Now, Jax. Rene up in the air. Rene getting a reset. Rene! Gonna get saved away. Nice save by Jazz. Pesky now clearing that ball. Looming dangerously to the 6-yard box. And now, oh, what a bump. And now, I mean, we're seeing it 2 minutes deep in overtime.
Yeah, this is where you throw all strategy out the door. This is the desperation creeping in between teams. You know that when they play together, they play brilliantly with strategy. They're gonna. I think at the moment, if you're the team, you just come back and just go, hey, remember, we got to work together. We have to work together here. We cannot just go crazy like you're running around the backyard trying to find that hot air, the balloon there, and try to keep it off the grass. You've got to coordinate. And that's just out the door at the moment. This is just going to be whoever's going to be lucky to slam this one in the back of the net will take this over T game 3.
I don't think luck perceives here as we just saw Jazz with a beautiful double save, having to pinch it off the post with no boost. And now Rene missing the ball, and it's Jax alone. Jax suffering a 1v3. Oh, it's a backflip, and Jazz is the one. 2 minutes 44. Jazz with a double save, and now Jazz with a lovely goal. Nice reset, and that extra touch of thrown Jazz right off. And it's match point to Hades.
Brilliant, brilliant play from both of the teams there. It came down to the final goal between. That was just amazing play. This is the best of Rocket League you're going to see. The reason why, of course, you're having the Masters of Rocket League playing each other in both of these teams. That is close. This series is still going to be very close. We have a best of 5, of course, and that's just 2 games now to Hades. Yeah, I don't even know, look at the stats. I don't know if I'm going to tell you how much of a difference, isn't it? We've seen it on the pitches. How fantastic both those teams are. Rene, to me, is just on fire. If they shut down Rene, which they did kind of in that last OT there, they're looking good. Jazz, Buzzy, Wix, get that one. It's amazing. It really is.
Yeah,
this is Rocket League.
This is Rocket League, and I mean, Jazz with 1,000 points. And what else could you say? Jazz with 1,000 points. And I mean, it's really showing how this game goes now. And I mean, Hades, they have all the confidence in the world. This is what could take them to the grand finals here. Hades versus Haven, game 4. Match point to Hades, and it will all come down to this game. Will it be over for Hades? Or will Haven see themselves go to a game 5? Find out right now. The buzzer's done. The game is underway, and it's an early kickoff there. I mean, now Jax sending it all the way across. Jax to Pesky. Pesky now. Pesky with a lovely touch, and that's Rene now. Rene going for a bump, gets the bump, but Bossy's there. Nicely done from Bossy, and now that ball's gone down to the middle. Jazz is there to over the crossbar. Bossy now on the ball. Jax. And now that ball's been cleared away. Rene there, 4 minutes. We're already 36 in. Oh my word, Rene with a beautiful corner read. But could have seen it in the net, but just went a little bit too far over.
And it's crucial, I think, at the moment, this one, because you've already eaten about 30 seconds off the clock there. Pesky's flying high. They're going to run a boost, but perfectly passes it to Rene. Puts a shot on goal, at least to put the pressure there. And now Pesky's back at the pressure, backed up by Jax. Jax get an angle on this one. The corner there can get it in the net, and Jaxie gets it done. Jack it up the scoreboard by 1.
1-0, and Jax just used his immersible body weight. The fridge 50, the fridge dunk comes out, and now we see 1-0 to Haven in game 4. This game is the most important game of their RSC careers. This could see them straight to the grand finals here, against the odds, against what people thought they could be there. And now it's gonna go down. Rene there, Rene with a shot, and that's an early shot, but Jazz is there to save it away. Wins with a lovely touch. Rene there again, having to be cleared away now, and there's Pesky there sending that forward over. Risky dive, paid off nicely, because it's now Jax, but Jazz there to go. Pesky with a shot! Jax is there! What a save off the post! And it's going to be Bossy now. Let's not get in over our heads here. We're seeing Master, and it's Jax with a second goal.
Yeah, who's fired up? Jax at the moment there. Jax is fired up, second exactly on that one. It's all passing plays, because every clear at the moment that you saw from the team that's up in the championship at the moment, from Hades, they couldn't get the clears out there. And I don't know, it's always like, where's Rene? Rene's everywhere. And at the moment, you got to get Bossy fired up. You got to get Jazzy fired up. And trust me, you don't want to get them fired up if you're on the team of Haven.
Haven are on fire. Your defense is terrified. And that's Rene with a double, and it's Jax. Oh! It's been saved by Wix. What a save. And there is more than enough time to recover here. Bossy!
They got it.
Oh, Bossy couldn't get down.
It's going to come back down the other end at the moment there. Good. You had to defend like mad on the end. It's going to put Rene on the back boot there. Jazz is going to scream down there at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Couldn't get a tap there. Demoed Bossy. Jax did cleverly, probably, because that's going to turn the play back down to Rene. Rene to Jax. Jax to Rene. Back down the other end. Cleared away. Counter attack now, all importantly, from Hades, who need a couple points on the scoreboard. couple of digits on there to keep themselves back into this one. But the ball position still in Haven's hand, in Rene's hands. Rene clears one defender, slows the ball down. Jazz down the other end. Jazz clears two defenders. He's got this one. He's got back up in the background. Bossy to tap it. Bossy in the corner. Bossy's got it.
Bossy has got it. 2-1. They have a lifeline. They have a chance. And they're going to take it. Bossy, not even a hard touch. 52 kilometers an hour. Nice and slow. That's all you need. This now 2-1. Bossy and Wicks with a link up works quite well. And now 2 minutes 24 on the clock. And it's going to start to get interesting now. Wicks on the ball. Wicks with a flick. But Pesky early challenging. And it's now Bossy. And that ball, that net is wide open. Rene with a save. A lovely save at that.
Rene's got to work together as a team. Of course, Rene can't be saving and offending and trying to put playmaking in there. Jackson in the back of the net there, trying to clear it down the other end. Boss is going to pick up on this one, but they're all together too much. I don't like that once again. Town meeting in the corner. Just been Wicks to slow this one down. But see, that's it. Rene coming there and slammed it down the other end. Good play there. But then again, Jazz has cleared one defender. Going to pass it off. There's 3-1 for defense there. Jax has picked up the ball there and done a miracle job to save themselves, to keep themselves definitely in the series.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves in the series. Nice! Wicks with a shot, but it just soars on the crossbar. And now Bossy in the middle. Bossy going. And it's now just Rene. It's a long clear away. Jax doing a crazy jump, and it's paid off, and it's now 3-1 with just under 90 seconds on the score.
And where did this all start from? It was Rene, could you believe that? From their own goal area, all the way cross-court shot, Rene charged it down, tapped it back in, and bring themselves in a pretty, at least a goal advantage, but don't you count it when Jazz gets fired up. Because we all love a little bit of musical entertainment to our Rocket League masters.
Oh my word. I mean, the pressure right now from Haven is immense, but it's manageable, and we're seeing it be managed right now. Yes, it's 3-1, but I don't see many faults. There's only been minor mistakes that have led to this incident that's happened, and we've just seen one, but it's Jax to be the one to recover for Pesky's mistake. And now, a minute on the clock. There is still time to get these goals, and I mean, one mistake could see them right back into this game right now. Wicks getting bumped off the ball. Jax there. Jax playing game management, not playing long balls, not playing anything special, just playing game management. And it's Rene clearing it to Jax. Jax with a boom to Bossy to save. Wicks on the ball. No, Jax. Jax sending it to middle, but nobody going for it. That's a bit of a risky touch, but it gets cleared away nicely. And I mean, Pesky putting it back in middle, and it's Wicks on the ball. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Macy, I wanted to. They're milking the clock right now. You would be milking the clock if you're Haven, aren't they? You're just you want a ball possession. That's all you need. All you need to be focused right now is ball possession. That's it. Just simple as that. Just slow the ball down, control the ball. Don't have to be too crazy defending, and not even trying to offend. And there it is. They're going to let that tick-tock down there. And they're going to get themselves in this series because guess what? We have to go to the elevator.
We have to go to Game 5, Champions Field. What a day to go to Champions Field, might I say. A lovely, lovely experience for everyone involved on this field. But Game 5, I mean, what a game. Game 4, sorry, what a game. Look at Jax and Rene, both on 512 points, and Pesky being a bit of a bench warmer there. Not doing much. I mean,
bench warmer? Really?
A bit of a bench warmer for Pesky there. A demo, 2 shots and an assist to his name. Not much going on. I mean, yeah. I can't lie. 3-1. Bench warmer Pesky. 2-2 goes to Game 5. And I mean, just looking at it, hopefully, I mean, I don't know who's going to win this, if I'm honest. It's down to the nail.
You put your predictions in. You said Haven was going to win it. Right?
Yeah, but I might be double counting myself there because this game is going right down to the wire. And I mean, I don't know who's going to win.
Does anybody out there predict that it's going to go to OT in this round? Of course, it has to. Well, somebody's going to win or lose in this one because the grand finals are up. You know, you got your slot into the prized position here for the Premier Master League. Sorry. And it's up to that. And this is also another thing, as you said, like some of those players that you say like might have been a bit quiet in some of those in the previous rounds, they start to come alive. They do, and that shows a good example of a team and I've seen throughout series, as we're about to start the final one, I've seen when a player that steps out of the shadows and into the spotlight shows you what you can do as a team. Pesky's on the ball early.
Yeah, Pesky, what a musty flick as that's a bit of an awkward touch for Jazz. And that ball is lingering in the 6-yard box. Rennie does have a reset, but can't do much of it as Bossy is the one to get the save off. Pesky now to the back ball. Pesky took me calling him a bench warmer personally, I think, because he is coming out with all fires on the cylinder here. And now Pesky, bit of a weird touch away. And that's Wicks. What a powerful shot, but Rene's there to save.
Yeah, Wicks as well, so it's a little bit quiet in the previous game. But that's what I mean. They come alive when it's all game 5 time. That's when you're coming alive anyway. There's Wicks again. See, there's Jax. Jax is dangerous clear across their defensive goal. Managed to get it done. Wicks needs to beat that one. Rene on control of the ball there. Taps it straight back to Jazz. Jazz is a dangerous weapon. All scrambling here at the moment. Boss versus Jax. Jax versus Boss. But more importantly, that ball is creeping into an area where Wicks can slam it home, and he does.
I mean, the bumps there were absolutely phenomenal there. You see that bump from Bossy onto him, and then you see that ball just soar into the middle, into the 6-yarder, and it's now Wicks the one to score. And now 1-0, a minute and 3 gone. We've seen this storyline before with Hades. They can take this game in a sweep. They can absolutely take this game with murderous intent, but will they? That's the question. And this game 5 on the Champions Field to decide who goes to the grand finals and who goes to the lower finals. Now, what a clear! Oh yeah, I mean, that shot was dangerous there, and now Wicks having to get a touch. Does so nicely, and that's to the middle. That's Jax, but it gets saved away by Jazz.
Yeah, Wicks is this is where the other team members are really stepping it up at the moment. They're playing their tyres and boots out of this one. There's a little 50-50 between both of those players there. Pesky now slamming it up to the top wall there. There's Pesky. It's pretty much tackled there in the middle. Nobody can get a touch on that one. Open field, dangerous territory right now for Haven. Better get that ball cleared out. So they do. Back down the other end. Now the counter attack. Missed it, just a tap. Jazz will pick it up.
Now Jazz on the ball. Jazz gets it past Rene now. That's the main one they want to get it past. And that ball could find itself in the net. But it's going to be Pesky and Jax to pinch clear it away. And Jax on the ball now. One thing I'm noticing, we're in game 5 and we're seeing Haven. They panic a bit. Like we saw Jack panic just not 32 seconds ago on that ball. And could have saw a goal. And now Jack getting that ball read. And that's Jazz with a long boom away. Going the full length of the field. Not finding the net though. And it's Rene who has the control just to get a 50 away. And Bossy with another read. And now 2.5 minutes just under, and that's a shot! Can't quite see the net in though.
Yeah, cleared down the other way. Good defense from both teams, of course, and good offense from both teams. It's still very, very close. But more importantly, if anything, it's milking the clock a little bit on Hades' favour, but there's plenty of time. We know that Haven come out there and score if they get it there. But is Hades starting to disrupt this passing play and team play from Haven? That's more importantly what they may be doing, and they are. You can just see at the moment Haven, trying to line up their shots, work together as a team that they have been, and every single time they're getting very close to that. Hades are just a little earlier on the calls.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming down to the wire now, and I mean, Jazz has an open net, but the bump there is actually crucial to keeping Haven in with a chance to this game. And I mean, 90 seconds on the clock. Rene up, Rene down. That ball's lingering into no man's land. The 6-yard box of doom, but it's Jazz under control, clearing away, and Pesky side flips. No, that's not what you want to do, but Pesky now back under control. Pesky got control over his car once more, and that's Jax. Oh, Jax with a boom. Oh yeah, what a goal.
All the ones on the clock at the moment, and the scoreboard as well too. That was off the ceiling, isn't it? A boom. Yeah, the two defenders back there. Very, very difficult with the best players in Rocket League to judge the bounce off the ceiling, because it comes down hard and fast, and you've got to get the right angle. And bingo, they're back into this one. I'm predicting maybe perhaps an OT here to settle the game. 5.
I mean, an OT is where the hype is. It is indeed, and Jack's trying to be there, and it's now Pesky. That ball's in the middle, but Wicks is there with a nice touch. Jack's to turn. Jax gets 50'd by Jazz and Rene. What a long boom. And with 45 seconds, we're going to see all the scrappy plays come out now. They don't want to go to overtime, and I understand why. The nerves and the pressure will get to them, and that's a ball over. Jax and Jazz 50 again. Pesky up. Pesky trying to get it to the side wall. Does so, and it's Jazz. A mistouch, and that ball's flying over 30 seconds now. You hear the buzzer, and it's now Rene to the middle, not going quite far across. Wicks with a touch there away, and it's Bossy now. Bossy not getting much, so Pesky to the middle, Pesky to Rene now to the top left corner. Rene now, Bossy on the ball, Wicks as well. Jax gets baited in, and we could see it into this game here. With 5 seconds on the clock, it's a shot coming up from Jazz, but it doesn't go in, and it's Wicks with a shot, but we have overtime big goals.
I called it, but I was so close. Now, it gets scrappy, this, as you said, but I would calm down. Remember, you win and lose as a team. Get your strategy back into this one. First one that hooks together as a team is going to be getting the job done. Remember, it's not anarchy at the moment, all right? You've got to come back to your passing plays, your strategies, and get the job done like that. Counter-attack is brilliant there. Jack's got to pick back up on that one. If it starts getting scrappy, it just comes down to pure luck at this point between both these teams. They've been equal. So close, haven't you said in previous series. So now, the decider in OT.
They've been so even the entire time, and we're seeing Bossy now going for the double card, and that's Jax! What a stay from Rene, keeping them alive, a lifeline, the glimmer of hope this entire series, and it's come nicely, but it's Bossy! Oh, it's a missed touch from the one that's done so much from Rene, and it's the end of the series, and it's such an unfortunate scene. It's always dangerous to go to the mid, but Hades, they go through to the grand finals. What a game, and what a game 5, and that's so unlucky. And Bossy, the one to do it. I'm going to call it the MVP of the series. Bossy, W, secures the W.
Yep, the boss has done it, right? The boss done it at the right time, at the right place. You just saw as well, too, my pick, as I said, coming down to Rene. Rene was charging at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but just a day late, dollar short, and all that matters in OT. I got my pick of Hades, but really, at the end of the day, I was really impressed how Haven were firing in all cylinders.
Yeah, they do well. I mean, Hades, they've done so well 3-2. Game 5, Hades, they make the grand finals. And now, I mean, Haven, they have a long road ahead of them. They have to play Infinity in just 9 minutes. They do not get time to rest. They do not get time to fret. They have Infinity, who took down Montezuma 3-1. And what a game indeed it was. And looking at the screen, your MVP was Jazz. 4 goals and 10 saves. What a game.
Yeah, Jazz, I mean, we saw Jazz, just brilliant performance. Jazz was insane. Jazz saved everybody out there. It's firing everything. It's just amazing. It really, really is. And as you said, more importantly, it's like now a bit of hard work, isn't it, for Team Haven to have to get back in there. But then again, that momentum could be a great advantage for them. It's amazing.
I mean, yeah, it definitely could be the way through, and it could be the way forward here. But, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes to go, and I mean, we will see you back in 10 minutes for what is going to be Haven versus Infinity in the lower finals.
saw you looking at the high cross. Sorry, lovers, when I'm gone, what will you become?
Will we ever find another land?
Drinking on a Monday, sleeping just another day. Weather is forever, restless till the day we die. Drinking on a Monday, sleeping just another day. Weather is forever, restless till the day we die. Sleeping just another day. Restless till the day we die. Sleeping just another day.
Will we ever find?
Stand up, child, and turn towards the lightning and the thunder, so I can see what I've known for all these years. Your skin shudders with my fingers. You're cold, but I know it's not your fault. The storm is coming now. Can we survive somehow? Drinking on a Monday, sleeping just another day. Further is forever, restless till the day we die. Drinking on a Monday, sleeping just another day. Further is forever, restless till the day we die. Sleeping just another day. Restless till the day we die. Sleeping just another day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC Master Playoffs lower final. We just saw Hades take down Haven. I, once again, am Maisie, and joined with me is the one, the only Sir Pegasus. How are you this fine evening?
I'm doing great. I was sitting on the sidelines waiting for the grand finals, but here I am subbing in for instead the lower final after watching a very entertaining upper bracket game on the A stream. We had Hades versus Haven go to game 5. It went to an intense overtime, but in the end, Haven got knocked out, so they have to play again, and that is going to be the match we are casting.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be one of the most intense matches of the playoffs because Infinity, they are having a run of their life right now. They've come all the way from lower round 1 and they mean business. A game 5, a game 5, a game 4 to be here. What will they do now? I've not researched these teams very well except for Haven, so I'm going to really quickly pull up some stats and see what I can find out about these two teams. And I mean, they're in separate conferences. We've never seen them, but it's another second versus third. And this will be interesting. And Pegasus, I'm going to put you on the spot. No research, no nothing. Who do you think is going to take this series and why?
Well, Haven performing so well in that upper finals. Infinity just coming off a win against first seed Montezuma. So, theoretically, you want to put this into their hands. I think there's another game 5 coming out here. Infinity are gonna keep these close battles coming together, and this time I think Haven are again gonna fall short. We're gonna go 3-2 Infinity, the lower bracket run to make it to the grand finals and give Hades a brand new challenge.
Now, I mean, I'd love to show that same level of enthusiasm for Haven, but I've just watched them go and have a soul-crushing Game 5 loss. A really unfortunate touch from Rene, saw a free shot for Bossy, and I think that's going to affect them. And I think Infinity are going to win 3-1 this series. I think it's going to be a shutout. I think Haven are going to take Game 1, and Infinity are going to mean business and mean no end to what they're going to do. And I think it's going to be 3-1.
Well, I hope this match is as entertaining as the last one on the A stream, and I'm going to check the server here. I'm going to ask everyone if they're ready, and we can head straight into this. Maisie and I sharing the cast on the lower finals. These two teams on their final life. Haven had the opportunity to get into the grand finals. Well, they couldn't do it in 1. Can they do it in 2?
And they do it in 2. That's the real question that everybody wants to know here. Teams are joining in, and it's time to go. Mimical, Ayan, and Jury, Jax, Rene, and Pesky. 3, 2, 1. And the time is ticking down now. It was a pretty nice kickoff there. Rene grabbing the 100 boost, but it's Ayan to send that ball forward. Mimical, an early shot, but Rene going to be there to save it. Pesky and Ayan. Oh my word. Bit of a double commit there, and we saw that a lot last series. Is that going to be a common factor this series, Pegasus?
Well, they were holding close series for that reason. Their offense was incredibly strong, but they, allowed some cracks in those defenses to be exploited by Hades. They can't afford to do that again because, of course, this is the final chance and both teams are going to be fighting for their lives. Jory needs 2 defenders to stop him from Haven. Now they've got to try and transition it out of defense. Jax, awkward on the ball, manages to fake out Mimical, but it's Jury who'll pick up the pieces and score the very first goal of the series.
Jury not messing around now. A bit of a pinch of Jax there, a bit unfortunate, and I mean, it sees the ball 1-0 so quick as well, only 33 seconds in. And I mean, if that's how long you last before you can score, I don't know. And it's not looking too good now. Ayan, and that's a touch of Mimical! You can't do that! What a pass from Ayan, and what a shot from Mimical. Just seems to go to that right post. There's no stopping that duo.
And Ayan was first of the ball, saw so much space ahead of him that they can take advantage of. So why not drop it off to the teammate, let them finish the job. Mimical already with a goal and an assist, 2 contributions within the first minute. Can he get a third? No, Jack's getting the quick blow. Ayan still staying on the ball, and Haven haven't seen that Infinity half yet. Maybe this will be their first opportunity. Can they make the most of it? Jack's going high, and it's a great save from Jury.
Great save from Jury. Now Rene on the ball. It goes to the backboard, but can't quite see it through. Jury on the ball. Jury taking his time shot, but Pesky's there to save. That's an overcommit, and we see the net wide open here. Pesky all he has to do is secure it, but that's two jumping. That ball's down in 6-yard box. It's Rene up. Jax is now up, and it's a 50. They see them get it out, and Higgins says, my word, that's an attack. And Ian didn't want to leave Pesky alone, wanted to give Pesky some smooches there. And now, with 2 minutes gone on the timer and 2-0, it's going to look to be a little bit of a ropey start back even.
You see them get their first sign of attack there, and you hope that the Giants have woken up. Another infield pass attempted here, doesn't lead to anything. Jax wants to bring it into Ren. Ren back to Jax. You see both of them jump, but Ren is called off. Goes back for this ball, and it's a demo on the goal line, and constant 1-2s here between Ian and Jax, which ends up with one final opportunity. 2-1, Infinity take the Infinity still on the lead, but Haven making the comeback. Sorry, I'm all out of phrase. It's been too much excitement for me so far. Let's get back in. 4 more games left to go and 3 minutes left in this one. So much action to start off the upper final. Lower final. Oh my word.
Oh my word. I mean, I got my phrases all wrong last series, so don't you worry, Bigger says. And now Pesky on the ball. Pesky tries to go for a 50, but Ian not done. This is the master tier, don't you forget. And they are all coming at it now. And I mean, Pesky driving that ball forward. Rene bumped off, can't go, but it's Pesky still on that ball, being a little bit of a ball chaser. Didn't like the fact I called him a bench on the last series. And I mean, it's all to play for now. Pegasus, there is such high action in the lower finals, and we're seeing probably a bit of a lust and a bit of a revenge for Haven here, as they want to see the finals.
And they want to get denied here. Infinity keep on going on the offense. Haven are stuck in their D. That ends up in the 6-yarder. It's on the goal line. Jags having to knock it out. Ian wanted the follow-up, unable to slot it in. They still don't give up. Ren, that's a high ball into the midfield. That's only going to help the opposing team. Mimical wanting the bump, wanting the touch, and ends up getting neither. Mimical, another pop-up into the infield. And this is 6 players here that seem harmonious with each other. Constant attempt at these infield passes. Some of them leading to goals. And both defenses now starting to get the better of it. So you need more individual plays. And when you call for individual plays, who else but Pesky to finish the job?
Pesky, what a double touch. No chance stopping that. No. And just a little bit too slow. Can't quite reach it. And now we have an equalised game. Just under 90 seconds on the clock now. And it's all coming out. All the marbles are being thrown today. Jax on the ball. Can't quite get it though. Goes down. Jury now on the eye. Jury on the ball. And that ball soars to the middle. Pesky trying to get something, but gets denied. And now, Mimical probably going to go for a bit of a solo play off the ceiling. Doesn't have the boost to continue. And it's Jax to be the one to save. And that ball, no man's land. And it's Mimical. A lovely 50 to get it out. And we hear the buzzer of doom. The 60-second timer ringing a ring-a-ding-ding. And it's looking kind of worrying here. Will we see an overtime in game 1, Pegasus?
It's very, very possible. Both teams trying to shut that down. I can't help but think the next goal will be the final one. What a race!
What a read from Ren indeed. It's lovely, it's beautiful, it's wonderful. I can't think of any more adjectives, but it was an own goal off a Mimical. That's probably going to be the most tilting factor there. It wasn't even in. Rene got a post, and it was Mimical the one to drive that ball in. And what a bump from Mimical. And they're double committing the corner a little bit there. But it doesn't matter. Oh, what a save! And it needs one more, Rene! What a save! You can't do that, Rene! You can't deny them like that. And this could be the end of the game. 15 seconds now on the clock. And it's going to be Rene, the one to keep that ball infield, the one to keep it in motion, not keeping it no man's land. Pesky now. The 10-second timer slowly ticking down now, and that ball is looking worrying. Rene with a pinch off the side. All they need to do is manage the game for 10 seconds. For 1 second, drive the ball down. 0 seconds regulation time here. Pesky with a touchdown. Mimical there. Mimical up to Jury, and that ball drops for game 1. Haven They are your game 1 winners, and they take the momentum forward.
And we wanted to see that overtime. Our dreams were shattered by a very, very strong Haven offense and an impressive final defense as well. Infinity looked like they had the opportunity to get the equalizer, to take us there. But unfortunately, that is not something we got to see. Game 2, however, I think will open up a second chance for that. I'm hoping that it remains this close. It's been so exciting. I'm loving my time here in the casting booth, and there's plenty of Rocket League to be played.
Plenty indeed. 4 games left at the maximum, but there's only 2 games at the minimum. So, I mean, there's still plentiful 10 minutes of pure action from the Master Tier, from the lower finals. This is their last chance, as you said earlier on. You lose this series, you are out of the money. And that might be the main inspiration for both teams right now, the money. The sweet £400 prize pool that's up for grabs at the end of this all. I mean, but they have a long way to go. They have a bracket reset to deal with first, so don't get your hopes up.
Wow, you're talking about how they have a bracket reset first. Both teams have to get past their lower final opponents, and neither of them are slouches. Infinity, of course, coming here after beating a first seed, and Haven coming from an upper finals, which went all the way to Game 5. Jax was a highly performing player in that series. They need him again to get back into this. Keep on going. That's an awkward 50 here. Ran managing to pick it up. Jury behind. Pesky again. Touch off the wall. Another 50. They continue their onslaught. They're starting to make that forward progress here, but no one there to clean that one up, and the ball falls straight to Infinity.
The ball straight to Infinity. Jax on the ball, trying to drive it forward, but it's going to be Ayan. I think that's how you say their name. I'm not sure, but that is how I'm going to say it for this series. Jury, the one to save it now. Ayan on the ball, driving it forward. Rene on the ball, not able to get bumped, but it's going to be Pesky there, the one to read it. And I mean, already with such no time, Pesky's being absolutely man-blocked there from Jury. And again, the bumps onto Pesky. They've got a vendetta against Pesky now, and I understand why. Pesky's a very tricky player on the field. You know, the one that's always chasing a little bit, and it works quite well most of the time. But Mimical being demoed there. Jury with a little bit of a weak touch and going for a bump onto Jax. Can't quite read it though. And Jax struggling on the backboard there, but Pesky the one to clear and the one to commit to clear away. And Rene overcommits a little bit too much there. Ayan now on the ball. Now that ball's soaring down, and we're seeing a lot of dogfight here from these 2 teams in the midfield, in the air that's going to the third of Haven. I mean, Pegasus, that is what you expect to see though. These teams are going to be scrappy. They're in the lower finals for a reason after all.
Yeah, as soon as the ball goes up, you see one player from each team charging towards it. They are wasting absolutely no time trying to keep the pace up, and that's an awkward miss by Jax here. Luckily, had a defender behind him to clean it up. Infinity in the corner now, trying to bring the ball forward. Ren, another great touch to buy them some time here. Pesky, a player I credit to being very mechanical here, not getting the best touch on the ball. They want to keep up this pressure. It ends up going high again. Jax, a little bit awkward, just floats in front of a ball, ended up blocking his own teammate, but can't really complain here. Infinity in the opposing half again, but not with the possession. Haven have done pretty well on the ball, but it feels like as soon as they get into that final third, they're missing that final piece.
I mean, you could say that about both teams though. Neither team able to get a goal yet.
Yeah.
And that's saying something. I mean, because I don't know about you, but for the ball to be deadlocked after 3 minutes and 40 seconds, I think something needs to change, and something might change soon as we see Pesky getting in there a little bit more. Jax up. Not sure what the intention was there. Probably skipping to the middle, but can't quite do so. And I mean, this ball is still deadlocked, 50 after 50, touch after touch, and no ends meet either side yet. And that's Rene now, bit of a sidewall read, and it's going to be Jax. Jax with an open, but Jury with a lovely touch.
And Minical was looking for that infield pass to Ayan, but Ayan wiped off the face of the earth by Jax, and it will go back to a familiar position, the Haven corner. Ayan, however, gotta be hitting that ball, had an opportunity to put it on target. Mimical tried to make the most of it. It was a great save from Pesky here, who went back, bumped another attacker, and it's really starting to get a bit physical. Even those big boost grabs, you always see one player from each team just trying to crash into each other, open up that space in time for them. Mimical, another shot on net, not enough to get past Pesky, who defensively done very, very well in that current run of play. Ren picks up the ball, keeps it low, keeps it close, still unable to get past the defense, and it feels like now we're starting to get a little bit more shots than we were earlier into the game. Ren again trying to sneak it low. That one was going to be bouncing off the crossbar. Another save required from Ayan. Jury in the corner, lays it off to Mimical. This is a 1v1 situation. Pesky wastes that bit of time. Mimical tries to put it in the center, but no one is there, and it's given to Pesky. It's just back and forth right now. 1v1, 1v1, 1v1 constantly. Both teams so on that offense.
Yeah, both teams are really piling up the pressure now, but they're both not giving it their all, and I mean, they're both scared too, because one mistake and they probably lose this game at this point. Anyway, 20 seconds on the clock. Jury driving the ball forward. It's Mimical with a touch. Doesn't quite see it nicely. It's Pesky there playing defensively sound this game, unable to break through Pesky. The wall of defense behind everyone, and now we hear the buzzers. 5, 4, 3, Rene now on the ball. Rene side flipping, and it's now Mimical. We're in regulation time, ladies and gentlemen, and as quick as we are, we nearly see overtime, but not just yet. That ball is up, and we do now see overtime in game 2.
Well, it felt promised in game number 1. We called there was a chance for it in game 2. Well, here we are, a 0-0 scoreline. Next goal wins, the only goal of the game wins, and it's just about who will pick up their composure, who will have that extra bit of confidence in the offense, or maybe more importantly, who will drop it in the defense. Jax with an open opportunity here. It pitches off, and it bounces off that right corner. Too awkward for the follow-up as well. That one has got to hurt.
Yeah, that one must actually sting there. And now Rene to Jax. Jax on the ball. Jax does not hit it. This Ayan panicking on the corner. Not reading it. It's Pesky now to take it to mid. Jax is almost there. And it gets saved away. And it's now Mimical to have to sweeping defend himself to get it out. And now Rene on the ball. Rene trying to go. Jax on the ball again. And that ball goes to the middle. But Pesky's not there. Pesky's waiting in the lurks. Now Pesky takes it low, gets it past 2, but it hits the bar, and it's now Jury to clear it away. A minute into overtime, the action is looming. It's starting to get risky here for Infinity. They have no option. It's a fake there. And it's now Rene on the ball, slowing it down quite nicely, and it's now Jax faking one, getting past Ayan. It's now going to be taken to Mimical. And Rene with a shot, but it does not go in.
And this Infinity defense, they look so scared on every ball, and Haven trying to make the most of it with some of these fake attempts. Can Rennie do it? No, he can't. It was good on the defense by Ayan. Mimical caught on the back foot, relies on Jury to try and clear this one out, and it remains in this Infinity half. Haven have looked so strong on the ball. It's been constant pressure, fakes in the mid, complete mind games on Infinity, but can they make the most of that one chance? Unfortunately not. We see an attacker go absolutely flying on the wall. Rene bringing the ball forward. Ayan again. Pesky and Jax waiting back. Mimical's up faster. Can he get the double touch? Can he make the most of it? Oh, it's unfortunate. Jury trying to keep it forward. Rene shuts down that offense. Mimical, a powerful strike. Stopped by Pesky, who tried to get back involved again. Jax from the midfield line manages to wrap his way around the ball, get it into the corner, get it into the hands of Rene, and has the tide flipped. Not if Pesky has anything to say about it. It's a pass from the corner, and a shot already floating into that upper half. A goal out of nowhere.
A goal out of nowhere, and it's now, I think, all tied in this series. No, it's now match point to Haven. My brain is having a bit of a moment there, and we are seeing a lot of revenge there from Sanctuary. They're going all out here as Haven now. They look for the series, and Infinity, they were double committing quite a lot. They have a lot to work on if they want to see themselves go through here. Both teams, for that matter, overcommitting quite rapidly. And hopefully they can sort it out. Hopefully they can fix up. Hopefully both teams can ice it out. And I mean, Haven here, they're looking strong. They do not look phased by their loss just not 25 minutes ago at all. And I mean, they're going with a bit of vengeance. And Haven, they're playing well. And I think at this point they deserve their shot to go to the grand final again.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just continued to improve as the series went on. That overtime, I mean, Infinity never really had the ball until that final opportunity where Haven just picked it back up and got an immediate counter-attack. It's all about keeping that possession and doing well with it. And so far, that is what we have seen from Haven. That's why they're on that match point situation and why Infinity are gonna hear all the alarm bells now as they call for a reverse sweep.
I mean, a reverse sweep indeed, and sure if they've taken a timeout. I didn't see anything in chat about it, but I'm not really most attentive. I'm gonna have to ask now, as the Magic Man Kendo in my ear asks, was there a timeout called? Which is what I'm gonna check now, and I'm not quite sure how this is gonna look now. Yep, there was a timeout called, so
okay.
Yeah, good call there from Kendo. And I mean, currently just looking at how this series is going, I'm gonna go through some stats. I think I'm going to be the stats girl today. Just having a look at some of the stats from Infinity. I mean, you've got Mimical, Ayan, and Jury. Both of these, two of them plus 1900. They have a pretty balanced team in MMRs. You know, Mimical 1975, Jury 1914, Ayan 1745 with Form as their sub at 1740. And just looking at some of their stats, Jury #1 in minutes played, #2 in games played, and #1 in games wins. Wins. I don't know why I've just said it like that. And I mean, it's pretty impressive just having a look at all of it. I mean, it's pretty consistent throughout. The only one that's really #1 is clean sheets with Dash, the sub at 0.29. I mean, I don't know how you're #1 on clean sheets when you're that low, but I'm not going to question it.
Well, it's been a very high-scoring tier, clearly, and it has really delivered today. This has been one of the most exciting playoffs of the season so far. Of course, this is the highest tier of the draft leagues here in RSC. Of course, we mustn't forget Premier, whose playoffs will be tomorrow. But Master, wow, has it delivered. That upper finals was incredible, and this lower finals, despite it being a 2-0 in the favour of Haven, every single game has been within one goal. It's just been incredible. We've seen all those mechanics come to show, but the timeout is now over. We've given the go. Let's get straight into game number 3. Haven on match point. If they win this game, that's it. They make it to the grand finals to rematch Hades. Infinity have to start work on a reverse sweep. A tough situation for them, but let's see if that timeout helps.
Let's see if that timeout helps. I mean, currently looking at it, pressure is on for them already, and that's a lovely touch! Ray finishes that ball off, and Jax, we can't count you out. What a sidewall there, what a read, not even a sidewall, just a lovely read, and Haven are peaking right now. They're coming off this, they're 15 seconds in, that timeout's done nothing to their mental, as they take it 1-0 in 15 seconds.
Well, no 2-minute timeout is gonna shut down that incredible starting play. That read from Jax. So hard to deal with if you're an Infinity defender. Now you've just got to focus on getting that equalizer, and they might get one early. Renvo, nice and composed on the goal line, kept it close to their car and put it into the corner. Mimical wanted that pass to Aeon, unable to get it. That's a demo from Pesky, running, keeping the ball forward. They hit the post, and it's Jax again. All three players so quick to the ball. Infinity unable to keep up.
Infinity, they look like a broken team right now. They look defeated already, and they've had a beautiful run for the playoffs from the lower round 1 all the way to the lower final, and it's slowly starting to look like their resolution and their want to win is slowly slipping away. But there's still 4 minutes on the timer. My obsessant mumbles mean nothing at this point in time, because for all we know, they could just be cooking something big. And they're giving us so much time to Haven in this corner, and I'm wondering why they do not need this much time on the ball. They should be capitalizing quite big in this corner. Because, I mean, a good corner touch could see them go down and still in this corner here. They've been in this corner for a good 30 seconds. That's a shot. That's exactly what you want to do. Jury takes one back and it's now 1-2.
And they were just keeping it forward, like you said, that corner being the population of play for quite a while now. But once that opening arose, Jury slotted it away, and now Haven's lead has been halved, and in Infinity give themselves more of a chance. But goals have been very hard to come by so far this series, so it's going to be quite an uphill battle still. Well, Jury looking to shut me up. Too strong on the offense. Maybe they are just a completely different team. I said it was low scoring before, but Infinity, they've turned on the afterburners and they've equalized this game.
They have equalized this game, and I mean, in such a short amount of time, we've seen it now. They have a chance. There is a glimmer and a shine of hope, but not yet. Jax is on the ball. Jax is looking for revenge. Jax on the ball in the corner. Mimical there. Not much boost, but still driving that ball forward when he could have just given it off to teammate. Rene getting it over one now, but Ayan there. Pesky on the ball. It's going to be Mimical. No boost still. Needs to get some pads, I think, there. But as soon as I say that, the 100 boost is collected. Rene now taking that ball forward. Rene's always the one to normally playmake in these situations. Very good at getting that ball forward. And Rene! Oh, not able to. And it's now Mimical to Jax. Jax in the middle, but a Pesky diving in quite riskily there. And that's a lovely touch. That could be a goal. Hey, what a save!
And you had to tip it over the crossbar there. It was a very awkward situation, and the follow-up touches have to be perfect, or Haven would have been able to get it on the rebound, but it continued their attack. Rene in the middle. You said he's the playmaker. Jax looking to provide now with that double tap. Mimical managed to get on the end of it. Ayan completely whiffs the ball. That's going to be worrying. Allows Jax to stay on here. This one goes infield. Rene finds Pesky. And we go again. Haven corrects their lead as it stands. They're going to the grand final, but 2 minutes 20 seconds to go and 5 goals being scored. This game proves to be unpredictable.
This game proves to be unpredictable now. We're seeing such a feat, and that's an early shot. We could have seen an equaliser already. Mimical on the ball. Mimical to the middle, but it's now Jax to be the one to clear it away, and it's going to be Jax still on the ball, driving it forward. Mimical trying to keep it in the middle. Rene on the ball now to the corner. Jax is there. Jax to the middle, but it's going to be Ayan to clear it away. But Pesky unrelentingly driving it forward. That ball's in no man's land, and Jury's going to be the one to clear it away. Jax now sniping Pesky. Rene, Pesky to Rene. That ball's in the middle. Jax is there, but can't quite get it off.
And the attack continues from Haven, looking to double that lead. What a save by Ayan to keep themselves in this game, hopefully keep themselves in the tournament, but their defense can be as strong as they'd like. They still need one more goal. Can Jury provide a third? That is the trick. That is the double tap. Incredible connection. And Infinity keep this series alive.
Oh my word. And that is what you expect from Mimical. Somebody clip it, somebody put it on the week, the master. The season it will be now, because that is a beautiful goal. But 3-3, we've seen them equalise twice now, and Rene now on the ball. Rene leaving the ball, that's really risky. That's not what you want to do, but Mimical with side flips. And Jax absolutely swipes him out. But Rene's panicking, and you can tell they're really trying to make ends meet here. And Mimical stealing that ball away for all the right reasons. It's to Jury. Jury now driving it on the solo play, but Rene diving, not giving any time as that buzzer, the scariest buzzer. Nobody wants to hear the 1 minute buzzer. This could decide if there's a game for it. If we go to grand finals, championship Saturday here. Rene on the ball. Now, not going. Mimical with a pinch as Jax. Jax with a bit of a mistouch, but Rene's there to swipe it. And Ayan to the corner. Jax with a beat off, and it's now a bump on from Rene. Somebody else, and I mean, Pegasus, 30 seconds left, and it's looking deadlocked.
Well, last time I said this, there was a goal in the dying seconds that won the game. You can never guarantee overtime, because Mimical will pop out of nowhere and put his team ahead for the first time this game. It required 4 goals. It required 4 minutes and a half of constant effort and constant pressure. But finally, they've got themselves in this situation, and they're left with 25 seconds left to keep it.
25 seconds to keep it is all they need. They can go to game 4. They can have a lifeline in the series. But Haven aren't giving up so easily. This is a different Haven to what I watched last series. Let me tell you that. Jax now on the ball. Can't quite get it. Rene trying to go as well. They're firing all their weapons at once. Pesky with a boom, but it's not enough. It's 8 and that ball's dropped, and we have a game 4. There is not a sweep denial. There is a sweep denial, sorry, coming out now.
Much better from Infinity. They had to fight from behind or equal for most of that game, but what you cannot deny is the heart, the effort that they showed throughout that entire 5 minutes, because only 1 goal in that entire game put them ahead, and it ended up being the winner. And Maisie, I don't want to throw out that bias, but this has been such an exciting game so far. I want it to go all the way to Champions Field. So, can Infinity do it again? Was that timeout worth it? Will Haven lose another game 5? I can't make the call. It's been so unpredictable. So unpredictable.
I'd hope they don't throw another game 5. I mean, it would certainly be. I'm gonna say it. It's gonna be embarrassing if you do. You know, you claw your way there to have it just ripped away from you at the seams. It's not nice. It's not easy. But who knows? I'm not gonna make that call now because I don't want to be wrong. But I want my prediction to be right. So I'm here for the reverse sweep. Come on, Infinity.
Well, we mustn't forget the circumstances of this game 4. Infinity are looking for a reverse sweep. Haven started 2-0 ahead. Losing here would be catastrophic for the mental to allow Infinity to get that far. But early seconds in the game, it's an attack from Rene shut down well from Infinity. And a wall dash demo there from Ayan on Pesky. Pesky, a player who performed very well in those first 2 games, and defensively I think was very strong in the previous one. I want to see him throw himself more at net. He's so mechanical. He can add that little bit of chaos. Will we see it again?
We might see it again, and I'm not sure, but Rene, all I know is Rene up. Rene, unfortunately, getting a double touch that might throw his team off a bit there. I mean, it was not a pretty double, and that's another double that could throw somebody off, because Pesky had to recover quickly, but was able to in ease, and that's a 50 from 50, 50 from 50, 50 from Mimical, and Pesky there just sees that ball absolutely sent in the middle. Now Mimical having to clear away now. Pesky demoed, Rene on the ball, Jury up, so is Jax. Jax diving in irresponsibly, trying to make it meet. They want this game. You can tell they are desperate for it, and Jax has to dive. Jax has to do it, and he does it quite nicely here. And I mean, it's Jury!
Oh,
He's
no!
able to get the shot, he misses, and that could have been an opener to be 1-0 and to make the storyline potentially come true, but it's Rene! Rene on a counter-attack! And all we saw was a small mistake from Jury, and Rene said, yes please, I want this goal, thank you very much.
And Jury, the hat-trick hero in the previous game, had an open net. It's absolutely brutal. But hats off to Rene, who made the transition from defense to offense perfectly. He had to 51 player and beat another to earn that goal, and it was a goal well earned here. But Haven, they were ahead in the previous game. Infinity had to make a comeback. Can they do it again? Well, they find themselves on the offense, trying to make that happen. Jury puts a lovely infield pass in. It's open for Ayan. They're not going to miss it this time.
No, they are not, and I mean, rightfully so. They need this. They are hanging on by a little glimmer, a little shine. The light at the long end of the tunnel, the impossible mountain. They are climbing Mount Everest right now. They are trying. I can't think of any more analogies. My brain's going small. And Rene on the ball now. Rene trying to drive it forward. Does so. That's a really nice touch from Rene. Could have seen a bit of danger, but Ayan, that's a saver. The one who scored can now save, and that ball nearly sees it in the net, but just off the crossbar. The fourth man coming out strong, and I'm burping away. Sorry, and I mean, just less than 3 minutes on the clock, and it's looking worrying. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'd have to agree here. Haven giving Infinity a little bit too much of a chance. I mean, once it was 2-0 up, you expect them just to shut down this series. The fact we've even reached this game 4 in an equal position should have set the alarm bells ringing. But Jax now, a strike on there. Good save by Ayan. Pressure isn't over. Pesky sees someone in field. Ayan is required again to get that follow-up touch. Even gets a bump on Ren, the goal scorer for Haven. And ball flying in. Jax trying to make the most of it. Gets the flip reset. Gets it on target. Ayan again. So good at this defense so far. Hasn't been challenged too much. Not enough power on the back of any of these shots here from Haven. Pesky maybe looking to provide
Oh my god!
a read off the ceiling. Pesky showing his mechanics once again. This has been an insane series. Completely fakes out Ayan. Makes it look like he wanted that backwall double top, but the ceiling was enough.
Pesky has locked in. 2 minutes left, and the chance is looking bleak. And it's Rene now. Rene on the back wall, ready for the double. Rene, he gets the double, but Mimical is there to save it. Jax now driving that ball forward, but it's Jury that wants to clear away. Hey, and now goal scorer for Infinity, and almost again, but Rene's been a star player this entire playoffs. I'm confident to say probably a playoff MVP for Master at this point. Incredible, and what a boom from Rene again. And Jury not taking anything more. 90 seconds on the clock, and it's cleared away. Jury trying to get a touch. Oops, sorry, Jax on the ball now to clear it away. And Pegasus, we are seeing two demons here in the form of Rene and Ayan, and I want to know your opinion on who you think's got the edge in this game out of just those two, not anyone else at the moment.
Well, Rene's been so strong everywhere on the pitch. I think Ayan has mostly been that defensive rock that has shut down a lot of these Haven attacks. But if you want someone who can do it all, Rene, for me, has been the stronger player. And like you said, arguably the player of the playoffs. And they're on the winning team at the moment. With Rene to one of the shots. Jax off the wall. Got so much power out of nowhere. And Mimical was required to keep it out. It's Rene again, that player we were talking about, trying to lay it off to Pesky, and Pesky off the ceiling, no boost there. Ayan will clear it out. It's gone to Jax. Mimical required again, and it feels like a goal. What's happened there? Why is that post so open? Even double the lead.
Oh, and Infinity have gone for the walk to the shops. I hope they got me a monster while they were there, because am I thirsty after this series? I'm thirsty for more Rocket League, and this series looks over and done, and I want a game 5. I'm not gonna lie, because this is too much. I don't want this to stop, but 20 seconds, 2 goals is looking so unlikely. Haven have been a force that have been reckoned with, and they got turned, and they won. They're playing so well. Rene to Jax. Oh my word! Jax, you're too rude on it. You've produced some clips, and 7 seconds to go. I think this series is done and dusted.
They were already dead, Jax. There was absolutely no need to clip on them like that in the dying seconds. But Maisie, we get to witness that rematch between Hades and Haven. It went to game 5 before. Well, there'll be 7 to play in the grand finals. We get to abandon this best of 5 format, and it's quite a shame because we've had such entertaining matches. Infinity, they were good, not good enough. Haven simply had that other level.
Indeed. And I mean, what a series, what a game, and just to edge it out, just to finish the series. I mean, what a way to end off the series, and I'm not complaining at all. 3-1 to Haven, what a series. And we're going to see a rematch now, just like we saw in the upper final. We see in the grand final, Haven and Hades. There is potentially 14 matches to be played if there's a bracket reset. And I mean, looking at how other tiers have gone elite bracket reset, they played what? They played 11 12 matches there. They played 12 matches there. Rival, there was a bracket reset. They played 11 matches there. Challenger, no bracket reset. Prospect, a bracket reset. There's been 3 out of 4 bracket resets so far. Will we add a 4th to that tally, Pegasus?
Well, I'll save my predictions for when I'm there. I will, of course, be casting that grand finals, and I hope it's as exciting as that upper final that we saw. But once again, final words to Infinity. They went on such a run. Every game was held so close, but Haven just that little bit too much. Rene, however, getting the MVP for that series. A deserved MVP, I think we can both agree. But can they keep it up in the grand finals? Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to find out, and that's by staying on the RSC EU stream just for another about 17 minutes. Maisie, do you have any final statements for the stream?
I do indeed. I'm not casting this one, but I'm here to put a prediction in. Haven take it. Haven take it in 10. They take it in 10. They go 4-2, and then they 4-0 sweep the bracket reset. I'm calling it here. I think they have it in the bag. They have it really, really well. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very happy to say what a cast it's been. And we will see you in just shy of 15 minutes for the bracket grand finals.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Take me back. Take me back. Take me back. How could you ever love me? You don't even see me. I'm hanging around, wasting time, hoping that you drop by. And I don't pretend to know what you want. I don't even know where to start, but I'm willing to try. Even if you push me under, it's only gonna make me stronger. It's only gonna feed my hunger. Say the words, say the words. Even if the tide stops turning, even if the world keeps burning, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. watching the flames burn higher, setting my world on fire. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, risking it all on you. And I don't pretend to know how you feel. Either you won't or you will, but I'll give it a try. Even if you're too blind to see, and even if you look right through me, I never thought it would be easy. Say the words, say the words. Even if the world stops breathing and every beating heart stops beating, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. Just say the words, say the words.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC stream. We're here for the pinnacle of the draft tiers. It's the Masters Grand Finals. I'm here returning Sir Pegasus, and I share the Grand Final caster booth once again with the wonderful Danny Boy.
Well, thank you very much, Pegasus, for the kind introduction, as always, and rightly so. The Grand Final meant to deserve the best, but we're not talking about ourselves. It's meant to be the players themselves here. I would say today has been a pulsating sort of type of day here, and based on the reactions of how our players are going to be here, there is that sort of sense of how we can be putting across here that 4-0 and moves it across here. It could be simply as a sweep or a bracket reset, but we don't have Sauce here, so we can't annoy him that regards. But we might as well briefly, I suppose, look at the bracket and how our respective two Grand Finalists got here so far.
Yeah, of course, and Hades and Haven, two teams that did play each other in the upper finals, a match that went all the way to Game 5. It promised to be close. It went to overtime in that final game. I think it was only right that they met again here in the Grand Finals for the rematch. Both teams coming from the same conference. They were Ignis's second and third seed, so they had to go through that upper bracket in the play-ins. Haven with a 3-2 win against Infinity, Hades with a 3-1 win against Vulcan, and that run continued when it went to playoffs, continuing to push through Transcend and Montezuma, both with 3-1 results. And then it was that match I was talking about, Danny, one of the most exciting best of fives I think there has been throughout the entirety of playoffs. That 3-2 win for Hades, who had to continue their run in the lower bracket where they faced a very strong Infinity side with a confident 3-1 win. This series could definitely go either way.
Well, certainly so. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the statistics person myself, but I'm presuming there will be flights on the screens, respectively so, regarding the team and all the player stats here. At this point, it doesn't really matter. It's more the case of who is going to be making at the top of the tree here. I didn't even bother providing a prediction, and I don't think you provided one, Pegasus, but if we were asked one, what would it have been?
Well, I want another bracket reset. I feel like it's been the theme of the season so far, and I think Haven are going to keep it nice and close with a 4-2, all games within a 1-2 goal difference, just like their previous meeting.
That sounds particularly fabulous here as the players eagerly get onto the pitch itself here. There is, of course, the sense of, do we have a bracket reset? Do we have a clean 4-0 sort of type of victory itself here? Pesky, who's been telling everybody to be quiet, it's his. He's trying to do his best. Jose Mourinho. Well, is he the special one, or will he be turfed out like the big legend himself here and said second was his biggest success ever? Will it be Jack opening up the scoreline?
Well, that's certainly the start you want if you're a Haven player, if you're a Haven supporter. An assist from Pesky, that player you were just talking about here, with a shot just inching off that post. It was a rebound that Jax had to read to open us off. Hades looking for a quick response after winning that kick-off here. It's them versus Jax in the corner. Jazz stepping up. Jax kept on the ball, gets the save and lays it off to Rene, who will beat Bossy here. Jazz forced to go for the 50. Pesky will get that 100 boost and prevents Bossy from getting too good of a pinch here. That's a demo on the goal line. Some early physicality, some early chaos, and Haven luckily gets to start the advantage.
Well, Hades, who is an organisation been with Sinja, I think Kingsman Gas at one point, I think it's temporary round with 3 at 5 MS, who had a slight poor campaign by his standards in the elite tier. They will be looking to get a victory on the board themselves here. It's been far too long here as Jack gets blocked away. Wicked Case and Haven from Sanctuary. They normally do quite well in the Premier tier, so two sides who will have two different sets of fortunes when it comes to success on the big stage itself here. As Boss will have one play. Jack will get a touch here. The back and forth is decent so far. Pesky moves it across here, and the concentration on the man's face tells you everything that you need to know.
And it's another ball in field, blocked well by the Haven defense. It's still, sorry, by the Hades defense. It will now try to transition that into offense. Bossy's shot quickly stopped there. Rene sees Jackson field. I think it's just a bit too much for them on it, too far forward. They're unable to keep up, but Jack's not giving up on that ball. But it takes it all the way to the ceiling here for Bossy to try and clear it out, and it's been fairly closed so far. We've seen a few dangerous opportunities, but only one goal so far being the difference between them in the opening seconds of the match. Jack's looking to change that. A well-placed pass from Rene and an equally good finish from Jax, who doubles his goals and doubles it for the team.
As a comfortable sort of back and forth here, it was almost sense of Pesky himself sort of flexing. Here he is, the man, as far as my knowledge here. You can see it on the cam screen. We should be having Rennie's hopefully soon as well. But nevertheless here, the fancy sort of system has been put back about a season or two here, being fully activated. I think actually the first time this season they actually have the cams on play. But we want goals, we want defence here. And so far here, Hades have yet to score. They're properly yet to even defend themselves. And just like that, 3-0.
Well, you said you wanted goals and you wanted saves. We're only getting one of them so far. Haven, 3-0 lead. Hades, they really gave that one away. And, well, it's going to be a bit of an uphill climb if they want to come back in this game. And they are looking to start off in a disadvantage in this series score. However, we mustn't forget the Grand Finals is a best-of-7 format. You get that little bit of extra time to bring yourself into it, but equally to let it all run away from you. That's another shot here from Pesky. Nice and easy for Bossy to keep it out. Jazz stays on the ball, lets Bossy go up and take it from him. Both of them in that left corner, lurking close to this ball. Pesky has to take it across. And ball back in field. Rennie misses it here. Bossy on the wrong side of the ball. Wicks will have to take the shot. A save from Jackson. Pesky. Clearance stopped again from Bossy. Hades doing well to keep up the pressure.
Well, Rennie pass over to Jax. They've been a decent duo here as Pesky was trying to get his respect as so. But mighty Hades, they need to actually grab a goal here of some kind in this grand final. They'll have surely a chance here. Somebody tucks it in. Not happening here. Pesky once more getting the save down the line here. Over to Jack. Ready with one particular move here. Not happening. So this 3-0 scoreline is pretty much here locked in.
And that save from Pesky was so important, although I think a free goal comeback is still just that bit too much to ask for. Pesky and Jags have to get those 50s in the middle. They don't end up on top of it, but an uncoordinated midfield here from Hades gives Haven the chance to make it 4. Another save here required as Jazz is watching this ball here, lets it run off to Pesky. Again on the ball, Jax hits it high. I don't think he'll be able to read it. It's going to be Pesky again, tries to lay it off back to him. Wicks now, Bossy might go for the bump. Ren manages to dodge it and gets the save. No, not quite. He didn't get enough on it, and 3-1 Hades potentially opening up a comeback.
Nearly the defence there would be disappointed by themselves. Should be doing much better in that scenario here. Yet, of course, to do anything particularly sort of lavish in terms of shooting for goal here. But Hades, more importantly, as you said, they've got one here. 2 would do at least something gathering sort of momentum in this sort of scenario. But again, when you play like the Pesky here, he has that sort of natural debonair, the sort of swagger, the confidence to do something about it here. As goal number 4 should be appearing. Not happening as Bossy gets one save away.
And their match before showed that these kind of comebacks are certainly possible. They had a really dramatic meeting in the upper finals, but Jack's looking to shut that down. Wicks having to get the save in the bottom corner. Jazz wants to find Bossy, will find an opponent instead in the form of Rene, who'll keep themselves onto that ball. Wicks looking a bit awkward in that corner, doesn't get a touch, it's infield again! And Hades, they're inviting so much of this pressure. It's these last-ditch efforts to keep it out of net, and it's a well-deserved win here from Haven as the clock hits 0 seconds and that comeback becomes impossible.
Well, Haven gets the opening one, and frankly, in terms of an experience for the opening game here, it was, shall we say, a poor opening by Hades. There was nothing there that you can sit there and sort of tip their hat off. They had one opportunity, they took the opportunity, and even at that too, they did not do much with it here. So frankly, the likes of Pesky, yes, obviously making a lot of difference, but the other two showing up their standard and quality here in the Masters tier.
And Jackson Bossy, they're players that I've seen before step up. They're able to bring a series back when it looks lost, and well, they're going to need that in game 2. You do not want to fall too far behind. Of course, those tactical timeouts are available if it reaches that point, and if I'm a Hades player, I'll certainly be calling it. And I know Kevin, he likes to get, you know, hands-on with his team. I'm wondering if he's available to coach them if that were to happen.
Well, yeah, the fact that they have the, how can we describe it, the comfortability of potentially losing a best of 7 and then moving across here, and that could be, frankly, what could happen here. But being complacent, I mean, Haven has done well. They 3-1 quite to an extent comfortably with Infinity. There may have been talks of maybe reverse sweep. Well, that certainly didn't happen. This is what you do in these big situations. They came out with a statement type performance in the opening game. It's just kind of continue that sort of type of role.
And it's Jax back in the corner here as a player that I said can make all the difference. They have so far as they have taken the lead here, but Wicks in the midfield, a bit slow so far. Pops that ball up and it's just left open. Jax has to recover it. And early warning signs again coming out for Haven. Hades had the opportunity to get an early goal for themselves this time. Jazz lays it off to Bossy. Big hit forward. Pesky was a confident player in game number 1. Ended up getting that MVP. 4 saves, a goal and an assist. Can he add another assist to the counter? Rene's top corner shot saved fairly confidently by Jazz. That one will fall in field, however. Rene again has to put it wide, and some more back and forth action, like every meeting between them appears to lead to. And it's Jax coming off the ceiling to Ren. Will not be able to pick up that one. 2 defenders on that backboard, only 1 needed. Pesky again, no more boost to get the double tap, calls himself off, and Rene an opportunity to open the scoring.
Jax, Pesky, ball has been allowed to run here, and that's a decent way to stop, in particular a bit of movement here. But fun and games for a few seconds is okay, but will it be costly? Wick with a long distance snipe here, comfortably being saved here. As Jazz here, he's left himself awkward here. Rene with one particular play eventually gets the blocked away here. This is much more what we expected from the performance from the upper final.
Yes, certainly, and Jazz is beaten to that ball by Rene. Opens up the opportunity for a double tap. Jax is going to have to clean that one up. He does. It's a great assist from Rene. It's a very, very quick play here coming out of Haven, and they're looking to give themselves a 2-0 series score. 2 minutes to get this first goal. They got it in quicker fashion in number 1, but again, Hades the first to fall behind. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Straight off the kickoff, they double their lead, and well, that one's going to be very stressful if you're Hades player. And actually, it's Bossy there who didn't even get a touch of a ball.
Genuinely, we look at that sort of scenario, and this is meant to be the Masters series, and have been fairly polite this season. That's just diabolical. You can't be doing it, not in an upper final. You can't be, you know, responding after being defeated arguably so comfortably in the opening game, Pegasus, to suddenly rolling over.
Yeah.
Where's the fight? Where's the spirit here? Yes, you're playing against arguably one of the best players in the Master team in the form of Pesky, but you have to come out with confidence. You have to come out and have that right to play here, as there is a potential goal-scoring opportunity. Should be a potentially save. It's an own goal technically, and that's the first time it gets moved in.
Well, they just threw themselves into this offense and ended up getting rewarded for it. Bossy was looking for that demo on Jax, which forced them to go for that early jump. I don't want to credit that goal completely to them, but at least this opens up the opportunities now for the upper final team to show themselves and get a comeback. Pesky looking to shut that down, coming off the ceiling here. Wicks having absolutely none of it, clears that ball before it gets a touch onto that backboard. Ren again goes for, you know, a bit of a defensive side. Will keeps the ball close, uses that last bit of boost to get another touch. It won't be enough. And there we go, a goal that Hades have earned, and they are back into this game.
And just like that there, this is much more the response that we'll be looking for. A series that is meant to be built up as somewhat close. The expectations, we have yet to see that. We finally might be reaching to that point here, but again, how quickly can you deliver the vital blow here with 2 minutes left here? I suspect here the next minute will be foretelling what's going to be the rest of the series.
Ooh. And that shot there from Jazz, so very well from Rennie, but a double commit here. Well, it's lucky they got that clearance, otherwise they could have been punished very quickly here. Haven been forced back into that defense. Gonna have to step up a bit because Hades looking to carry on a bit more of that momentum which they have gathered in the last minute and a half, let's say. Jax in the corner. Pesky opens up the space with that demo and Jazz running, pushing it forward. Wicks, awkward touch. Jazz wants to lead it on, leaves it for the teammate instead. It's Bossy back on the ball. Pushes through Jax. Pesky left alone in the defense, manages to get it out of danger. Wicks versus Rennie, the 50 on the right wall, ends up in the favour of Haven. Can they transition this to a goal? And it's another miss in quite an important scenario.
For Rennie, one touch, not good enough. Jazz and Wicks moves the ball. At least the transition will have an idea here. Bossy will have one idea. It's just like that there. It's not necessarily quick deliverance on the attack here as Pesky's doing his job. Renee will be blocked out here, respectively so, under the minute now. 2-2. It is poised for some kind of mistake here. It hasn't been brilliance that's been carrying these teams. It's just a lack of concentration that's let something slip here.
Know that we can always have that highlights reel moment for 6 of these players. I say, well, I hate to bring it up again, that upper finals, and Jazz, can he get this one on there? Gets the redirect. Bossy, great pass to him. It's that connection between these two players which has done them well here. Just sneaks it behind, finally catches off Pesky in defense. He's been so strong for the entire day. Could this be the goal that equals them in the series?
Well, I did say it was going to be one mistake that's going to be costly. And that's what it was there. Should be holding out here. A 3-2 scoreline with 20 odd seconds. It's not necessarily difficult to play game management. Just boot the ball as far as you can. Never mind where it ends here for the mighty Hades rosters. They have to grab one on the board here. They go 0-2 down. You'll be calling a timeout. That's what you'll be expecting at this situation, this scenario, this level, this confidence itself to the peak of these two capabilities that we expected. As you rightly said, you shouldn't be surprised or upset by saying the upper final. It was a classic in its own regard, but we want better. This is the grand final after all.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, and most of those goals I would credit to a defensive mistake from either side. Hades end up collecting that win. They were 2-0 up very early in the game. You thought, you know, that's it. It's just easy runnings for the rest of the match. You've just got to play it out. But they allowed that opportunity for Haven to get 2 goals back, to bring themselves back into it. And Hades had to work that little bit harder, and you can't afford to be dropping these goals, because if Haven can keep themselves going from that 5-minute mark, it's going to be very hard for Hades to keep themselves here and prevent that bracket reset.
Well, a bracket reset is what us neutrals would be hoping for. We've had, I think, off memory, at least 2. I believe Rival and Elite had that bracket reset, and yep, the Elite did match up to that. Rival less so here, but as we do move on to Sovereign Heights, respectively so, for the 3rd game here. I wouldn't say this game is as pivotal in terms of the grand scheme of things, but if Mighty Hades do win it, you would just have the sense here that, you know, the next 2 games has to be, of course, their respective challengers to the potential champion, the throne. But again, we're getting far too ahead of ourselves. Game 3 has gone underway here, and it is the defensive push here from, of course, Haven.
There's Wicks on the ball now, trying to keep that ball close. Pesky will be able to get to it, stops it from going into the top corner. It wasn't too much of a challenge for a player of that caliber. And Jax with the counter-attack. Wicks is just left for dead in the corner, leaving way too much space there. And Rene will just confidently slot it away.
And the fact that you're taking that long to make a decision, rotating from the back lines, yes, you're kind of play clever, but you always have to be careful that there's just a straight bang downfield as a potential option here. But there we have it, 1-0. And Rene looking to make it 2 on quick response here, but Bossy not happening and being pressurised by Jack in terms of field possession in here. Will get the 50. Oh, you can imagine a shot coming at some point here. No redirect. The defence was quicker than the attacking player here, and double commit here will be surely a save. Well, a post will get that one away. Eventually, Jack versus Jazz. Will it be a few moments here? Surely the pass and went for the pump. That's not even on target. You could even tell by the natural positioning that even the angle wasn't favourable there. Even if he sliced it, it would have been a better shot. But again, these are the decisions. Those are the moments you have to slot home.
And it's ended up being another goal for Haven. Jazz had to score that goal before, saw their teammate ahead of him. There was no reason for them to suggest they had to try and slot it into a bottom corner. But Haven get the quick counter and they punish Hades for not being able to finish their dinner. I mean, it's just that simple. We could have had an equal scoreline. Instead, we've got Haven in the lead with a bit of insurance.
And there's holding hands here. That we are on the 16th of December, not too far away from Christmas itself here, but the presents and gift giving is a few days away, gentlemen. This should be a little bit more volatile, a little bit more like war between the two here, because you don't get anything for second place other than, well, the Appreciation Award here for coming into this particular league here. It's Jazz, up it goes, and Boss follows suit.
Yeah, it's true, and Haven back on the offense again. Rene, a heavy touch here. Well, Wick's able to get a touch. He was caught on the back foot though, so couldn't follow it up. Yaz wanted to get that 50, lets it fly over to Wicks here, trying to go for something individual, trying to lay it off, but Pesky able to get it in. So far, this has been really a chaos matchup, I would say here, Danny. I hyped this up to be the pinnacle of the draft here. I don't think it has quite lived up to that.
I would say so far the one that's lived up to it would be the elite tier so far, but again, this is early days. If we are expecting a bracket reset, potentially 14 games, maybe 10, 11, etc. This is here, it's very early days here, but you have to give full credit here. I was going to say for Mighty Hades, who has dictated and has played a very much as perfect as a game as you can without letting mistakes in. But they have let one in. It is within one, mind you, here. And you know what? You're right, it hasn't been vintage of the Masters here.
And maybe it's just those nerves. 3 months of gameplay, of course, leading to this matchup. And there we go, we get the equaliser now. It's a ball off the wall by Jazz. Bossy able to put this one back. And who was the player responsible for letting it fly over him? It was Jax, just a bit too far forward. It flies over his head and we're back to an equal game. And it's a similar position to before, Danny, where a team is 2-0 ahead. And then they just let it fall to this situation.
I've got to say, it's been pretty much a poor grand final in the grand scheme of things here. There is a kick-off goal once again here. Favouring, of course, here, I was going to say Haven themselves. Look, there's no politeness about this one here. There's very little here in terms of, you know, reward in terms of what's been put on display. The quality has yet to match the upper final, and that's where the anticipation is. And yes, 3 months of gameplay, yes, you have the pressure, yes, you have everything else, but that's why you have the grand finals where big players step up here, as that could have been arguably the moment where we've seen the tide change.
It was a nice little play, a redirect attempt, so close to the goal, ended up hitting that crossbar right next to that top corner. It would have been a satisfying one if it did end up going in, but Hades, they haven't given up on their offense, and they shouldn't, because they need to make a comeback. They're 1 goal behind. Bossy wants to keep that one close. It was looking a little bit awkward. Haven almost sneaking in the 4th, but the goalkeeper managing to keep it out, and it's Bossy again trying to keep on that forward pressure, trying to, at the minimum, bring this one to overtime. They are the team that have come here from the upper bracket, but as it stands, Haven will have a series advantage leading into the next game, and that goal from Ren will certainly help it. It was an awkward positioning here, being in that right corner, but still managing to put it on target and over 2 defenders here.
If you are looking for a better final to watch, the Elite Tier is available, of course, on Twitch and YouTube at the RSC. The links is down below here. This is not what we expected here. Yes, the angle's good, but frankly, where is the defence here? Is this going to be a high goal score type of grand final? If so here, fair enough. But we have to expect there's some kind of basic level of defending. And frankly, we've been far from it here. Jack's been caught far too much up here. He has got away with it, but again, if it was half a car length further up, it's a different story.
Rene wants to get that redirect. That one drifts too far wide. Jazz picking up the ball, sees Wicks infield, doesn't wrap themselves around the ball enough to get it to them. Pesky tries to get that angle on his own here, and Jazz's offense is quickly shut down here by Rene. Haven once again on the attack. If you were looking for overtime, this is not the team you want in that position. It almost ended up flying in. The defense required there to stop that counter shot, that second ball being taken advantage of, and this one will just fly over. And oh Danny, the Master Tier Grand Finals, this is the best of the best, and an own goal to keep it alive for Haven.
How's everybody's Christmas going? All ready for it?
Well, but I want an early Christmas miracle of this series, you know, picking up a little bit more pace. This is 6 players here that can really put on a show, and it's not something we have seen so far about Haven. You know, I guess to them it doesn't matter how you win them as long as you get a trophy at the end of the day, and they're on course to do so as they lead series score 2-1, of course coming from the lower bracket. So a lot of work left to be done.
At this point here, this sort of point of the series, I would like to sit here and say that there is a something to hang on to in terms of, yeah, the performance was good. We can say the goals were there. We can set that comfortably. There was 1 or 2 angles that you go, right, fair enough. But it's caught the defender out. Now, once you can go, okay, that's a class bit of performance. But when it happens second time and the third time, and it's both sides that are guilty of it, you can't sit there and, you know, sort of go, okay, something's up here. You have to either slow the game down or the awareness, something's not quite, it's not quite clicking. And that's what's thrown both of us off, surely, and probably everybody else here. And it's now, respectively, these 6 players who's got to respond in arguably a strange set of circumstances. Who's going to come out on top here? It is 2-1 here. If it does come 3-1, the bracket reset probably at this point looks more likely. But again, that's here or now.
Yeah, I do think this is an important swing match, not only for Haven and their chances of taking this first series, but I think the series overall, if Hades are able to come back here and pick up their confidence just that little bit, I think we'll be in for a little bit more action. Of course, we did have a high scoring affair, and that's something a lot of spectators like to see, but it didn't feel like it was earned or forced through. Mostly a bunch of open nets that teams could capitalize on. Of course, you know, 3 of them maybe being the difference, and Pesky, there we go, a little bit of individual play there, some of those mechanics showing up, a little bit more of that, and we are in for a much more exciting ride.
Yeah, hopefully. It has been, at least in terms of an opening minute, a lot more stability. Nothing has been given too cheaply. There was a potential chance for the opening goal, but as Wicks moves this one downfield, Jack and Pesky will be just sort of looping themselves around here. Nice soft touch here, and ideally could be something into the middle here. Frankly, I would say this has been the best play in terms of the 4 games we've seen so far.
Yeah, certainly, and there we go. I think that's the goal so far as well. Pesky found some space on the ball. Jazz was in defense. Jazz, I think, anticipating a straight up shot. Pesky, a few tricks under his sleeve, goes for the double tap, and What a way to open up the scoring. Haven both having the advantage in series score and game score on what we said would be a very important match in dictating what could be Series 1's result.
Yeah, certainly so, as Pesky naturally jumps back there. And his two teammates continue the form of pressure. He pushes a little bit too far up here, but no threat really in terms of where the target was potentially going here. Another particular play straight at it, and Bossy with another save here. And frankly, Hades have allowed themselves to be stuck so far back defensively with only one player time and time again here. It's inviting the shot so naturally against them, and it's just maybe going to backfire potentially the second time in this game.
And there's certainly players that you just cannot allow to have that space, and one of those plays punished them to lead the scoring. Pesky, very, very mechanical. If you let him play this series like it's free play, he will capitalize on Wicks. A shot coming off the crossbar, the biggest opportunity so far for Hades. It's not over yet. Oh my word, can he just get it on target? And is there a magnet on the woodwork? You've got to be putting those away.
Yes, there's a cross here. Half a game still left to go, of course, here. Opportunities might come thick and fast in this sort of type of matchup here, as Wicks slows the game down here. That's what was missing earlier. It will be a free shot, and again Bossy left alone. Too much to do here, and it will be Haven, I'll call it now this early, taking this game, and will be on match point for a bracket reset.
And it's so hard to disagree with you right now. Hades not showing anything, I think, in this game. They've had a few opportunities on the attack, but like before, they were just slamming it off the crossbar. They've got to keep their nerves, they've got to keep calm, they've just got to get those shots on target. And that being said, you're going to need even a little bit more than that, because all the Haven players, I think, are relatively strong on the goal line. Pesky, Jax and Ren have shown before that they can get those superhero saves in those vital situations. And Pesky getting the flip reset, trying to show something here. Jazz will shut that one down. Wicks puts the ball high, but it's only going to go to a Haven attacker. And the pressure continues again. Can Pesky get a sidewall? Not this time. Wicks, oh no, it's a miss on the sidewall. Luckily, Hades unable to get on the end of it. I think it was a miss from a second player actually faking them out. And it's a goal from Wicks straight off the counter-attack. A familiar goal to what was scored before, actually, for Haven. A misread in the corner, leading to an infield shot for one of the players. And Hades could get themselves back into it, but I still lack that confidence.
Rightly so there. The quick sort of pop wasn't necessarily ideal there, as Jazz could have maybe waited a second or played it, but either way, they've got the goal and they've got themselves at least a sniff of a chance here. But when Pesky's in that sort of type of mood here, you know that the third and fourth goal will appear. We've spoken so often about them, and he is arguably quite highly respected in that particular regard here as Bossy straight downfield here, and it is arguably the MVP and the Masters tier to deserve it, so our all-star in the future. There's going to be no doubt about it. He gets saved away with it, as it be a potential 450. That has it. Rennie straight down, and Jazz, he's popped it high up, and it will be a secondary touch. Will it be past the defending, or sorry, the attacking player? Yes, it is. But again, there was an opportunity there where 3-1 was going to be the case. And
overcomplicated a little bit. Saw two players on the right, tried to play that pass, doesn't manage to reach either of them. And Jax with the flip reset, trying to get the highlight reel, sets it up nicely on the backboard. Bossy's just forced to send it high. I don't think anyone's there for the follow-up tub. Pesky wanted the pancake. He's really just trying to freestyle on them. Jax, another opportunity to make it free. And Hades, it's a 2-1 scoreline. It's a match that's been, I would say, heavily in the favour of Haven. And even still, I think Haven could have brought in just that little bit extra and widened this scoreline. It's really not a good situation for Hades to be in. And this ball will finally hit the ground. It'll end the sufferings of Hades, and Haven go to match point. They've got to bring out something different here. They've got to bring out something different.
They can't. Frankly, I've casted plenty of these Circus matches before here, Pegasus, and I'm sitting here in Circle, and there is absolutely nothing Hades has shown to sit there and give me any form of confidence here. They're going to take another game off them. I'm surprised I got one off them. So, look, what can they do? Well, I'd like to say maybe slow the game down for a second, move it across as the timeout has been called by, of course, the Hades lineup. So, I think it was probably a game a wee bit too late, to be honest with you. So, frankly, Pegasus, I think at this point here, we should just naturally just be in the racket reset. I don't see where the... I'm genuinely complex. I don't see a route back into this for them.
Well, you'd like to keep that hope for the players, wouldn't you?
No, I'm sitting here in the booth. That's their job.
I'm sure there'll be some people in the audience, especially that are Hades supporters, that want to keep that, that last bit of hope that they can make the comeback. They can get it done in one. Haven have just been so strong, haven't they? In that final game, especially Pesky looking so dangerous. And you were talking about how he could be player of the playoffs or player of the tier. I've even heard shouts there for their teammate Rene. So it's just two incredible players on one team that at the moment are just looking to be too much to handle. And going to be a very long night for Hades if Haven do end up going all the way and taking this.
Well, you sincerely look at the performance, and yeah, it looks like they will be sort of the two players to be talked about in terms of that MVP type quality. I think Pesky's just going to be straight out in terms of that, even by numbers alone, what he's put on here. Look, I don't want to dash everybody's hope here. It's been a great evening in terms of the quality of the Rocket League so far. And me just hopping straight into the grand final saying, yep, that's it done in the opening series. It's not what we want. We genuinely wanted a 7-game thriller. That's what we all came out to see here. It's been far from that. I would like to hope to say that Hades might come out to play in the second series better. Maybe it's just the fact that they have that extra life. It's maybe given that sort of sense of comfortability. If they remove that, do they come out and play better? I don't know.
And we've seen it before where one team wins the first series in the lower bracket, and then the upper bracket they come back and take it in the second series. And I'd have to agree with you. As much as we're saying this first series looks to be over in the favour of Haven, that's not to say for the entire grand finals. I mean, Hades can easily come back in the second chance, and we do have a player missing. The timeout is over. I'm trying to see which player that is here. We do have Jax, Bossy, Pesky, Ren, and Jazz. Says that Wix is the one we're waiting for. He will be coming back. Of course, I'm not sure what the protocol is for when we run over a timeout. Doesn't matter. Wix is here now. We're going to go straight into I believe it is game number 6. Is it game 5? It's one of them. 5. There we go. It's game 5. We need Hades to come out with something more, but I don't think we'll see it.
Joe, I love the fact that our producers, Kendo, he's done a fabulous job all season long here in the grand final. Had to, not even whisper, just very bluntly said, it's 5, effectively so there. As the opening goal has gone in again, no surprise to him at this point. So, look, this has been a very casual evening for a grand final. There is very little to scream and shout about. And, look, whoever's doing the spreadsheets, the statistics, put a 4 on. This is going to be a bracket reset. We will be moving across here because this is not looking good here by the Hades roster.
And it's been set nice and early with quick shots coming in from Rene to make it a 1-0, and they're still on the offense. We're still in the Hades half, and that Jazz clearance leading it to the other side, but Jax will pick up that corner boost and full possession of this ball here. We'll try and bring it forward. Bossy gets the interception, plays the back pass here to Wix, has Rene to beat. Rene Absolutely none of it, with a very strong 50, and I was confused whether this was a game 5 or a game 6. One thing's for sure, this is looking to be the final one of the first series, and I was giving Hades maybe a little bit too much credit, but I want them to prove me wrong. I really do, Danny, and this could be the opportunity to start it, but it's an easy save here from Jax. Jazz required other side. Will finds Wiz infield. It's a good save here from Rene, who will now try to start an attack of their own. Jax unable to beat Bossy. Just again on the ball. These infield passes from both teams constantly trying to be found, and I think both defenses doing well to shut them down early.
Certainly so, and it has been at least matched in terms of one player to another. It's just a case of can they potentially break through and able to capitalise and build from there, but we'll wait and see here as Wix is taking a free sort of cheap shots here. It's just whether they can continue piling the pressure, and that's not enough here as Pesky's been allowed to run with it. That's a poor attempt to get away from the final third by his case. Pesky with a particular angle, not getting the shots off, but sets up Rennie nonetheless here. So they have been dealt with pressure, they are providing the attacking offense, and just like that, 2 minutes bled off the clock here since that opening early goal.
And still Haven are ahead. We've seen a couple of attacks, I must say, from Hades. We've at least seen some advances into the Haven hive, which I think is more than we could really say in that previous game. But they still need to get it over the line. They still need to find that killer pass, that big opening one to break past with, well, strong Haven defense. But Wix, once again, having to try and work it out from his own side. Jazz will get a touch here. Will set himself up. He's got 60 boost. That demo will certainly open up some space. The infield pass doesn't really challenge the defender there, and I think that was their biggest opportunity.
It has been, and when you don't even have that as your sort of outline sort of terms of getting something going, there's something wrong here, and
No.
Right, I know Kingsman Gas has been, 4 times champion of, feel of the week here, but that's bottle job of the season.
I just have no words. I honestly have no words, and as you know, I'm typically someone that has everything to say, just can't stop talking. But that was something special. It really was.
It's despicable. It's diabolical. It's not even up to scruff standard. It's frustrating. For the players themselves, it must be agitating them in terms of something not being sunk on home here, but for everybody else watching as neutrals, you're sort of going, come on, this is like poking a big rock with a stick here, come on, get a move on, and it hasn't been moved across. I'm frankly lost it at this point here, and frankly it's the fact that we potentially be watching 4 more games at this standard. If Hades doesn't move across, I think Cincy should lose his spot as franchise owner. It's just absolutely not up to it.
Wow, strong words there, and which I will say neutral for. I think that one is definitely your call, but the match continues here. It is still 1-0. You still want to hold out some hope for just one Hades. No. They've had plenty, but they haven't put away. I'm not finished here. I'm not finished. I said you want to hold out the opportunity for them, and they've been given them, quite frankly. They've had those open nets and they've not been putting it away. So as much as I want to fuel them with this hope, every time that hope has been granted, they've just not had the facilities to put it away.
Join the dark side here, Pegasus. He's slowly being tinted into the Dannyism of the Roy Keaneism, as everybody will be moving across here. That's goal number 2. And if you might be just watching or tuning in here, this is the grand final at the Masters, the top tier of the Drafts League. As Pegasus has said much earlier in the evening, we do not have sauce on tonight's broadcast. We can happily say these words quite comfortably. It's a bracket reset, and arguably it's been the weakest bracket reset in terms of a challenge or in terms of a fight. And frankly, I'm looking at it and sort of going, do we have to play the bracket reset? Surely a 4-0 or 4-1 is going to be the same outcome. Are we playing the game for the sake of playing it? That's how, passionately I'm slightly a bit annoyed here, Pegasus. You have to show a fight. You have to get it into the side here. And the fact that they missed an opportunity that cleanly just to survive a potential of losing that series, you can tell I'm not happy here.
Yeah, I don't think many people will be happy except for those Haven players, their GM and AGM. I mean, for the audience, it's been... I mean, it was as entertaining as watching, car accidents on YouTube is. You know what I mean? It was just a complete mess all the way through. Rene will be credited with the MVP here. 5 goals to 14 shots. A lot of those opportunities being an early Christmas gift, I would say, from Hades, who I'm hoping come out a lot stronger in that second series. I don't want the draft tiers to end so anticlimactically. I want to see more of a push. We love a bracket reset story, but just not like this.
Well, Joe and I don't like us taking a break either, but that's where we will be heading to, and hopefully we will have one side that came from the upper side showing why they respectively deserve that. But again, it has been pesky, it's been Rene, it's been frankly all of them in their respective showing here. But come back and see where this next best of 7, the final of the draft here of RSC.
Dance with me, wild as me, finally got some clarity. Don't you know, all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle, quite magnified. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the world outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend you're shy. Make it slow, let it go. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me, wild as me. Finally got some clarity. Don't you know, all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle, climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the world outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Take it slow, let it go, let it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend you're shy. Take it slow, let it go, let it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Let's take a trip to uptown. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me, wild as me. Finally got some clarity. Don't you know, all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle, quite magnified. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the world outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. They say that love is blind, but I never trusted sight. When I turn and look inside, there's nothing I can't find. In the silence of the night, when my demons come alive, I hear a voice disguised, telling me we're not alright. No evil lies now. You They say that love is blind, but I never trusted sight. When I turn and look inside, there's nothing I can't find. In the silence of the night, when my demons come alive, I hear a voice disguised, telling me we're not alright.
Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown my sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrow, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you.
Come closer.
Storm that meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC. It is the Master Tiers. I would love to say what an epic grand final that was. We have activated the bracket reset, of course, 3 Haven 4-1 victory. But to be blunt, I've been here in RSC for a very long time, and you've seen for since the beginning of time, it feels like. I've got to say, outright, that may have been the worst series in terms of RSC history in a grand final I have witnessed, especially in this tier. It was not up to standard. It was awful by the quality. Yes, goals were happening, defence wasn't there, and we just saw this moment. We're just debating between ourselves here and wondering, is it worthwhile playing the bracket reset? Well, thankfully, it is going to be played out here. We're hoping for the standard to be moved and everybody geared up here, but we're not going to give false hope. That wasn't a bit good first opening series for all 6 of those players. They know themselves the quality they can play at, and do you know what? Haven didn't need to play any better. They played well enough to win 4 games.
And we're hoping that Series 2 can put that grand into grand final. Like, it's been 3 months of build-up to get to this point, and you want to talk about these 2 teams. How about all those other teams that were just edged out from getting to that position? The other teams that played today for the playoffs, I'm sure some of them will be watching this and wishing that they were in this place. And these 2 teams, you want them to make the absolute most of it. So I think, Danny, we can all agree we're hoping for a much stronger Series 2 here. Can Hades pick themselves back up? They already had an hour break before the first series. They've had an extra 15 minutes. Will that 15 minutes make all the difference? There's only one way to find out, and that's getting straight into game number 1 of Series 2.
Well, the bracket reset finally up the draft here. Hades versus Haven. It should have been a classic. The upper final we looked at, it was a spectacular feast for the eyes here. The lower final was such a moment to watch. You thought 2 masterclasses. We might have even seen dessert, and you know what? We may even have the doggy bag to take on home here. We have been unfortunately left into the scrap heap. Now we are looking to get back into the restaurant. It is meant to be Christmas after all. Unfortunately, we've seen the 4 ghosts of the tail, but can we maybe just have the happy ending where the leg finally gets fixed?
Well, Hades now on the attack here. Wicks trying to find infield Jazz, and Jax saves the shot from Jazz. Oh, that one's quite a bit of a tongue twister here, and it's Jax again back on the ball. Jax this time has his shot saved by Jazz. It's like Fox in socks, but we keep on going. Game 1 has been back and forth with those first 2 opportunities going on. Who will draw blood first? Hades having a lot left to prove after that first series, after that poor performance. That attempt was flying into the top corner. Jax had to get the save. Then Ren, it's been a pretty constant offense here from Hades, but Haven have really dealt with it with high amounts of confidence.
Certainly so, and this has been arguably a much better performance by Hades Haven. Forced now to try to play around it here. The opening minimarks are showing here. Good save. Wicks was on the post line, and will be a case whether he can get the second touch. He has. Just like that there. This is what we expect at the opening of the grand final. It should be as Renee up and around. Jax is there. Secondly touch here. Back into middle. Wicks with 1 touch. So Pesky will have an option for a boom down left or right. He will go to his own here.
And Pesky tries to take it off the corner. It's well read by the Hades defender who got that huge clearance. Bossy going for one again, just wanting the follow-up touch, but Pesky is just faster to the ball. He doesn't let it drop onto him. He's the one making that forward progress. That shot there will not be on target. Jazz keeps the ball close with a flip reset attempt. Doesn't end up leading to anything. Ren tried to tuck it in field, but Wicks is just a step ahead. Jazz back on the D, and this is a lot more like what we saw in the previous series. I think we started off here with a bit of a Hades advantage, but now Haven have picked up their pace and they've got themselves that familiar first goal.
Again, a bump in that case, and you just look at the defender and you've been wondering what's happening. Was it too tight into the net, not giving you the angle? Either way, doesn't matter. It's goals and goals only in this bracket reset. You play league play for 8 weeks essentially, so trying to get yourself in the position, you go through play-ins, playoffs for these types of moments here. That's what we all want, to have a shot at the grand final. And Hades themselves has got the show, now the spirit in the series they eventually just lost, to get one back onto the boards here.
And it's Jax back on the ball here, lays it off to Pesky, might try and find a bump, doesn't end up getting it. Pesky back on the corner, Wix and Jazz on that backboard. It's Wix who will pick it up, and again with the follow-up touch, doesn't manage to get the 50 against Ren. Bossy looking a bit awkward, does get the touch on that ball, that was crucial here, but Jax still not giving up on that offense, and it's just something you can say so much about Haven. They really don't stop. If they see the ball in the opposing half, they will charge for it. They'll keep that attack going for as long as possible. They'll try and squeeze out a Hades mistake, and Hades mistakes have certainly been something on the menu, so not too bad to order it.
Hopefully we will see what else. Will the server be coming out here? Will it be fine dinery, or will it be just a carton? Frankly, we're just trying to find out here. Off it goes here, and the cutlery being spilt around here. Mostly with one move downfield here. It hasn't been quite swift transitional play. It's been let's stop and start stuttering at its best here, and that's a decent block it goes here. Pop one, but again it's been moved away here. This is a lot more in terms of inviting for the attack inside.
Yeah, and Hades back on that ball. It's Bossy who has Jax to beat. Pesky on the follow-up, been so strong the entire season, but especially in this series here. Jazz wants to get the side. Oh, we saw one in a lower tier. Not this time. It'll work as an assist for Jazz. And Hades, they've been a lot more on the attack this game compared to in the previous series overall. And Wix able to slot that away into that bottom corner. There's a chance now for them to take the game.
Seriously have to win this one. It's been non-stop Haven victory after victory after victory, and eventually gets soul destroyed as that one gets popped up here. Another particular play here as Bossy's there, popped over to Jazz. It should be a downwards ball. That's on target. There is a bump onto the defender, and it's a typical story. Haven in the lead.
And it's a position that we've seen before here, an open net for Haven to have a pop at. This time there was a defender who was waiting, who was ready for it. Sadly, there was also Pesky ready to knock them out of the way and keep that open net as open as humanly possible. Hades, they looked to have a chance. They looked like they were getting into the series, into the game, into the grand finals, but Haven shutting down those dreams as quick as they possibly could.
And that sort odd seconds being counted on down here, and so does Mighty Hades' chance of taking the first game as well. It was one of those ones where you just sort of have the sense of this is important. You can't rest on the fact you've got to win the next one, Hades. You cannot sit here and, you know what, not win it, because if Haven gets the second game, you ask the question, what do you do? And well, you've had what, 8 games effectively plus to do something about it, and you haven't done anything.
And initially we were saying that game 1 was going to be so important here for Hades, but situations change. It's now a 1-0 lead for Haven. I think the next one will have to be their last chance to just get that one win to help pick up a little bit of that momentum. I would say that it was a stronger game there from Hades than we saw in any of that first series. So hopefully they can continue that forward progress. But Haven, just such a hard team to beat, and a team that I still think have another level.
I can't disagree. Yes, it was a stronger game. Yes, it was better. But better's not good enough. That's a strange sentence to say. You can only face what's in front of you. And right now you're in a bracket reset. You've beaten them once before. Yes, in a best of 5 format. Failed to do it in a best of 7 once before. Yes, you only have 15 minutes to recuperate yourself in terms of it, but the writing was on the wall since like game 2 or 3. Now, at this point here, do you play safe or do you play smart? How do you approach the game? At this point here, throw something different. And maybe that might be the approach here. It's been far too in between, it seems.
I don't know what needs to change, but at this point I just think anything, cause a bit of chaos, change what has been the natural order of the series so far, and maybe you can catch Haven out just that one time, and once that first game win is on the cards, who knows what can happen afterwards. But a 50-50 between Jax and Jazz to try and prevent an early Haven shot. That one bounces off the crossbar. Hosky is ready to send it home. And I'd say the alarm bells are ringing, but they have been for quite a while. Hosky, full confidence on that strike, and they put themselves ahead within the first minute of the game.
I think the bells have stopped ringing due to how tired they are, Pegasus.
I mean, that could very well be the case here. Jazz trying to go for a more physical play there. Left the ball behind, went for the bump, was unable to get it. And the more bumps coming out to show. Rene has been thrown out of that net, unable to get back. And Jazz with the quick counter punch to get them back to equality. But it's a similar situation to what we saw in the previous game. I'm not going to hype up until I see something different. I need to see them put themselves ahead.
We sincerely hope so, and just for context as well, it's been 5 hours plus worth of game time for respective teams who have been doing battle through most of the day here, so we have the argument of fatigue or tiredness as that one's actually for the first time. Let's just hold it on here. Let's enjoy the appreciation. Hades are in a lead.
And it's rare they get caught out like that. It was actually quite a strong infield pass there from Jazz, where I thought they were going to go for a shot. It's clearly caught out Hosky as well, who lurked at that near post expecting it. A very well worked goal, and hopefully a sign of things to come if we want a more exciting grand finals, but slapped back into reality as Rene finds another opening in the Hades defense and takes advantage. Had to come in swinging from the right side of the pitch to wrap themselves around the ball. 116 kph. You really can't complain with that if you're a Haven supporter.
It could have been faster.
Okay. Maybe you can if you're Danny Boy, but that's a special case, isn't it? That doesn't count. But the series continues here. Haven familiarly on the offense here. Jax wants to pop it high, unable to get it. Bossy trying to keep it close, trying to keep it out of danger, but now it's Hosky on the ball. We'll find Rene in field, and just as we were saying, there was a chance for Hades. It felt like Haven, if anything, have woken up a little bit, just being like, oh wait, they're actually fighting back now. Let's stop up. One infield pass, bang, goal. Another infield pass, bang, goal. There we go, we're ahead again.
It's not often I hear Pegasus being hopefully trying to inspire a team, but yet sounding so negative. It is a treat to actually set the reaction while he's trying to give them all to that there. And frankly, I'm just sitting here sort of going, I've been here before. I've seen the script happen. It's not going to happen. And yet that sort of negativity, my people sort of going, oh, you're not giving them a chance here. Well, they've been in the lead twice here. They mightn't like to have a cracking time the game up here, but what will be required is the third goal, and that's a fabulous bit of placement here. And we can sit there and appreciate it, but you can just know Haven's going to score goal number 4 for them.
Well, I'll have that final bit of hope. I'm not fully dead yet, Danny. I'm not fully dead. Come on, Hades. Show us some more. You've scored 3. Who's to say you can't score 1 more? You've got a couple saves to your name as well. Please don't let Hosky score immediately. Hosky does not score immediately off their own accord, though. Nothing to do with that Hades defense, but they find themselves on the off now. That one goes too high, too wide as well. Goes into that safe corner of Haven and into the path of Hosky. It's been increasingly dangerous. I don't think they've had the opportunity to even show their full power here, and oh my word, what was this on the goal line? 2 players were available. Jax just went for a popping shot on that, just thought, why not? And no one able to clear it. What? Danny, I mean, I'm lost for words.
Well, I have plenty of words, and at least half of them I can't say on broadcast.
I know. Well, we can't remain too somber. There is still
No,
more
we
of the
can't.
series to be played. No, we can't go on for another minimum 15 minutes sitting here
Join
not
the
saying
dark
anything.
side.
We have to put on a show. That is our job here as casters, as analysts, of course. We can say this match is over, but as the people in the production, in that entertainment spot, I'm sorry, Danny, you have to remain in the video ninja. You have to remain in the Discord call here with me and Kendo. You've got a job to do.
I may have a job to do, but I'm the only one in this production call that actually has the title and the name too. Yes, I can play that card, and I've just done so. And I can tell you that this series was done before it began. Are you not entertained? This isn't here Rocket League. This is a night of a somber. It is unfortunately what Shakespeare wants. Is it to be or not to be? Well, it's always not at this current moment in time.
Oh, such a bitter ending to what has been such an incredible draft season. I would have to say I didn't get the opportunity to watch much of Prospect. I got to see Rival and Elite. We get to see Premier tomorrow. Rival and Elite, some of the best grand finals I think RSC has had to offer. And here in the highest tier. Oh, okay, whatever, Danny. But 5-3. Haven score again. They increase their lead. And our opinions remain the same.
I got out of bed and actually spent some time doing my hair, which doesn't look like it on broadcast, but, you know, I made an effort. I even put a blazer on during the grand final.
Yeah, I was about to say. And I convinced you to put on that blazer for this, you know, highbrow affair. You would have thought the Master Grand Final, but Hosky trying to get a sideball here. All three players at the near post for Hades. They want to, you know, get what would be a tiny bit of consolation here with a late goal. I don't think we are going to see it. Jax on the ball here. Let this ball hit the ground. Jax doesn't want it. He wants to go for the 0-6. They keep on going. Jax has stopped his car. Well, will we see a timeout? Haven making it 2-0. We must remind you that this is a best of 5 and not a best of 7. It already feels like it's on match point for Haven, but no, minimum 2 games left to be played here. And Daddy, you've casted a lot of series. You've competed at a high level. You've been involved with a lot of big affairs, let's just say, in the Rocket League community. You say Hades don't have a chance. What would have to be that little miracle for you?
There's 3 players in Haven all disconnecting.
That was the answer. That was the exact answer I came to expect there. But look, we have, well, minimum 2 series left to go, or as I'm sure Danny would call it, maximum. I don't think he's even giving Hades a game. I want to see them pull out one. I think that game 1 overall was stronger than everything in the previous series. And there you go, Danny. The timeout has in fact been called just before we load into the next lobby. They get 2 minutes to try and fix things up. They had to do it before in Series 1, and it wasn't enough. Can they do it again?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
well,
was short and sweet.
look, the timeout's been called. But what, we had 5 games in the opening one. We had an upper final that went 5 games itself. And you go, do you know what? Hello, what happened? And you're sort of going, do you know what? You're pulling your hair out, sort of going, come on! And I wouldn't mind it here, and you're looking at the players itself here, and they're, you know, oh, I'm shaking, oh, that there, and you know, you're hearing your 4-0s and all that there. I'm sort of going, come on! Sweep it! Let them be put out of their misery!
And I hate to say it's gotten to this situation where Rene is actually trying to hype up the opponents in the all chat. I mean, that's the situation we're in right now. Where even Haven are like, come on, give us some more. We want to earn this trophy. We want this final series where we can call ourselves heroes. We want those celebratory moments that will live with us forever. And Hades they just haven't provided that job at being the, the opposite side here in the grand finals, giving Haven someone to just go to war with.
I retired and give everybody else a chance to win. And this is what happens. An Irishman in the form of Daylands who could have won 3 trophies in this respective tier. He got knocked out. He died for this. Where has he been? Where has he been?
Danny, you say that you did compete this season. You did compete. You're acting like you were out of action here, but
excuse me, I was asked to do so by a good friend of ours, and hence I made a point of saying I can outperform him, and to an extent I did. And hence also to prove Archeon wrong that somebody can play with Evoke and actually last an entire season. So there you go, it is doable. And do you know what is doable? Hades winning this bracket reset and showing everybody that this is possible. And if you believe that sentence there, what you can of course do is believe that everybody needs to get into Evolve and hype up Hades, because they desperately need something to cling on to, because frankly, I'm not giving them. And do you know what? I'm just fed up at this point, where 385 is telling me to keep my big mouth quiet. No, I won't.
No.
Your job is to do something.
Wow. Once again, I was not involved, ladies and gentlemen. I know I'm here in the caster's booth, but look, Santa is real and a Hades comeback is possible. The series continues, the TO is over. Haven are on the attack once again here. Try to find it infield. Bossy getting the block. They're trying to make that comeback. What were they talking about in those 2 minutes? I would have loved to have listened here. And I really, really, really want them to throw in something else. But again, Haven are pushing Hades into that heart. That ball will go into danger. Jazz able to pick it up. It's a 50 by Rene, and Jack's back on the ball, popping it high. Hosky versus Jazz. Jazz wins that one, and Bossy might be able to get on there. It's just too wide here, and we haven't had a goal yet within the first minute. Hades have had some forward plays, but the same can be said to Haven, who will draw blood first. I mean, we really, really want to see something happen.
Well, I'm glad one of us does.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the 3 players have got to show conviction. They've got to show for it. And frankly, they've got to attack for it. They can't sit and defend. If you're going to play the high-scoring game like they did earlier, don't even worry about the defensive side of the rotation. Just go for it here, as they got one floating in the air. Can't get the pinch across net here, and Pesky will just release one player downfield. That was Rennie. He doesn't get the connection. And for the first time in a very long time, 2 minutes has went by, they haven't conceded, but there is a big issue here. There is a wide open bit of the pitch here, hasn't been put in.
And they're so good at finding that space for these Haven players so far. Pesky, no boost here. We'll try and leave it for Jax, who can't get on the end of it. There was a Hades defense at the near post. Wicks, 50 off the ceiling, will push into that Hades half. Haven looking to get an opener. Almost did there. Pesky had the opportunity. That one slams wide, but Rene coming off the ceiling is a highlight reel shot. It's a great save actually by Wicks, but can they defend this second ball? Jax not even getting it on target, not even giving us the opportunity for an answer.
And that will be shot wide here. They've got about maybe 1 or 2 chances here in terms of Hades to get this one convincingly away. Naturally, the player position and rotation would be gone, and that's it there. Said it would have to go. Said that it would have to go. And frankly, if you're ever in doubt in a situation and you have to get the ball away, don't try to be clever. Bang the ball downfield and do a Brian Clough. Argue about it later.
Yeah, and they put themselves back ahead. A familiar position. I've said that so many times here for Haven, and Hades on the back foot. They're trying to get those booming balls across. They're trying to imitate what Haven were able to do, but Haven have just been, you know, the stronger 3 players today. They've been an extremely good team overall. The infield passes, they've been coming out. They've been well connected. The backups have always been there. If someone were to make a mistake, Jax going for blood on the goal line. Does get a few bumps out of it, but it'll be Jazz now on the counter-attack. Doesn't really challenge Renbo, who will keep the ball close. Manages to beat Wicks as well. Can they go alone? That one, I don't think it's off target. Someone trying to wait for that follow-up. Pesky wanted it, couldn't. That ball will once again fly into the middle. Bossy versus Rene on the wall. That left wall belonging to Rene. It has felt like, not just in this game, but throughout both of the series so far. Jazz has to create something. Wicks is in the middle, just been bumped, however. Rene saw that little bit of an opening, couldn't get it on target, neither could Jax. That could have been 2. It keeps on going here. Rene into the middle. Pesky wants the shot. It's blocked off. That's another infield pass. That's another bit of danger. Unfortunately, it will go wide. Hades getting away with another situation. Their defense, you know, they've kept out a lot of goals that could have gone in, but they've had one shot the entire match. And I know you don't like statistics here, Danny, but it has certainly spoken for itself.
You know, you need statistic. Your eyes aren't even misbelieving or into it, but the numbers, yeah, there is a great bit of danger here. 30 seconds, mind you, to grab a goal for Hades. It's no longer that they would like to or have to. It's just now the writing's on the wall here, and if they want to even remove that thought, they have to extinguish the attack in here. An infield pass, we've seen a goal like this before. The quality of the pass was okay. The positioning, mind you, wasn't good enough here. And for the 3rd consecutive time in this bracket reset, it is Sanctuary, very much Haven. It is a championship point for the men in green.
Well, can they finish this 8-1? It's looking fairly likely here, and Hades were just unable to get outside of their own half for, I mean, the entire 5 minutes. It really felt like. I saw someone in chat say it was, well, men against boys. It did feel like it when we were watching it. This last hope that I want to have for Hades, I really do, but that was arguably their most poor match so far. I think the mentals are gone, and I don't blame them. It's really been a shame so far.
I like to sit here and maybe try to find a reason. I really just can't find a reason for it. It's soul destroying as a player being in this situation, and if I listen back to it, they're just going to be reminded themselves of what could have been. And the worst thing they can do is listen back to a broadcast like this, and everybody's sitting here waiting for it. It has been Haven's victory lap for effectively since the very much at the start of it here. Everybody's been saying give them hope here. Look, I'm going to be, for once here, I'll be somewhat nice to them. Please, Hades, give us one game of pure quality.
One game. I'd have to agree. And if Haven do take it in this game here, this game number 4 in Series 2, let it be after a battle, let it be after a fight. Let Hades pile on a bit of that pressure. Just as I say that, Haven back on the attack. Pesky solo-handedly beating 2. Want to go for the solo play. I'm sure, you know, he'll be having some words with Rene there, who prevented that from happening. Rene with the clear again here. Lays it off to Pesky. Rene alone on defense with 100 boost. Big banger like we saw before. Will they score again from it? No one seemingly wanting to challenge that ball. It went all the way back to the goalkeeper in the form of Jazz, who does get the save. We remain 0-0 just as the first minute goes. It's Wicks versus Rene again. Jazz dogfight against Jax, beaten by him, but Rene will pick it up here. Bossy doesn't have enough boost to get to that ball, and it's an open net, and it's a goal by Pesky.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the Masters playoffs, as well as the tier itself, is Haven. You might think I'll be calling it too early. That's it. That's GG's. The opening game, we've seen what was the fight. That is potentially the winning goal. And that is the summary of the performance so far.
Yeah, it's certainly been a somber one as it stands. It's, you know, the upper finals again. I'm going to bring it up. It was incredible. It was so good. The best of 5 I think I've ever seen. The 2 best of 7s just couldn't live up to it. And it's again Rene on the attack. A save acquired from Jazz. Jazz, quite a couple of saves to their name, but when you invite that much pressure, that's what you come to expect here. Rene managing to beat Wicks. That one doesn't fly straight in. Rene doesn't put it away. Yeah, keeps the timer going, gets us ever closer to crowning our master champions here. Haven, I mean, we can speak all we like about Hades, but Haven have been incredible. They're 3 players that have been very well connected, 3 players that can all perform well in the offense, the defense, and in those playmaking scenarios. And I mean, they'll thoroughly deserve being the champions if the story continues as it has so far, and they do end up collecting it. And 2 shouts on that team to get the coveted MVP, that player of the season, whatever you want to call it. It was a well-built team by the GM and AGM here. They've had to run through the lower bracket at the end of it. They've had to get a bracket reset. They look to complete the job.
Certainly so, and when you eventually do lose in the upper final match, and we talk about quality, and as Pegasus, who is reminiscent romantically of what could have been sort of type situation, it's unfortunately you are built by your own image, and that there was unfortunately Hades' downfall. The second goal gets put on in here. It's just a shame. This is the last of the Graph tier as well. Tomorrow, the grand final, the Premier tier will be taking part. Of course, that is where the top of the bubble scene will have their particular say. There is plenty of action going to be put across onto that one, but it is a performance that is deserving of a champion. We cannot take anything away from him, and they had simply, as you put it right, they played like champions. They knew they were going to come in. They had the confidence to know that they were that much better, and to be respectful to Hades, as much as it might sound strange. I haven't been in terms of so far this entire series. They're playing against a better side, and they're trying their best, and they're just being taken apart so effortlessly, and that's just the sad thing about it.
Look, I'm thoroughly in the belief that luck is not really a thing here in Rocket League, and that's part of the beauty of the esports. And they got to this grand finals for a reason. They ended high in their league. They fought their way to make it to this point. You can't say that they haven't earned their spot here. They're well deserving of that silver medal, which they will briefly receive unless we get a magical 2 extra goals after that Jazz consolation. But look, full respect to them for even getting this far. It's not easy to make a grand final.
Tell me about Pegasus.
This isn't about me. This is not about me. And look, my grand finals did not end well, so
it's all right, neither did mine.
Well, Haven again on the ball. We'd say the victory lap has begun. You called it a victory lap ever since the second series even started, if not earlier.
Series 1.
Who's your MVP, Danny boy?
Hosky. Just I think Rene deserves it. That he should be in the conversation. And arguably the unfortunate bit is Jack hasn't been quiet. He's done his role quite well here, and he's actually conceded one here. Do you know what?
Pause. There's hope. Pause. There's hope. 11 seconds left to go. We've seen it before. We've seen it before. Danny, come on, give us some energy. Give us some energy for these 11 seconds, because you never know, it might not be the final one. Kickoff goes, it's in the favour of Haven, but Bossy will collect possession here. Jax will take advantage of it now. that ball goes booming forward. It's in the correct half if you want to see an overtime, but no. Haven are your master tier grand champions and well deserving. It was an incredible performance by all three of them throughout the entire season, and it was the most one-sided grand finals I think I have ever seen, if not series overall. And part of the credit is obviously to the strengths of Rene, Pesky, and Jax. Congratulations to your champions.
Deserved champions, and of course, the 80s, to be fair, they made it a competition in terms of, after all, they got here and plenty of others and ready for the twice back-to-back in terms of MVP. Like, it's one of those situations where you look at it and you just go, it's just a state of quality. And to be fair, Pesky, to be fair, should be in the Premier tier. Why he's in Masters, I don't know. But you can just simply say there and go, bye-bye, in terms of Hades. But that would be unfair. They deserve the respect. But do you know what? It will be an interesting interview when we get to the form of it, because Pesky has been respectively showing a bit of banter, shall we call it, throughout the entirety of the two series there. And the man doesn't sit there and, just does the talk. He has the ability to show it, and he has done from time to time.
Yeah, incredible performance. And Pesky, I'm sure we will see them in Premier next season, albeit there's a very long way to go for the next RSC season. That will be in the second half of the year 2024. And Pesky has received some compliments by Kingsman Gas here in my DMs. I won't say it out loud for the stream. I'll let them have that one-on-one if they wanted. And of course, we didn't do predictions here. Danny Boy, Maisie, who did do the lower finals, who did watch Haven perform there, did actually predict this one perfectly. And, well, they just saw it ahead of the grand finals. Hades were absolutely shut down, but I'm sure we'll be getting the players in very soon for an interview if they are available. But first of all, I've just got call from the producer. We're going to have a short 2-minute break, so we shall see you then.
But I have a trademark.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry,
welcome.
Danny. Sorry, Danny. Let me give the experience to you. Keep going.
No. If you like, you can have it. It will be bound down to the future generation here.
Oh, well, you've been so nice the entire series. It's glad to see you back. Continue here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves some new champions here in the RSC in the form of Jax, Rene, Pesky, and Dash, who join us here in the VC right now. Hello. Oh, a little bit of a soundboard there from Rene. Thank you.
It's Ren, by the way.
Yeah.
It's Ren. Wow, I was told otherwise. I'm going to.
Who has said that?
I'm gonna have some words with that person who told me that after this is over. But first of all, congratulations for that grand finals. It was a dominating performance is simply an understatement there. Well, Pesky, you who is deserved of a premier spot. Do you have any statement regarding that?
My shit.
Yeah, he cut out.
Anything. I did not hear anything.
Oh no! Can I be heard now?
Yeah. I'll talk now.
Okay. Well, I'll ask the question again. Well, Pesky, you were the talk of you were the talk of the grand finals by Mr. Danny Boy over here, talking about you being a deserved premier player, and I'm just interested on your opinions of that. Now coming over and dominating the Master Tier. No?
Council, sir? Then... Oh, I keep disconnecting. Nice.
Oh. Teammates, man. Does your teammate deserve a spot in the Master Tier?
This VC is dying for me.
Yeah, we all just DC'd again.
Oh.
Yeah.
As I was saying, I
This
started...
got dying.
Yep. Okay, as I was saying, I started 10th with Council of Sir. Then I kinda ditched that. Yeah, it's nice.
Wait, is this cut out again? This is.
Oh my
He
days!
did indeed cut out.
I'm yapping so much, but it keeps cutting out. I'm just...
Discord is actually dying. This is crazy.
No, it's just this VC. This doesn't happen in our VC.
Well, yeah, true.
Ages here. The question that hopefully comes with a quick answer before you.
Discord is
Yeah,
dying.
Discord is still dead, bro.
Right.
Oh
Should we go
no.
into a private
Yeah,
chat or?
private chat maybe. That might work. 'Cause...
It's happened again. I can't do this. I can't do this. It didn't do it in our group chat before. To be fair.
No.
I lied. Yeah, don't worry. Oh, this might work.
Jack, Lars, 600,000 panel points now.
Yeah, we did this for Larson.
Yeah, that was the entire win.
Larson's my go.
Points.
Okay,
Right.
we hope this is a more stable VC now, and we can
Yeah.
Drag dash.
get this
I don't know what dash
interview.
Right, Dash in, get Dash in.
Yeah, come on, Dash. You
and
carried
get
us throughout this whole
interview
way.
going. Hopefully we
Can
can
I-
get your teammates dashing.
There he
we
is.
go.
Can I-
Come on, Dash.
Can I?
Yes,
can I-
boys.
yeah, man. Can I answer the question now?
You
Can-
redeemed me.
Yeah.
Yeah, let Pesky talk. Let Pesky talk.
Okay. So
Let
right, I
Pesky
started
talk,
season Council of Sir. We were full Norwegian roster. Then I realized Norwegians aren't that good, so I left. Then these guys unfortunately had to play with me, and yeah, everyone was hating. They broke them up.
Yep.
Well
Point.
said.
Yeah, I
Well
kind of
said.
felt bad for Pesky, so I brought him in with us instead. Once I saw he was gone.
Okay, buddy.
Okay. Well, Danny Boy, do you have any questions for our champions?
No. Their gameplay spoke for themselves here. I don't think I have any questions for them tonight, Pegasus, to be truthfully honest.
I have to say the same. It was just so one-sided all the way out, and you had a close upper final match against Hades. What was the difference in that grand finals that just saw you guys go to a completely different level?
I'm not gonna lie, we actually just trolled. We were talking about this before. We actually just trolled. There was too many mistakes, and we double committed like crazy. And then we went down to lowers, and I guess I don't know. We sorted ourselves out with the 3-1, and then we stuck with it throughout the whole time. And if only we could have done this the whole season, but I mean, it worked out in the end. So
Well, congratulations on your win here in the Master Tier. It's as hard as it gets for the Draft League. Do any of you have some final things you want to say to the stream? Because afterwards, I think we will shut it down.
I've got something actually. So B-Shake's currently in Portugal, so I'm here as a stand-in pretty much. I'm not sure who my member is, but yeah, B-Shake, we did it for you. They did it for you.
Yeah.
And you got this. You got the win.
Shout out me. I have some people. Yeah. Give me a second, mate. I need to shout out my boys Bondab, Con, Nathan, Josh, Kingsman, Jordan, me, Ryan, fucking Kelly, Brandon, PG,
We're gonna stop you there before this turns into a single ladies album there, Pesky.
Can I shout out?
I want to thank my team.
Fan. Huh?
He's such a good Haven #1 fan. He's such a good fan.
Oh. I want to shout out Larson for putting so much channel points on us, and we also did this for Pegasus because of his prediction. So shout out to them lot. You are the ones that actually believed in us. I don't think many others did, to be honest. So that was all for you lot. No, neither did I.
I also want to shout out my team for giving me a trophy.
It was all you,
and
you carried
doing all the work for me. I just sat back and watched you boys play so well.
He was actually playing for me.
Yeah,
I was on Mert's account secretly.
Right. We're gonna stop. Your Masters champions before they get themselves into any more trouble.
Bondab, I'm sorry.
Right. Congratulations to the champions that you've just heard there, as we, I suppose, thankfully put the end to the night here after a dominating performance, Pegasus, by Haven themselves, the Sanctuary themselves. I would say it was a relief to finally see that series be put to an end. It was arguably one of the worst grand finals in terms of an opposition that they had to play against. That's how good of a performance they made that. But first of all, to the Masters here themselves, of course, a huge thank you to all the players who participated in the first day. It wouldn't be, of course, without them, and of course everybody who had tuned in to the stream itself, of course. But a night where we were expecting great things turned out to be a victory lap. But there is the Premier Tier tomorrow. The bubble team, where some of the players in this VC has been said they should be at that. Whether that is the case for the future, we will wait to see. But any final words? That's my line, by the way. You shouldn't be saying it, but thanks. Yourself, Pegasus, any final words before we wrap up here?
Well, let's give one final thanks as the draft is all over to our sponsors, Hosky, Team Serene, Gamers Apparel, and Badass. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you for the claps there, Dash. But it's been an incredible season so far. It's a shame that the draft now has to come to an end. We'll see you all in the second half of 2024, but not before we play out the Premier playoffs tomorrow. We hope to see you all there in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of chat today. We will see you all tomorrow.
Done a them boy, they no boy.